Chapter 61, Severing Ties. On the 14th day, the world's top hacking skills were rewarded. Chen Wenjing told Chen Fan that just a moment ago, Chen's grandfather had returned to the Chen family and immediately started making arrangements, as if tonight, Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group would come to Jiangzhou. Chen's grandfather had also sent someone to the Tingyu building to prepare for tonight's meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han. Moreover, from what Chen's grandfather had said, Vice President Han had come today and even brought the contract for the two parties to cooperate. As long as the two parties could come to an agreement, they could sign the contract tonight, and the Chen family could officially get the project that would bring in billions of profits. Very well, I understand. Notify me immediately if there is any news. Chen Fan nodded. Thanks to Chen Wenjing, who he had persuaded to defect, he now knew the specific time for the Chen family to meet with Vice President Han. Very good, very good. At noon, the voice of the system came. Ding! Day 14 of Severing Ties, reward for the world's top hacking skills. Ha! Looking at today's system reward, Chen Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. The world's top hacking skills, this is too awesome. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with today's system reward. With the sound of the system, an extremely huge amount of memory flooded into Chen Fan's mind. It took a long time for Chen Fan to digest all this huge amount of information. When he opened his eyes again, he was already one of the world's top hackers. This skill is so useful, and it can be used in amazing ways in many situations. With the acquisition of the world's top hacking skills, Chen Fan suddenly had a bold plan in mind. If he hadn't obtained this world-class hacking technology, Chen Fan would have had an 80-20% chance of success. But now, having become the world's top hacker, Chen Fan's success rate has instantly reached 100%. He is absolutely confident that he will be able to successfully snipe Chen's family and take away the project that Chen's grandfather is determined to win, the Wanheng Software Group. Chen Fan came to an unmanned phone and took out his phone to call Xia Wenyu. What's wrong, did something happen? Xia Wenjie asked nervously. It's nothing, Wenyu. I'm just asking, how did your company handle the hacker attack the other day? Chen Fan asked. The result wasn't good. Our network security experts are only average, so we can only say that the damage was kept to a minimum. But even so, we still suffered huge losses, and the boss is furious about it. The boss wants to retaliate, but unfortunately, he doesn't even know who the other party is. Xia Wenyu answered helplessly. Wenyu, you go find your boss and tell him that I can find out who the hacker who attacked your group is and even help you find the hacker's location. Chen Fan said. He is now one of the world's top hackers, and this is absolutely child's play for him. The hacker who attacked Wanheng Software Group is probably just a good hacker, not the best. How would the world's top hackers attack the tiny Wanheng Software Group? In Jiangzhou, in Zhonghai, Wanheng Software Group is indeed very powerful. But compared to those super conglomerates and chaebols with trillions or even tens of trillions of assets around the world, Wanheng Software Group is too small, too small. Surpassing the Chen family and trampling the Jinling Su family underfoot is only Chen Fan's short-term goal. Now that he has the system, Chen Fan's long-term goal is to one day become, or even surpass, those super consortia and financial barons with total assets of trillions or even tens of trillions of dollars, and become the man standing at the pinnacle of the world. Of course, this goal is a bit ambitious, and to achieve it, one must take things step by step. But as long as the system can be upgraded a little bit at a time, and in the future the system will become more and more advanced, Chen Fan's goal can definitely be achieved. On the other side, after hearing Chen Fan's words, Xia Wenyu couldn't help but ask. You're not joking, are you? Even our company's network experts, who earn nearly 10 million yuan a year, can't find out who the other party is, let alone locate the hacker. Are you sure you can do it? Of course I'm not joking, I'm serious. Chen Fan said seriously. Wenyu, after you meet your boss, you do this. Chen Fan told Xia Wenyu about his plan. This is too risky. Xia Wenyu was taken aback. For Ruoshui's sake, I'll go crazy with you. In the end, Xia Wenyu gritted her teeth and agreed to Chen Fan. This is a bit too risky. If it weren't for Ruoshui's unusual relationship with Chen Fan, and the possibility that Chen Fan might become her brother-in-law, she would never have agreed to this. As long as Chen Fan's plan is successfully completed, sniping the Chen family will be a piece of cake. Even the boss of Wanheng Software Group will owe Chen Fan a huge favor. In the afternoon, Chen Fan returned to the villa and began preparing for his new plan. On the other side, Chen's grandfather, who had returned to the Chen family, was always smiling, quite happy. He had been planning for so long, and the project of Wanheng Software Group, which he was determined to win, was finally about to be his. Facing the billions of profits that are about to come his way, it would be hard for him not to be happy. By the way, how is that little brat Chen Fan doing these days? Grandpa Chen asked casually. Father, we have all been busy recently, making preparations to win the project from Wanheng Software Group, and Wen Jing has also been helping out at home, so we haven't had time to pay any attention to Chen Fan. Chen Yuzhen said helplessly. Well, it's a good thing that we won the Wanheng Software Group project today. Grandpa Chen nodded. After we finish today, we'll deal with that little brat Chen Fan. It's been more than 10 days now, so we have to hurry up and not drag it out for too long, or it'll cause the Su family to become dissatisfied. Yuzhen, come with me, and let's go over what happened tonight. Grandpa Chen continued to make arrangements for today's meeting with Vice President Han. Around 6 p.m., at the airport, Wanheng Software Group's Vice President Han Jiaowei arrived in Zhengzhou without a hitch. Chapter 62, the extremely pleased Chen Laoi saw his chance to become the #1 tycoon in Zhengzhou. In order to keep the secret, Chen Laoi, as the head of the Chen family, could not go himself, nor could his eldest son, who would be the future head of the Chen family. Therefore, Chen Laoi sent his daughter Chen Yuzhen and granddaughter Chen Wenjing, two unremarkable women wearing hats and sunglasses, to the airport to greet him. Hello Vice President Han, I am Chen Yuzhen of the Chen family. I have come to pick you up on my father's orders. After the two sides had met, Chen Yuzhen introduced herself. Well, I have brought the documents for our cooperation with Wanheng Software Group. As long as your father's conditions are satisfactory to me, we can sign the contract immediately and hand over the project to your Chen real estate company. Han Jiaowei spoke. That's great, our Chen family will definitely not let you down. Chen Yuzhen promised. Please. Chen Yuzhen led the way, followed closely by Han Jiaowei, and Chen Wenjing bringing up the rear. Han Jiaowei has been received. Taking advantage of the fact that the two in front of them were not paying attention, Chen Wenjing casually sent a text message. The next second, Chen Fan received the message. Wenyu, how is it going? Chen Fan sent a message to Xiao Wenyu. Don't worry, I've done what you said, everything is going according to plan. Xiao Wenyu replied. Seeing this, Chen Fan got moving. The show is about to begin. On the other side, Chen Shanhai, Chen Shanshan's father, Chen Min, Chen Shanshan's second son, and Chen Jinping, Chen Shanshan's fourth son, also arrived at Tinjiula, waiting anxiously. Father, how confident are you that you can convince Vice President Han? Chen Jinping asked curiously. What percentage of a success? Of course it's 100%. Chen Jinping's father patted the thing prepared on his desk and said with confidence. They had been preparing for so long for today, there was definitely no problem. He had inquired about Vice President Han's various hobbies and knew them all very well. 100% success, that's great. Chen Jinping and the others were overjoyed. That was billions of dollars in profit, and it would soon be theirs, the Chen family's. And they can use this opportunity to get in touch with the huge Wanheng Software Group, and if they can cooperate again a few times in the future, then their Chen family may go even further and become the #1 family in the entire Jiangzhou. This is not only their wish, but also the lifelong wish of the old master. Why did the old master previously try so hard to please the Su family of Jinling? Wasn't it to get close to the Su family of Jinling and let them Chen family go even further and take the position of #1 family in Jiangzhou? Not only did Chen Jinping think so, but at the moment, Chen's grandfather was also looking forward to becoming the #1 family in Jiangzhou. After tonight's business is settled, after convincing Vice President Han and winning the project from Wanheng Software Group, he will immediately arrange to deal with Chen Fan, that little brat. I heard that Chen Fan, that little brat, has been jumping around a lot recently, befriending some big boss in Jiangzhou and getting close to the Xia Group. It's just that the Chen family hasn't had the energy to deal with that little brat Chen Fan recently. After we're done with today's business, it'll be that little brat Chen Fan's time to cry. He wants to solve the problem of Chen Fan within a week, no, within 5 days, so that Chen Fan will go bankrupt, be penniless, and end up on the streets, and then immediately go back to the Chen family to kowtow and admit his fault, and then happily marry Su family's daughter. He must cling to the Su family of Jinling, the big tree, and only in this way will they have the possibility of becoming the #1 wealthy family in Jiangzhou. Father, Vice President Han is here. Chen Min, the second son, who was waiting below the Tingyu building, quickly came up to the second floor to report. 10 seconds later, led by Chen Yuzhen and Chen Wenjing, Vice President Han arrived on the second floor of the Tingyu building to meet with the Chen family. Vice President Han is here, welcome, welcome. Chen's grandfather hurriedly greeted him flattery. Chen family master, we meet again, this time on your turf, we can have a good chat. Han Jiaowei nodded. The two sat down. I'm short on time, Chen family master, if you have something to say, just get to the point. After sitting down, Han Jiaowei went straight to the point. Okay. After saying that, Chen's grandfather first pushed a document in front of Han Jiaowei. Vice President Han, this is the purchase contract for a top-class manor in Zhonghai province. I have already paid the money, 1.7 billion yuan. As long as Vice President Han signs, the manor will be yours. Grandpa Chen said. Naturally, bribing Vice President Han could not be done directly with money, otherwise it would be easy to be discovered. Grandpa Chen had heard that Vice President Han liked luxury mansions, so he had specially bought this manor to suit his tastes. The top manor in Zhonghai province? Han Jiaowei's eyes lit up. From the very beginning, the Chen family head had given him a generous gift, and his hard work to come to Jiangzhou had not been in vain. In the future, if Vice President Han likes it, you can live there yourself, and if you don't like it, you can sell it. Very good. Vice President Han nodded, but did not indicate his attitude. But it seems that this manor alone is not enough. Vice President Han, please take a look, said Chen, and placed a second gift in front of Han Jiaowei. This gift was a dozen photographs? Chen, what do you mean? Han Jiaowei asked, puzzled. I heard that you like famous calligraphy and paintings, so I stored a dozen of them in the manor, all by famous artists such as Qi Baisher and Zhang Daqian. The estimated value of these dozen paintings is around 300 million yuan. The Chen family head said with a smile. Are they real? Han Jiaowei couldn't sit still for a moment and suddenly picked up the dozen or so pictures. He really likes celebrity calligraphy and paintings very much, especially those of Zhang Daqian. Please rest assured, Vice President Han, these dozen or so paintings and calligraphy were all bought at auctions and have appraisal certificates issued by top domestic appraisers. They are all genuine. The Chen family head assured him. He had really searched for a long time for these dozen or so paintings and calligraphy. Great, look at this painting. It's elegant and lively, it's perfect. Vice President Han's voice trembled with excitement. Having obtained this painting worth 300 million yuan, Han Jiaowei was happier than if he had been given 500 million yuan directly. Seeing this, the old Master Chen and the rest of the Chen family beamed. They had given the right gift. This was more important than anything else. These two gifts together were worth a full 2 billion yuan. Grandpa Chen didn't say anything, but 2 billion is a lot. Chen family lord, I do like these two gifts, but the project for our Wanheng software group is really important and highly profitable. I must find a suitable real estate developer for the company. Han Jiaowei went on and on, beginning to explain the importance of their project and the profits it would generate. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Han Jiaowei's intention was 3 words, pay more. Faced with Han Jiaowei's greed, Chen Senior Master gritted his teeth and had to pull out the real heavy hitter. Vice President Han, I have a special document here. Chen Senior Master said. This heavy hitter is the most expensive of the 3 gifts and also the most special. Oh? This document is basically a project for Wanheng Software Group to build a large-scale campus. Regardless of the profit of the project, 30% of it will go to Vice President Han. Grandpa Chen said. In short, the profit from this project will be split 70-30 between the Chen family and Vice President Han. If the project is larger, the more capital invested, the higher the profit for our family and the higher the profit for Vice President Han. Grandpa Chen hinted. To put it bluntly, he was hoping that Vice President Han would be able to get Wanheng Software Group to increase the scale of the project. In this way, the profit for the Chen family would be even higher. Giving some of the profits to Han Jiaowei and tying Han Jiaowei to their boat would also make Han Jiaowei work harder for the project. Hearing what the old Master Chen said, Han Jiaowei's eyes suddenly lit up. The profit represented by this contract is quite terrifying, and he naturally understood the old Master Chen's deeper meaning. The old Master Chen took the lead on behalf of the Chen family and signed the document, then handed it to Han Jiaowei. As long as Han Jiaowei signed it, the 7:3 split was set. Vice President Han, please. Yes. Han Jiaowei couldn't wait to sign his name as well. After signing, Han Jiaowei solemnly took out another document from his briefcase. Seeing this, Chen's grandfather and the rest of the Chen family instantly widened their eyes. Needless to say, what was this document? Welcome Chen Real Estate to become a partner of our Wanheng Software Group. Han Zhaowei spoke with a smile on his face. In an instant, the old master Chen, as well as the rest of the Chen family, were beside themselves with excitement. Clap, clap, clap. Just at this critical moment, a sudden burst of applause came. The next second, amidst the astonished and puzzled gazes of the Chen family, Chen Fan pushed open the door to the private room. Chapter 63, Chen Fan reveals his trump card, stunning the Chen family. Seeing Chen Fan, the Chen family members were momentarily confused. They had booked the Tingyu building, so how did Chen Fan get in? Chen Fan, who told you to come? Exactly, you have severed ties with our family, and this is an internal Chen family gathering, you have no right to be here. Go away. The Chen family members all snapped at Chen Fan nervously, as they absolutely could not let outsiders know about their business with Vice President Han. Get out. Chen's grandfather scolded even more sternly. Chen Fan ignored the Chen family and looked at Han Zhaowei. I am the representative of Jiangzhou Yongtai Real Estate Group, and I am here today to talk to Vice President Han about the project of Wanheng Software Group to build a large-scale park. Chen Fan introduced himself. Hearing Chen Fan say this, the Chen family members were a little panicked. Why did they always feel that Chen Fan seemed to know something? And when did Chen Fan become a representative of Yongtai Real Estate Group? In the private room, it was Chen's grandfather and Han Zhaowei who were most shocked. However, both of them had seen all kinds of big scenes before, and quickly regained their composure. Han Zhaowei spoke first. Oh, I didn't expect this gentleman to also be interested in our Wanheng Software Group's project. Let's do this, Chen Zhaozhu, you and this gentleman compete with each other. Han Zhaowei looked extremely fair. I already know the terms that Master Chen's Chen Real Estate Company has offered, they are very good and also very suitable for our Wanheng Software Group. What advantages does this gentleman's Yongtai Real Estate Group have? Next to him, looking at Chen Fan, Chen's grandfather's eyes radiated a terrible cold light. Chen Fan, this little brat, previously in front of Su's daughter, severed his relationship with their family, causing his plan to ingratiate himself with the Jinling Su family to be ruined. Now he even wants to compete with them and go against the Chen family on behalf of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. This little brat Chen Fan is really damned. At this moment, the Chen family patriarch's hatred for Chen Fan has reached its limit. However, despite his anger, the Chen family patriarch is still full of confidence in winning the project of the Wanheng Software Group. Vice President Han already knew about his sincerity just now. He just doesn't believe that this little brat Chen Fan can represent the Yongtai Real Estate Group and come up with more profits. The Chen family will definitely win the Wanheng Software Group project. Who does this little brat Chen Fan think he is, daring to compete with the Chen family? Just wait, Chen Fan, after today's events are over and the Chen family has recovered its strength, it will be the day you are destroyed. The old Chen watched Chen Fan's performance coldly from the side. Advantage, our Yongtai Real Estate Group's strength and project quality are far higher than Chen Real Estate. Chen Fan spoke. Is that all? Han Zhaowei asked. That's all. I won't do what the Chen family did and bribe you to get the project from Wanheng Software Group. Chen Fan made his intentions clear. In an instant, the faces of the Chen family and Vice President Han changed. How did you know? Chen's grandfather asked in disbelief. How did this little brat Chen Fan know that they had bribed Vice President Han? How do you know? It's simple, because I'm the owner of the Tingting building. Chen Fan replied indifferently. In an instant, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. By the way, I heard everything you just said. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Chen Fan did not expose Chen Wenjing, because it was not yet the time for Chen Wenjing to completely reveal her hand with the Chen family and side with him. Chen Wenjing could still play a lot of roles by continuing to lurk in the Chen family. The current project to snipe the Chen family's Wanheng Software Group is only Chen Fan's first step. Later, Chen Fan will have more surprises for the Chen family patriarch and the Chen family. Chen Wenjing's continued lurking will have an even more serious impact on the Chen family. Chen Wenjing is like a time bomb in the Chen family. It would be better to detonate her now than to wait for a more critical and important moment, when the effect would be even better. Yu Jin. Chen's grandfather looked at his daughter angrily. Chen Yuzhen had found the place, Ting Yulo, and at the time, Chen Yuzhen had assured him that it was a very safe place. But it turned out that the owner was Chen Fan. They were actually discussing things in Chen Fan's property, which was like sending in the fat man. Chen Yuzhen was about to cry when she was scolded like this by her father. She really wasn't to blame, and she really didn't know that this was Chen Fan's property. Damn Chen Fan! Ha, even if you heard it, so what? We've already settled things with Vice President Han. Chen's father said with conviction. Chen's father gave Han Jiaowei a look, meaning that Vice President Han didn't matter. This was Jiangzhou, their Chen family's territory, so even if someone heard, it was fine. He would take care of things. Yes. I now announce that Chen Real Estate Group has become a partner of our Wanheng Software Group. After saying this, Han Jiaowei signed directly on the document to show his attitude. All that was left was for their boss to put his seal on it. Old Master Chen followed suit and signed as well. From now on, our Chen's real estate company has officially won the project from Wanheng Software Group. Old Master Chen, extremely pleased, waved the document in front of Chen Fan. Even if you discovered our conspiracy, so what? It's already a foregone conclusion. You, Chen Fan, are destined to be a loser. Chen Fan, you're too late. How about it, are you angry now? The Chen family members said in a similar boastful manner, extremely arrogant. Facing the Chen family's selection, Chen Fan remained extremely calm, as things were completely within his plan. Vice President Han, you have betrayed the interests of Wanheng Software Group so much by accepting bribes, aren't you afraid that your boss at Wanheng Software Group will find out? Chen Fan looked at Han Jiaowei. Ha, how would our boss know? Han Jiaowei said smugly. They were far away in Jiangzhou, so why would their boss know? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell your boss? Chen Fan continued. If you tell our boss, how would our boss know who you are? Han Jiaowei sneered. In that case, I'll also tell our boss that you're deliberately smearing the Chen family and competing maliciously because of your grudges with the Chen family. I am our boss's right-hand man, and I want to see if, at that time, our boss will trust you, a complete stranger, or me, his right-hand man. At that moment, Han Jiaowei was arrogant to the extreme, confident to the extreme. Seeing this, Chen's grandfather and the rest of the Chen family also completely let go of their worries. Yes, Vice President Han is right. He is the boss's right-hand man at Wanheng Software Group, and what are you, Chen Fan? Facing Han Jiaowei's arrogance, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I'll tell you now who the boss of your Wanheng Software Group believes in. Papa tap. Chen Fan clapped his hands. Suddenly, a special hidden door in the private room slowly opened. The next second, Qi Weiran, the boss of Wanheng Software Group, and Xiao Wenyu, the vice president, slowly walked out. Chapter 64, Chen Jia successfully sniped, and Chen's grandfather was so angry that he coughed up blood. Seeing the sudden appearance of Qi Weiran and Xiao Wenyu, the Chen family members were surprised, but they didn't feel anything. However, when Han Jiaowei saw Qi Weiran, his face froze directly, looking like he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Han Jiaowei was really confused. What's going on? Why did the boss appear in Jiangzhou, here? Boss. Han Jiaowei stuttered. Ha? Boss? Hearing Han Jiaowei's address to this strange man, the Chen family patriarch and the Chen family members were shocked. Is this strange man before them the boss of Wanheng Software Group, Qi Weiran? Ah, this. At the moment, Qi Weiran's face was ashen, looking extremely ugly. Qi Weiran, the boss of Wanheng Software Group, was precisely the person Chen Fan asked Xiao Wenyu to invite. At first, Chen Fan's plan was to only invite Xiao Wenyu to make a video call to Qi Weiran so that Qi Weiran could witness it. After all, as the boss of the prestigious Wanheng Software Group, it was unlikely that he would suddenly be able to invite the other person to Jiangzhou in person. But today, the system rewarded him with the world's top hacker skills, which made Chen Fan change his plan. Chen Fan directly asked Xiao Wenyu to invite Qi Weiran to Jiangzhou on the grounds of helping the Wanheng Software Group find the mysterious hacker who attacked them. As soon as he heard that he could help him find the hacker who attacked them, Qi Weiran immediately agreed. This private room was previously modified by Chen Fan's order to the manager of the Tingyu Lu restaurant, for the purpose of this snipe on the Chen family. Chen Fan asked the manager of the Tingyu Lu to quietly separate a small secret room and the private room, where the conversations in the private room could be clearly heard. Qi Weiran and Xiao Wenyu had arrived before Han Jiaowei arrived in Jiangzhou and entered the secret room in advance. Qi Weiran had heard all of Han Jiaowei's previous conversations with Chen's grandfather. Boss, Han Jiaowei tried to defend himself. Qi Weiran, however, didn't listen to him at all, and walked straight up to him, slapping him hard. Pop. The sound of the slap was loud and clear, and Han Jiaowei's face instantly swelled up. Is this how you repay my trust? Qi Weiran's eyes were full of anger at this moment. While no one was paying attention, Chen Fan walked up and took away all the contracts that Han Jiaowei and Chen's grandfather had signed. This is evidence. Chen Fan had waited until this late to show up just so that they would sign the contracts, so that he could keep the evidence. From now on, Han Jiaowei is relieved of all his positions within Wanheng Software Group. I will have the company's legal department sue you, so just wait a few years in there. Qi Weiran announced. Upon hearing this, Han Jiaowei slumped to the ground, his heart ashen with despair. He was finished, completely finished. The amount of money involved this time is quite large, and a few years in prison would be fine. Hearing Qi Weiran's announcement, Chen's family members felt a sense of shared sorrow for a while. And your Chen real estate company, our Wanheng Software Group, will never cooperate with you. Qi Weiran looked at the Chen family members again. Hearing these two sentences from Qi Weiran, Chen's family members and the rest of the family broke down. How could this be? How could this be? Grandpa Chen felt exhausted. He had worked so hard to prepare for this, and had spent so much energy and effort on the project for Wanheng Software Group. And now it was all for nothing? The Chen family had failed. We will award the project in Jiangzhou to Yongtai Real Estate Group, represented by Mr. Chen Fan. Qi Weiran said again. At this point, Chen Fan's plan to snatch the Chen family was declared a success. In an instant, Chen's grandfather and the rest of the Chen family all looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you're ruthless. So it was all your doing. The Chen family members sighed. Why was the boss of the mighty Wanheng Software Group here? And it must have something to do with Chen Fan, the owner of the Tingyu building. At this moment, the Chen family members were full of shock and surprise. More than 10 days ago, Chen Fan severed his ties with them, and they firmly believed that Chen Fan would only get worse and worse, until he ended up on the streets, unable to feed himself. But now, not only has Chen Fan not gotten any worse, he is even better than when he was with them, and not just a little better. Now, that kid they once looked down on has even managed to steal their Chen family's important business. Incredible, incredible. Next to him, looking at Chen Fan, Chen's grandfather's eyes went dark, and he almost spat blood in anger. Fortunately, Chen's fourth son, Chen Jinping, helped Chen's grandfather in time. Chen's grandfather adjusted his breathing and calmed down. He really didn't expect that in just a matter of 10 days, the one he considered to be the most ordinary and incompetent among the younger generation of the Chen family had actually risen strongly. And he had even cut him out of the project he was determined to win. Damn it! This little brat Chen Fan really made himself look good. Chen Fan. Chen's grandfather looked at Chen Fan with furious eyes. At this moment, he resented Chen Fan to the extreme. Last time, Chen Fan severed his relationship with the Chen family and ruined his plan to curry favor with the Su family in Jinling. Today, he caused such a scene again, intercepting their family's project and making the contract he was determined to get fly away. That little bastard Chen Fan really deserves to die. Chen's father flung off his son's support, strode to within a few dozen centimeters of Chen Fan, and confronted him head-on. Chapter 65, The Frantic Chen Family, the Terror of the World's Top Hacker. Chen Fan met Chen's father's gaze, and Chen's father's eyes were full of anger and hatred. At this moment, Chen's grandfather could not wait to get his hands on him and teach him a lesson for being such an unfilial son. But Chen had already severed his ties with the Chen family, so he could not do that. If it were before, he would definitely break Chen's legs. Chen's grandfather said coldly, Chen Fan, don't think that you're amazing just because you stole a business from our Chen family. In my eyes, you are still the most useless, incompetent, and trashiest member of our Chen family. You are a million miles behind my grandson, Chen Faming. In the eyes of the Chen patriarch, only his grandson, Chen Faming, the unicorn child of their family, is the best and most likely to achieve great things in the future. Other people, especially Chen Fan, are not even good enough to be used as a stepping stone for Chen Faming. The rest of the Chen family felt a little helpless when they heard this. Although the old master said so, in reality, with Chen Fan's current achievements, even if he can't compare to Chen Faming, he is probably pretty close. If Chen Fan were still in the Chen family, they would have two overly outstanding young people. But since Chen Fan has severed ties with them, he is their enemy, and the more outstanding Chen Fan becomes, the more they hate him. Next to him, Chen Wenjing looked at the merciless Chen Faming with mixed feelings. At the moment, she was a little glad that she had chosen to side with Chen Fan and had the opportunity to take control of her own destiny. According to the domineering character of the old man and his preference for Chen Faming, even if she performed excellently, it would be useless. In the end, she would only be used by the old man for marriage alliances and her last value would be squeezed clean. But she was never willing to resign herself to this fate. Before severing ties with the Chen family, she wanted to get some interest back for all the things she had done for them. Today's incident has caused the Chen family to bleed a little at most, not even a scratch. But you, Chen Fan, have angered me. Chen's grandfather spoke coldly. Chen Fan, you deserve to die. Just because you succeeded this time, it doesn't mean you will succeed next time. We will never let you go. Just wait and see the endless fury of my family. The Chen family members were all in a frenzy. Ha ha. Chen Fan sneered. It's as if they were saying that if today's incident didn't happen, they would be able to live in peace with themselves. They don't want to let themselves go, and I don't want to let the Chen family go yet? Today's project of sniping the Chen family is only the first step in teaching them a lesson. Indeed, this incident has only severely slapped the Chen family in the face. Strictly speaking, it has only caused the Chen family to lose some energy and effort, and their assets have not suffered much damage. The Chen family is still intact. However, in the future, the conflicts between Chen Fan and the Chen family will not be like this. At that time, it will be the time when the Chen family truly feels pain and truly suffers. Just you wait. Angrily glancing at Chen Fan, Chen's grandfather led the rest of the Chen family away. From beginning to end, Chen Fan and Chen Wenjing had not interacted at all, not even exchanging glances. Chen Wenjing had lurked in stealth. The Chen family were not rampant, were they? Chen Wenjing continued to lurk in the Chen family, and was still able to provide herself with news and information about the Chen family at all times. When this time bomb exploded, it would definitely give them a big surprise. As the Chen family left, Chen Fan, Qi Weiren, the boss of Wanhong Software Group, and Xia Wenyu went to a private room on the third floor to discuss things. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for helping me find a parasite in the company. Qi Weiren said with emotion. He trusted Han Jiaowei so much that he made him his right-hand man, but the result was that this guy used his trust to gain benefits. This time, he will definitely not let Han Jiaowei off easily. As for our cooperation with Wanhong Software Group, we can sign the contract tomorrow and get things done. Qi Weiren said. He did this to thank Chen Fan, but also because on the way here, he had already investigated the strength and reputation of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Qi Weiren was sure that Yongtai Real Estate Group was strong enough, had a good reputation, and most importantly, the quality of its construction was very good. Good. Chen Fan nodded. The profit of this project of Wanhong Software Group is so high. As one of the major shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen Fan can naturally get a piece of the big cake. President Chen, I heard from Vice President Xia that you can help me find the hacker who attacked our Wanhong Software Group. Is that true? After some polite conversation, Qi Weiran got straight to the point, which was his main concern in coming to Jiangzhou this time. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. For him, the world's top hacker, this was all trivial. Tell me the details of the matter. Chen Fan sat down and spoke slowly. Okay, here's the thing. A few days ago. Qi Weiran answered quickly. After listening, Chen Fan immediately thought of where to start with the details. The mysterious hacker extorted a large sum of money. Where did you give this money to him? Chen Fan asked. The other party told us to transfer the money to a special foreign account. I sent someone to investigate, but couldn't find anything out. Qi Weiran answered helplessly. Just because you can't find it doesn't mean I can't. Give me that bank account. Chen Fan said. Since the other party wants the money, even if the bank account is special, the mysterious hacker will have to transfer the money. As long as this is used as a basis, the mysterious hacker or someone very, very close to him can definitely be found. Okay. Qi Weiran spoke. Chen Fan opened the computer he had prepared and began to operate it. Time passed slowly. A few minutes later, Chen Fan suddenly spoke. I found it. Chapter 66, Qi Weiran's cousin advised Xia Ruoshui to take the initiative and persuade Chen Fan to fall for her. This mysterious hacker was indeed quite capable and very cautious. He transferred the money back and forth more than 10 times and laundered it before finally transferring it to his own side. He is hiding here. Chen Fan pointed to a location on the computer and said to Qi Weiran, this is where he is hiding. As they say, the safest place is the most dangerous place. Chen Fan side, the address Chen Fan found is less than a kilometer from the headquarters of their company, Wanhong Software Group. Ha? You found it already? Qi Weiran glanced at his Vacheron Constantin watch. It's only been 6 or 7 minutes, and he's already done it? President Chen can't be joking. In his company, those network security experts who earn millions of dollars a year spent 2 or 3 days and couldn't find any clues. And now, in just a few minutes, before he could even react, President Chen has found the hacker? Is Chen Fan really that capable? Next to him, Xiao Wenyu was also taken aback. Is Chen Fan really that capable? He found it right now? She thought it would take a day or two to get results. When she first started working with Chen Fan, she did so entirely out of deference to Xiao Ruoshui, and she didn't really have high hopes. In the end, Chen Fan succeeded, and he even got rid of Han Jiaowei, who had a bad relationship with her. In a sense, Chen Fan also helped him. Now, Chen Fan has found the hacker who made Wanheng Software Group panic and run around in circles in just a few minutes. Holy cow, Chen Fan's abilities are really too strong. When she first met Chen Fan this afternoon, Xiao Wenyu was curious as to why the top-notch Ruoshui and the cold-hearted Chen Fan would fall for each other. Now she understands. Chen Fan is so capable and full of drive, and he is indeed very attractive. Well, I think it was a small team of hackers, not just one person. Chen Fan judged. Qi Weiren went up and took down the address, then immediately contacted his contacts and informed his friends at the police station to go arrest someone. Up until this moment, he was still a little confused in his mind, slightly doubting whether Chen Fan had found the right person. Also, Mr. Qi, there is something I need to remind you about. There are spies within your Wanheng Software Group. They colluded internally and externally to get your Wanheng Software Group secrets away. Chen Fan said. The mighty Wanheng Software Group, network security is certainly not simple, but why did the other party get away with it so easily? There is definitely a traitor. I understand, thank you, Mr. Chen. Qi Weiren suddenly had an epiphany. With a little prompting from Mr. Chen, he immediately had several suspects in mind. Half an hour later, Qi Weiren received notification that a small hacker team had indeed been caught at that location. It had been roughly determined that the other party was responsible for the attack on their Wanheng Software Group. Qi Weiren suddenly perked up. Wow, Chen had only taken a few minutes to find the correct address. In an instant, Qi Weiren was extremely impressed by Chen Fan. Overjoyed, Qi Weiren excitedly grabbed Chen Fan's hand. Thank you, Mr. Chen, I really can't thank you enough. He had been holding back for so long, and had been at his wit's end, but today, Mr. Chen had finally solved his problem. Mr. Chen, I owe you a huge favor. In the future, if you need anything from me, just let me know. Within my capabilities, I will never refuse. Qi Weiren promised that he would do whatever Chen Fan asked, within his capabilities, and at any cost. You're too kind, Mr. Qi. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. This connection and this big favor, Chen Fan will naturally use it at a critical time to deal with the Su family and Jinling later. As for the Chen family, Chen Fan can deal with it alone. Chen Fan has not forgotten the long-term task the system has given him, to bankrupt the Su family and Jinling and trample them underfoot. Now that more than 10 days have passed, Chen Fan naturally needs to hurry. Chen Fan and Qi Weiren confirmed that they would sign the contract at Yongtai Real Estate Group tomorrow morning. Chen Fan arranged for Qi Weiren to stay in the top suite at the Wankai International Hotel. Chen Fan and Xiao Wenyu then left, heading to Yujing Villa. Xiao Wenyu had come to Jiangzhou for the first time in a long time, so naturally he wanted to meet Xiao Ruoshui and her sisters. After half an hour or so, the Xiao sisters met up. While they were chatting, Chen Fan went over to the side and called the president of the Zhouxiao Security Group. He was curious about what had happened with his matter. If he could find a few reconnaissance experts from the special task force of the Zhouxiao Security Group early, he could also find out the whereabouts of his parents sooner. His parents had been missing for a year, and Chen Fan really wanted to know where they were now. The phone connected, and the owner of the Zhouxiao Security Group regrettably told Chen Fan that he was still trying, but the old guys on the board of directors of the Zhouxiao Security Group were too stubborn and would not agree, citing the reason that it did not comply with company rules. It's a pity, Mr. Chen, you only have 5% ownership of the group. If you had 15% or 20%, the old guys wouldn't dare not give you face, no matter how stubborn they are. The president of the Zhouxiao Security Group said with regret. 15% or 20%? Chen Fan frowned. This might be difficult for others, but for Chen Fan, it was not impossible. System, for the rewards in the next few days, please give me more shares of the Zhouxiao Security Group. Chen Fan hoped in his heart that the user-friendly system could hear him. Okay, thanks a lot, President Zhang. Since the other person was helping him, Chen Fan naturally had to be polite. While Chen Fan was talking business with the boss of the Zhouxiao Security Group, Xiao Wenyu was chatting with Xiao Ruoshui in a low voice. Ruoshui, to be honest, I'm a little jealous of you for finding a man like President Chen. Ha! A blush appeared on Xiao Ruoshui's face. President Chen is indeed very charming, especially the actions he took tonight, which were really well done. Xiao Wenyu exclaimed. In other words, Chen is yours, Ruoshui. If he were someone else's, I'm afraid I would have already made a move. When are you going to bring Chen home so that my aunt and uncle can meet him? Xiao Wenyu asked. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui explained a bit about their relationship. At the moment, they weren't really together, she just had a good impression of Chen Fan. Ruoshui, this seems to be the first time you've been moved, so don't miss this opportunity. If you miss it, you'll regret it. Xiao Wenyu reminded her as someone who had been there before. And if you really like Chen Fan, you'd better take the initiative and win him over as soon as possible, or else he'll be snatched away by another woman. As the saying goes, it's easy to get a man if you really want him. With your stunning beauty and perfect body, it's a piece of cake, isn't it? Hearing her sister's words, Xiao Ruoshui was lost in thought for a while, not knowing what she was thinking. Just then, Xiao Ruoshui received a message from the company. Tomorrow night, the company has an important social event that requires her attendance. However, it seems that there will be a suitor she hates at this social event. Chen Fan, do you have time tomorrow night? Xiao Ruoshui asked. Tomorrow night, yes, why? Chen Fan nodded. Can you accompany me to a social event tomorrow night? There is someone really disgusting at tomorrow night's social event. Xiao Ruoshui asked expectantly. Before Xiao Ruoshui's voice had finished, the system's voice came through. Ding! Task issued, accept Xiao Ruoshui's invitation. Task reward, 4% ownership of the Joshio Security Group. Task reward, 53 experience points. Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised when he looked at the task reward. He had just prayed, and in no time at all, the system issued a new task, and the reward was still 4% ownership of the Joshio Security Group. The system is really user-friendly. The system is awesome. Chapter 67, Severing Ties on the 15th day, Chen Fan was rewarded with what he had been looking forward to the most. Chen Fan was impressed by the system. No problem. Chen Fan promised Xiao Ruoshui. Great. Xiao Ruoshui was also very happy to see Chen Fan agree. That night, Xiao Wenyu slept over at Xiao Ruoshui's place, while Chen Fan went to his own home next door. It was still early, so Chen Fan went to the study alone, found a blackboard, and wrote down all the industries of the Chen family in Jiangzhou that he knew about. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Fan wrote down his own industries. After what happened tonight, the Chen family will definitely retaliate against him like crazy. In that case, Chen Fan naturally won't be idle, and plans to strike first. As for which company or industry of the Chen family to attack, Chen Fan still needs to study it carefully. This time, when he strikes the Chen family, it won't just be like last time, when he just slapped them in the face. This time, Chen Fan will make the Chen family suffer, really bleed. Time flew, and the next morning, Chen Fan went to the Yongtai Real Estate Group. In no time at all, Ji Weiren, the boss of Wanhong Software Group, and Xiao Wenyu arrived. The two sides formally signed a contract and became partners. Next to them, the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group, who had not been very optimistic, looked at each other in disbelief. At this moment, they all felt with emotion that they were getting old, while Chen was young and capable. It had only been a short time since Chen had successfully taken over the project of the prestigious Wanhong Software Group from the Chen family, which was a major project worth billions of dollars. Chen was really amazing. President Chen, if there is a chance, we will continue to cooperate next time. Ji Weiren directly ignored the president of Yongtai Real Estate Group and took the initiative to shake Chen Fan's hand. Welcome. Chen Fan responded politely. Thank you for your help last night, President Chen. If there is anything, you can contact me. I will also contact you if I have anything. I can consider you a friend. After the contract was signed, the details of the negotiations were left to the employees of both parties. Ji Weiren left, and the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group fawned over Chen Fan. Chen Fan finally emerged from Yongtai Real Estate Group when the voice of the system came. Ding! On the 15th day of severing ties, reward the Joshio Security Group 6% ownership. It's the Joshio Security Group ownership again, and it's 6% ownership. This is currently the thing Chen Fan is most looking forward to. Chen Fan suddenly revealed a happy expression. He already had 5% in his hands, plus 6%, plus the task of accompanying Xiao Ruoshui tonight, he would have exactly 15% of the ownership of the Joshio Security Group. According to what the president of the Joshio Security Group said, after that, those old-timers in the Joshio Security Group could not refuse his request. Moreover, with the 6% ownership of the Joshio Security Group, Chen Fan's worth had officially exceeded the 20 billion mark. Today is only the 15th day since he obtained the system, and his worth has already exceeded 20 billion. The long-term challenge given to him by the system lasts for 100 days. With 85 days left, isn't it a foregone conclusion that his worth will surpass that of the Su family of Jinling and bankrupt the entire family? As long as he completes his long-term mission, he will also receive a terrifying reward of 100 billion, which is definitely a double blessing. Chen Fan was full of surprises, while the Chen family was dejected and their faces were pale. Especially Chen's grandfather, who was still thinking about how to teach Chen Fan a lesson for being a little brat. Chen Yuzhen suddenly rushed in, panicking and saying to Chen's grandfather, "Father, someone from the Su family in Jinling is here." "What, someone from the Su family is here?" Chen's grandfather suddenly panicked with a guilty conscience. During this time, he has been busy with the Wanheng Software Group and has not dealt with Chen Fan much. Up to now, not only has he not fulfilled his promise to Miss Su, but he is also seeing Chen Fan getting more and more powerful. Now that someone from the Su family has come, he is afraid that they are not here to question him. "Please, please." Grandpa Chen immediately got up. Half a minute later, a man in his 30s walked in. "Let me introduce myself, I am Su Chengxian, a direct descendant of the Jinling Su family." After entering, the man introduced himself. "Hello, Lord Su, please take your seat." Chen's father-in-law politely invited Su Chengxian to the seat he had just occupied. "I won't sit down. I happened to pass through Jiangzhou. Junyao asked me to come and see how the Chen family had handled Chen Fan's matter." Su Chengxian spoke coldly. If it wasn't for Su Junyao insisting that he drop by and take a look, he wouldn't have come to a small place like Jiangzhou. Coming to a place like this, he felt like he was lowering his status. That? Grandpa Chen was at a loss for words for a moment. "What, a junior who has already severed ties with your Chen family, and it's been more than 10 days, and you still haven't taken care of it?" Seeing this, Su Chengxian angrily questioned. "You call yourselves a noble family? Pa, a family like yours, a worthless family like you, can't even solve the problem of a young person who has severed ties with you and is helpless, and you still have the nerve to call yourselves a noble family?" Su Chengxian angrily scolded. Facing the direct descendant of the prestigious Jinling Su family, although Chen's grandfather was furious, he could only bear it, and even smiled apologetically. Who let him cling to the Jinling Su family's leg in order to impact the position of being the #1 noble family in Jiangzhou? This is the tragedy of a small family. "Lord Su, don't worry, there was a minor problem before, that's why it's like this. I promise, it won't be long before we can take care of Chen Fan and make him happy and willing to marry Miss Su." Chen's grandfather hurriedly promised. "Humph, you'd better hurry up. Juanyao's stomach is starting to show now. If it drags on any longer, Juanyao's pregnant stomach will be completely exposed. At that time, it won't be a small matter for your Chen family to lose face, it will be a big matter for our Su family to lose face." Su Chengxian spoke. "I'll give you the last half month. If you still can't fix it, just get out of my way and let me do it. In fact, if it really doesn't work, it's fine to find someone else to marry, but I don't know how Chen Fan has angered Junyao. Junyao insists that Chen Fan marry her willingly and with a smile, and no one else will do. Half a month, okay, within half a month, I will definitely solve this matter and let Chen Fan happily marry Miss Su." Grandpa Chen said confidently. If the Su family were to intervene themselves at that time, then the Chen family would truly be useless, and they could never count on the Su family to help them become the #1 family in Jiangzhou. I hope that the next time I come to Jiangzhou, I will be attending Chen Fan and Junyao's engagement ceremony or wedding. After giving Chen Leoi a final look, Su Chengxian strode away. Having been warned by the Su family, Chen's grandfather could no longer sit still, and his mind began to think frantically. Before long, Chen's grandfather came up with a ruthless plan against Chen Fan, which appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, a creepy sneer appeared on Chen's grandfather's face. Chen Fan's good days are over. Chapter 68. If you're really a couple, just kiss? Xia Ruoshui took the initiative to kiss Chen Fan. After making a plan, Chen's grandfather called in his fourth son, Chen Jinping, to discuss the details. Before, he thought that dealing with Chen Fan would be very simple, just having a few juniors take action. But now it seems that to deal with that little brat Chen Fan, he still has to let his own son do it. His own useless grandchildren are no match for Chen Fan at all. Of course, this does not include his most valued grandson, Chen Faming, the unicorn child of the Chen family. Now, the old master Chen plans to let his fourth son, Chen Jinping, personally implement the plan. On the other hand, because there were a lot of classes this afternoon, Chen Fan didn't have time to pick up Xia Ruoshui, so the two agreed to meet directly at the specific location of tonight's social event, the banquet hall of the Wankai International Hotel. At 7 p.m., Chen Fan was the first to arrive at the banquet hall of the Wankai International Hotel. At this moment, there were already dozens of guests in the ballroom. These people were all powerful and influential people from Jiangzhou, and all of them had extraordinary status. A few minutes later, Xia Ruoshui also arrived. As soon as Xia Ruoshui appeared, her stunning beauty immediately attracted the attention of many guests. Chen Fan was just about to go up and greet Xia Ruoshui when suddenly, a tall and thin young man came running up to Xia Ruoshui. "Ruoshui, hello, long time no see." The tall and thin young man said hello with a smile. "It's not good for me to see you. Also, please don't call me Ruoshui, we're not familiar." Xia Ruoshui replied coldly to the tall and thin young man. The tall and thin young man was Jiang Qiuhao, the prince of the Jiangzhouingrong group, and one of the famous playboys in Jiangzhou. Jiang Qiuhao is the same person that Xia Ruoshui spoke of yesterday, the person she detested. "Seeing you, I'm fine anyway. After this banquet ends today, Ruoshui, no, President Xia, how about we have dinner together?" In order not to cause Xia Ruoshui to feel too much resentment, Jiang Qiuhao reluctantly changed his address to President Xia. "No." Xia Ruoshui refused without hesitation. "What's so bad about it? You're single, I'm single too, what's wrong with two single people having dinner together?" Jiang Qiuhao said, doggedly. "I'm sorry, you're wrong, I'm not single, I already have a boyfriend." Xia Ruoshui corrected. As soon as Xia Ruoshui said this, the surrounding guests looked over in surprise. "What? What did President Xia just say? She's not single, she already has a boyfriend? When did this happen? The first beautiful woman president in Jiangzhou actually has a boyfriend? What a catch for that guy." The male guests around Xia Ruoshui were envious and jealous of her mysterious boyfriend. As for Jiang Qiuhao, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. Xia Ruoshui has a boyfriend? How could this be? "No, President Xia, you didn't say that just to reject my invitation, did you? I don't believe you have a boyfriend. If you do, let your boyfriend come out and let us have a look." Jiang Qiuhao yelled. "Yes. President Xia, let your boyfriend come out." Many people at the scene agreed. Some, like Jiang Qiuhao, didn't believe Xia Ruoshui's words, while others were genuinely curious about what the man who could win Xia Ruoshui's heart looked like. "I am Ruoshui's boyfriend." Just at this critical moment, a plain voice came from nowhere. The next second, in the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan slowly walked out and came to Xia Ruoshui's side. Yesterday, he heard Ruoshui say that there would be a disgusting person at tonight's social gathering. Now, it seems that this disgusting person must be this Jiang Qiuhao. He speaks his mind, and this guy is really disgusting. Chen Fan had already promised Xia Ruoshui that he would help today, so he definitely couldn't just stand there and watch. Just now, when Ruoshui said that he had a boyfriend, he naturally meant himself. When she saw Chen Fan coming over, Xia Ruoshui naturally put her arm around his. Seeing this, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Fan. "Damn, it's this kid who's got President Xia. I'm jealous. Did this kid save the world in a previous life? He actually got President Xia." Everyone was extremely envious of Chen Fan. As for Jiang Qiuhao, he was even more livid, his face turning a deep red. You say that Xia Ruoshui is your boyfriend, but who knows if you're not an imposter? Since you two are a real couple, how about a kiss?" Jiang Qiuhao said provocatively. He didn't believe that the unremarkable guy in front of him could really be Xia Ruoshui's boyfriend. Given Xia Ruoshui's personality, if they weren't a real couple, it was absolutely impossible for them to act so intimately. A kiss? Hearing this, Chen Fan was a little stunned. This wasn't quite appropriate. Just as Chen Fan's mind was racing with ideas on how to respond, Xia Ruoshui suddenly gave Chen Fan a soft kiss on the cheek. In an instant, Xia Ruoshui's pretty face flushed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, not to mention the other people at the scene, even Chen Fan was stunned. At this point, no one at the scene doubted the authenticity of Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui's relationship anymore. The fact that even the cold-natured President Xia could make such a bold move left no doubt that the two were definitely a couple. What is the background of this kid? He really has won over President Xia, and it seems that he has charmed President Xia to no end. Many male guests at the scene looked at Chen Fan with admiration. He is truly a role model for us. As for Zhang Qiuhao, his face turned extremely ugly, and he was burning with rage. He had been pursuing Xia Ruoshui for so long, and Xia Ruoshui had never even given him a kind look. But now this kid had actually won Xia Ruoshui over. Damn it! For a moment, Zhang Qiuhao resented Chen Fan extremely. Zhang Qiuhao gave Chen Fan a fierce look, grabbed his wine glass, and went to pour himself a drink. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui went to the side. Chen Fan, about what just happened? Xia Ruoshui said with a little shyness, with her head down. It's kind of thanks for coming to help me. Chen Fan was about to say something when the voice of the system suddenly came. Ding! Accepted Xia Ruoshui's invitation and went to socialize, mission completed. Congratulations on obtaining 4% ownership of Joshio Security Group. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. The mission is complete. Chapter 69, Threat. After Chen Fan was told to get out of Zhangzhou, he learned of Chen Fan's terrifying identity. And that he had obtained 4% ownership of the Joshio Security Group. At this point, Chen Fan had obtained 15% ownership of the Joshio Security Group. According to the president of the Joshio Security Group, there should be no problem getting a few top retired Special Forces soldiers from the Joshio Security Group. Meanwhile, with 53 points in his account, Chen Fan was one step closer to upgrading to the second-level system. It was getting late, so Chen Fan planned to contact the boss of the Joshio Security Group tomorrow. President Xia, congratulations! A woman dressed like a noblewoman walked over and greeted Xia Ruoshui. Afterwards, she also nodded to Chen Fan. It's Mrs. Liu, thank you. Xia Ruoshui responded politely. It's been a long time, there are a few friends over there too, shall we go over and chat? The noblewoman pointed to a small circle of 4 or 5 noble women and rich women not far away and invited them. Okay. Xia Ruoshui nodded. I'll go say hi. Xia Ruoshui whispered to Chen Fan and followed the noblewoman over. Only at this moment did Xia Ruoshui let out a long sigh of relief. Her heart had been beating so fast just now, and she didn't really know how to face Chen Fan. Mrs. Liu's arrival had given her a chance to catch her breath. At first, when she invited Chen Fan to come, she didn't expect things to end up like that. After being questioned by Zhang Qiuhao and thinking about what her cousin Xiao Wenyu said yesterday, Xia Ruoshui boldly kissed Chen Fan. Thinking about her actions just now, Xia Ruoshui's heartbeat quickened. Although she was shy, Xia Ruoshui did not regret kissing Chen Fan. She remembered what her cousin had said, this was the first time she had felt this way, and Xia Ruoshui wanted to seize the moment. On the other side, Chen Fan poured himself a glass of wine when Zhang Qiuhao suddenly walked over. Kid, I'm warning you, break up with Xia Ruoshui immediately and get the hell out of Zhangzhou, or else I'll make you eat the consequences. Zhang Qiuhao whispered menacingly as he came up to Chen Fan. Break up with Ruoshu and get out of Zhangzhou? Ha, you think you can threaten me? Chen Fan was amused by the words of this clown. Who does he think he is? He and the top family, the Su family of Jiling, are unwilling to die, and he is not afraid of them, so how could he be afraid of this kid's threats? Good, very good. Zhang Qiuhao stared at Chen Fan menacingly. You just wait, you'll regret what you just said. After saying that, Zhang Qiuhao took out his phone and walked to the corner, seemingly arranging something. Chen Fan didn't take this clown seriously, but was thinking about how to deal with the Chen family later. President Chen? A few minutes later, a surprised voice came. Chen Fan turned his head and saw Yang Shengping, the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. It's President Yang. I didn't expect to run into President Chen here, what a coincidence. Seeing Chen Fan, the boss of the mighty Wanhong Software Group, fraternizing with Chen Fan, Yang Shengping was even more impressed. Mr. Chen, come, I'll introduce you to some good friends. Seeing that Chen Fan was fine, Yang Shengping took the initiative to pull Chen Fan out of the banquet hall and into a small lounge next to the banquet hall. There were 3 people in this small lounge, all of them wealthy and well-known people in Zhangzhou. They were also here for this social occasion, but they were of a higher status and didn't care to mingle with the others in the ballroom, so they came here instead. Let me introduce you. This is our CEO of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen. The project we have with Wanhong Software Group was made possible by CEO Chen. CEO Chen and the owner of Wanhong Software Group are good friends. As soon as they entered, Yang Shengping solemnly explained about Chen Fan. Hearing this, the few people in the lounge instantly became agitated. The Chen Zong in front of them was actually a good friend of the boss of Wanhong Software Group. To be able to become good friends with such a big shot as the boss of Wanhong Software Group, the Chen Zong in front of them was also presumably a big shot. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is a talented person, and at first glance, he is the type of young talent. These wealthy Jiangzhou tycoons, who were once so high and mighty, were now fawning over Chen Fan. Chen Zong, let me introduce you. This is Li Zong, the chairman of Tongfu Company. This is Jiang Maochang, the boss of Yingrong Group. Yang Shengping introduced Chen Fan to each one. Chen Zong is young and accomplished. I admire you. Of the three, it was Jiang Maochang, the boss of Yingrong Group, who was most fawning towards Chen Fan, and it even had a hint of kneeling and licking. Recently, their company has been having a hard time, and it was not easy to get the chance to make friends with such a big shot, so naturally Jiang Maochang treasured it. After a few words, Jiang Maochang used the excuse of going to the bathroom to go find his son Jiang Qiuhao. Where did that kid run off to? On the other side, Jiang Qiuhao looked around the scene but couldn't find Chen Fan. He had just contacted his underlings and planned to teach Chen Fan a lesson outside the Wankai International Hotel after the banquet. He had just wanted to tell Chen Fan not to leave after the banquet, but was surprised to find that Chen Fan had disappeared. Humph, this coward, he must have been scared shitless by me and fled. Jiang Qiuhao speculated triumphantly. At that moment, Jiang Maochang came over and said to his son seriously, I just met a big shot, come, let's go and get to know him. Big shot? Yes, that big shot is just like you, a young man, and you should have a lot to talk about. Jiang Maochang nodded. By the way, when you meet that big shot later, behave well and be polite, and try to make a good impression on that big shot. No problem, father, you can trust me. Jiang Qiuhao gave a solemn promise. I can't say anything else, but I'm good at pleasing people and kissing up to important people. Jiang Qiuhao was also very excited to have the opportunity to meet an important person. Humph, as long as you don't get me into trouble. Jiang Maochang said with a sneer, full of complaints about his son. How could that be, father? I'm the most filial son, how could I easily get you into trouble? Jiang Qiuhao replied with conviction. Let's go. Jiang Maochang said, and led his son to the adjacent lounge. Jiang Maochang came in, then immediately respectfully came before Chen Fan. President Chen, my son happens to be here too, so I brought him to meet you. Stupid boy, what are you still doing here? Go say hello to President Chen. Jiang Maochang said, and gave his son a slap. Hearing his father say this, Jiang Qiuhao, who had not dared to raise his head after entering, only spoke while raising his head. Hello, I am. When Jiang Qiuhao looked up and saw the face of this big shot clearly, he suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his expression instantly froze. Chapter 70, Jiushao Security Group. The matter was settled, but there was unexpected bad news. It's you? Jiang Qiuhao said with a trembling voice, and the whole person felt a bit unsteady. Father, is this kid the big shot you were talking about? Jiang Qiuhao asked his father with an ugly expression of having eaten shit. Yes, did you know President Chen before? Jiang Maochang asked excitedly, thinking that his son and President Chen were old acquaintances. We just met not long ago. Not long ago, he even told me to get out of Jiangzhou. Chen Fan said casually. Hearing this, Jiang Maochang was also stunned. The other people at the scene looked at the father and son with a mixture of tears and laughter. Goodness, old Jiang really raised a good son, daring to tell President Chen to get out of Jiangzhou. How much courage did old Jiang's son have? As for Jiang Maochang, he felt a little dizzy and a nameless anger welled up in his heart. This unfilial son, who had just sworn to him that he was so filial and would not get himself into trouble easily, had really not gotten himself into trouble easily. But as soon as he did, it was a big deal. You really said that to President Chen? Jiang Maochang asked his son with clenched teeth. Father, I. Jiang Qiuhao didn't know how to answer. Seeing his son stammering, Jiang Maochang suddenly understood. Pop. In a rage, Jiang Maochang directly gave his son a big slap. Jiang Maochang slapped extremely hard, and instantly swollen Jiang Qiuhao's face. Rotten brat, how dare you say that to President Chen, who do you think you are? An angry Jiang Maochang stepped forward and kicked his son several times. Out of anger, Jiang Maochang took off his leather shoes and used them to beat the bastard son. "Ah, stop beating me, father, stop!" Jiang Qiuhao screamed repeatedly. His father's leather shoes were made of real crocodile skin, and each blow was not at all ordinary. He kept beating for a long time, until Jiang Qiuhao was bruised and swollen, and Jiang Maochang stopped. "President Chen, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly." Jiang Maochang bowed to Chen Fan to express his apologies. "I'll take this bastard home right now and use the family law," Jiang Maochang said. "Don't use the family law, father." Hearing the words family law, Jiang Qiuhao panicked instantly and begged for mercy. After that, Jiang Maochang planned to take his son away, and Chen Fan spoke. "Don't let me see him in Jiangzhou again, do you understand?" Chen Fan didn't want to see this clown, and even less did he want Ruoshui to see this disgusting guy. "I understand, Mr. Chen. As soon as I get back, I will immediately send this bastard away from Jiangzhou, and he will never come back again." Jiang Maochang gave his word again and again. Afterwards, Jiang Maochang forcibly took his son away. Chen Fan and Yang Shengping had a chat with a few people before returning to the banquet hall. "Where have you been?" Xiao Ruoshui walked over and asked curiously. "Ruoshui, you will never see that disgusting Jiang Qiuhao in Jiangzhou again," Chen Fan said. Xiao Ruoshui's heart warmed as she saw the light in his eyes. "He cares about me so much." When she looked at Chen Fan again, her eyes were a little softer. "Thank you." Xiao Ruoshui smiled at Chen Fan, bewitching. After waiting for a while, it was almost time, so Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui left together. When they came down from the elevator of the Wankai International Hotel chatting and laughing, not far away, a middle-aged woman was taken aback. So she immediately took out her phone and secretly took a picture of Xiao Ruoshui and Chen Fan. Before, Xiao Ruoshui had not booked dozens of rooms at the Wankai International Hotel, specifically to entertain the representatives from other local companies sent by the Xiao family. This middle-aged woman was one of them, and she was also a member of the Xiao family. Xiao Ruoshui was the leader of the younger generation of the entire Xiao family, the focus of many people's attention. At the same time, Xiao Ruoshui's future marriage was of concern to many people in the Xiao family. Just now, she had actually seen Xiao Ruoshui leaving with a boy, laughing and chatting. As someone who had been there before, she noticed Xiao Ruoshui's expression, and she could tell at a glance that the two had an unusual relationship. So she took a picture on purpose, and this picture will come in very handy. Unexpectedly, there was a bonus to this trip to Jiangzhou. The middle-aged woman looked at the photo and revealed a strange smile full of meaning. She planned to use this photo to stir up some trouble. Competition within the Xia family was fierce. Time flew. The next morning, Zhang Chenzhou, the president of Zhouxiao Security Group, gathered the old opponents in the office again. Just a few people transferred from the special task force, it's nothing. If one or two people are missing, it won't affect the operations of their team. Zhang Chenzhou spoke, taking Chen Fan's side. "No. There's no discussion about this. This is not in line with company regulations." The old guys shook their heads. Zhang Chenzhou was so angry that he was speechless, and the matter came to a standstill again. Just then, Chen Fan called. "President Chen, we were just talking about this matter, but unfortunately, these senior executives still disagree." Zhang Chenzhou said helplessly. "Disagree?" "President Zhang, put on the speakerphone, I'll have a word with them," Chen Fan said. Zhang Chenzhou put on the speakerphone. "President Chen, there's nothing we can do, it's company policy." "Company policy, we can't break it." Without waiting for Chen Fan to speak, these old guys had already made up their minds. "Then why didn't you object 6 or 7 months ago when President Wang temporarily transferred 6 or 7 people from the special task force?" Zhang Shenzhou couldn't help but ask, which he had learned by investigating the accident. "Who is President Wang?" "He alone owns 12% of our Zhouxiao Security Group." "Exactly, President Wang's situation is special. President Chen only owns 5% of the group and does not have the same level of authority as President Wang." A few old double-dealing guys answered without blushing. "Let me correct you. Currently, I already have 15% ownership of the Zhouxiao Security Group." Just then, a faint voice came from the phone. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the old guy suddenly felt awkward. This. Wasn't it still 5% yesterday? How come today, suddenly, President Chen has 15% ownership of the group? 5% and 15%, these are two completely different levels.
Everyone, do you have any other opinions? Chen Fan asked.
In other words, at present, his ownership of the Joshio Security Group is not yet substantial. If he had more than 50%, or even 100%, he wouldn't need to care about these people's opinions at all, and could simply transfer all 3 special teams away to investigate the cause of his parents' disappearance.
None. I support President Chen. I agree with Mr. Ye's opinion as well.
At this moment, the attitude of the old guys changed 180 degrees, and they all expressed their agreement.
Looking at this wallflower, Zhang Xinzhou snorted, knowing this was going to happen. Why did he do it in the first place?
Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'll select a few people right now and immediately send them to Jiangzhou, and you'll be able to meet those people before noon tomorrow.
Zhang Xinzhou promised. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhang. With that, Chen Fan hung up the phone.
It was Saturday, still early, and the reward for the day had not yet arrived.
Chen Fan was looking forward to it, wondering what good things it would bring.
Chen Fan was planning to go to the study to research the structure of the Chen family's industry when suddenly, some bad news came.
President Chen, I heard some rumors that Yum Group is going to go all out against Fei Tang Group in the next few days and is currently preparing.
Chen Fan received news from a senior executive at Fei Tang Group.
Going all out against Fei Tang Group? Chen Fan frowned and replied. Are you sure? I should be 60 to 70% sure. I heard it from someone else.
The Fei Tang Group executive replied.
Okay, I understand. Chen Fan nodded and wrote this down. For some reason, Chen Fan always felt that something was not quite right.
Yum Group was considered a big company, and it was within Chen Fan's expectations for them to make a move against him. But this kind of thing had not yet officially begun, and it was definitely top secret within the company.
How could it suddenly be known by an ordinary high-level executive of Fei Tang Group?
This secrecy measure was a bit too poor. Chen Fan still felt that something was not quite right, and he always felt that Yum Group was up to something.
Thinking about this, Chen Fan dialed the phone number of Jiangzhou big shot Wei Jingxiong. Wei Jingxiong had many ears and eyes in Jiangzhou and was well informed of many things. For example, the last time Chen family plotted the project of Wanhun Software Group, it was Wei Jingxiong who told him about it.
After the call was connected, Chen Fan asked Wei Jingxiong to investigate for him. It's a small matter, Mr. Chen, leave it to me. I'll go and ask around right now, and as soon as I have any news, I'll let you know immediately. Wei Jingxiong agreed without hesitation. Last time, Mr. Chen helped contact the Joshio Security Group and solved his big problem, and Wei Jingxiong was very grateful to Chen Fan.
Asking about the Yum Group was a trivial matter.
Wei Jingxiong remembered that a friend of a good friend of his was a vice president of the Yum Group, and it was just the kind of relationship that could be used to find out more. In the Yum Group, the boss, Kong Baisheng, and his son, Kong Haikong, were discussing something.
What, has the news spread? Kong Bison asked.
Father, don't worry, I've already quietly leaked the news to several people that we will be doing our best to take action against Chen Fan's Fading Group in a few days.
Kong Haikong nodded.
I think by now, Chen Fan already knows and has even begun to nervously arrange countermeasures at Fading Group. Upon receiving a positive reply, Kong Bison's face broke into a smug smile.
Well done.
To deal with the Fei Tang Group, it was just a way for Kong Bison to deliberately confuse Chen Fan. This time, Kong Bison planned to attack the enemy by feinting at the east. Externally, it was said that the Fei Tang Group was going to deal with Chen Fan, but in fact, Kong Bison's real target this time was the Yongtai Real Estate Group, where Chen Fan was located.
The Fei Tang Group was too small, so what was the point of dealing with it?
Since he wanted to fix Chen Fan, he definitely had to take the big Yongtai Real Estate Group down. Now that he has deliberately leaked the news, Chen Fan will definitely focus all his energy and attention on the Fei Tang Group. When the time comes, he will suddenly strike at the Yongtai Real Estate Group, catching Chen Fan off guard.
Without any preparation, Chen Fan will definitely lose.
Father, your diversionary tactic was really beautiful, and it definitely confused Chen Fan.
Kong Haikong couldn't help but praise. In the next few days, let's hurry up with the preparations.
Once everything is ready, we'll suddenly strike Yongtai Real Estate Group.
Even if we can't bankrupt Yongtai Real Estate Group, we can at least make it bleed. Kong Baisheng ordered. Yongtai Real Estate Group has a market value of 30 billion yuan and its strength cannot be underestimated. Even Kong Baisheng needs to prepare thoroughly if he wants to deal with it. By the way, how well is the news of our real target, Yongtai Real Estate Group, kept secret? Kong Baisheng asked cautiously.
If you want to catch Chen Fan off guard, the confidentiality of the information is very important. Don't worry, father, apart from us, only a few vice presidents of the company know, they are all our people.
Kong Haikong assured with confidence. That's good, that's good. Kong Baishang nodded.
Chen Fan, you will now toil away doing useless work, and in a few days, it will be time for you to cry without tears.
Kong Baishang's face grew even more sinister.
In the villa, after contacting Wei Jingxiong, Chen Fan was at home checking his messages. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chen Fan opened the door to the villa and saw Xia Mengmeng standing there.
Chen Shui, I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you have time these 2 days at the weekend? Xia Mengmeng suddenly asked. These 2 days at the weekend, what's wrong? Chen Fan asked. My sister hasn't had a weekend off for a long time. If you have time this weekend, how about we go out and have some fun together and relax? Xia Mengmeng explained.
In fact, her real intention was to act as a matchmaker and continue to set up Chen and her sister. Now she was trying to create more time for her sister and Chen to spend together, and of course, to let her sister relax was also one of her goals. As soon as Xia Mengmeng finished speaking, the voice of the system suddenly came through.
Ding!
Special mission issued, promise Xia Mengmeng to go out and have fun together and spend a happy weekend. Mission time, 48 hours. Mission reward, 12% ownership of the Joshio Security Group, becoming the #1 boss of the Joshio Security Group and the new president of the Joshio Security Group.
Mission reward, 67 experience points.
Chen Fan's eyes lit up at the sight of this special mission. Damn, it's a special mission after all, and the system immediately rewarded him with 12% ownership of the Joshio Security Group. Currently, he has 15% ownership of the Joshio Security Group, ranking him 4th in the entire group. But now, with this time the system rewarding 12% ownership, plus the 15% in Chen Fan's hands, Chen Fan will be able to become the #1 big shot in the Joshio Security Group in one leap, and will also be able to directly become the new president of the Joshio Security Group. This reward is too generous. If he can become the new president of the Joshio Security Group, plus the #1 boss, his power within the Joshio Security Group will increase a lot, and it will be much more convenient for him in the future.
Moreover, this special mission is not difficult at all.
It's just a bit of fun, which is really easy, except that it takes a bit longer. Compared to the 12% ownership of the Joshio Security Group and becoming the new president of the Joshio Security Group, it's not a loss even if it takes longer than just 48 hours.
The system is really user-friendly.
After hearing my prayers earlier, it has made me the biggest boss of the Joshio Security Group in just a day or two.
The system is awesome. Chen Fan was quite happy. I have time. Chen Fan promised Xia Mengmeng. That's great, and also, Senior Chen, I also want to ask you for a favor.
Seeing that Chen Fan had agreed, Xia Mengmeng was very excited. However, in the midst of her excitement, Xia Mengmeng suddenly said mysteriously. Chapter 72 becoming the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and Xia Mengmeng's bet.
Oh? What is it? Chen Fan asked in surprise.
That is, you, Chen Shui, need to help think of a way to trick your sister out. Xia Mengmeng stuck out her tongue and said helplessly. After the last time she tricked her sister out, this time she wanted to trick her sister out of the Xia group, and she probably couldn't do it herself. Therefore, if she wanted her sister to come out and relax together at the weekend, she could only rely on Chen Shuilong.
Lure her out?
Why lure her out?
Can't you just say it straight? If Shui is working too hard, it's normal to ask her to come out and relax at the weekend, isn't it? Chen Fan asked in return.
Since he met Ruoshui, he had almost never seen Ruoshui rest. That is, the last time Xia Mengmeng lured Ruoshui out, Ruoshui rested for half a day.
There is nothing wrong with working hard, but if it is all work, isn't it too tiring?
It is time for Ruoshui to take a break and relax. This is also for Ruoshui's own good, so why can't you just say it?
Huh? You can't say it like that, absolutely not. If you say it like that, my sister will definitely not come out.
Xia Mengmeng said with conviction. Before she met Chen Shui, she had also persuaded her sister like this many times, but her sister just wouldn't listen.
If you say it like that, there is no way you can get her to come out. Not necessarily. Chen Fan said.
To put it bluntly, my sister will definitely not come out.
If you don't believe me, Chen Shu, how about we make a bet? Xia Mengmeng answered confidently. A bet? Yes, a bet. Xia Mengmeng nodded. Chen Shu, if you tell my sister directly that she will not come out, you will lose.
You have to promise me one thing, of course, something within your power.
Xia Mengmeng said.
Xia Mengmeng had always been impressed by Chen Fan's cooking skills, and especially with this bet, Xia Mengmeng was very confident in herself. If she said it outright, her sister would never come out, and she would definitely win this bet. By then, she would make Chen Fan cook for her every day for 7 days.
And if I win? Chen Fan asked in return.
Then I promise you one thing too, of course, within my capabilities. Xia Mengmeng answered casually, as she felt that Chen Fan was unlikely to win anyway.
A deal. Chen Fan nodded. After that, Chen Fan took out his mobile phone and dialed Xia Ruoshui's number.
Soon, Xia Ruoshui's gentle voice came from the other end.
What's up? Ruoshui, it's not the weekend anymore.
You've been busy and tired lately, but I have time this weekend.
How about we go on a vacation together and relax for a bit? Chen Fan said. Oh yeah, we can even invite Xia Shuimei alone.
Finally, Chen Fan mentioned Xia Mengmeng, worried that Ruoshui might feel awkward if it was just the two of them and refuse.
With a younger sister there, Ruoshui shouldn't feel awkward, right?
Next to him, after listening to Chen Fan's words, Xia Mengmeng shook her head helplessly.
Chen, you're doomed if you say that. If you don't listen to the old man. No. If you don't listen to Mengmeng, you'll suffer in the future. Ha!
Hearing Chen Fan's invitation, Xia Ruoshui froze. After looking at the stack of documents on the desk and recalling her cousin's words, Xia Ruoshui hesitated for only a few seconds before making a decision.
Yes.
She had given so much to the company over the years, being at the office every day and dedicating almost her entire life to the company and her family. This time, she was going to live for herself too. Indeed, after working continuously for several months, she couldn't remember how many weekends she hadn't had a break, and it was about time she relaxed. I'll just deal with some work briefly and then head back. I'll see you in a bit.
Xia Ruoshui replied. Okay, see you in a bit. After agreeing, Chen Fan hung up the phone.
It's done, Ruoshui agreed.
Chen Fan looked at Xia Mengmeng. Ha!
Xia Mengmeng stood up abruptly, looking at Chen Fan in shock, dumbfounded.
What did you say, Senior Chen? Did you say that my sister agreed?
Xia Mengmeng was afraid that she had heard it wrong, so she asked again.
Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Ah, this.
Xia Mengmeng felt a bit disheveled.
What's going on?
She had persuaded her sister so many times before, and each time she had persuaded her sister for a long time, but in the end her sister just wouldn't agree. But when it came to Chen Shui, she just simply said a few words to her sister, and her sister agreed?
Are people really that different from each other? Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but give Chen Fan a thumbs up. Awesome, Chen Shui, I'm convinced.
Xia Mengmeng was willing to accept the consequences of her bet.
What do you want me to do for you? What is it? I haven't really thought about it. I'll let you know when I have.
Chen Fan spoke so suddenly, and he didn't know what he wanted Xia Mengmeng to do either.
That's fine. Xia Mengmeng nodded. After that, she went back to wait for her sister. Half an hour later, Xia Ruoshui returned.
Chen Fan went to Xia Ruoshui's villa to meet the two sisters.
Now, another difficult problem was in front of Chen Fan and the others: where to go.
Oh yes, sister, I heard that a large amusement park has recently been built in Jiangzhou. It's quite popular recently, and many of my classmates have been there.
It seems to be a lot of fun.
Sister, let's go and have some fun.
Xia Mengmeng suggested. Go to an amusement park?
Xia Ruoshui was a little distracted. She didn't know how long it had been since she had been to an amusement park. Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Fan and saw that he didn't have any objections, so she agreed.
With a destination in mind, Chen Fan drove his custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom and took the two Xia sisters straight to the large amusement park.
After about an hour, Chen Fan and the others arrived at their destination. At first glance at the amusement park, Chen Fan felt a little emotional.
It really was big enough.
Especially when he looked at the sea of tourists here, Chen Fan was a little envious of the owner for a while.
This place was simply a large money printing machine. Chen Fan bought the tickets and the three entered the amusement park.
While they were deciding what to play first, in the distance, an extremely exciting attraction instantly caught Xia Mengmeng's attention. Sister, Chen Shui, let's go play on that really high jump machine. Xia Mengmeng suggested, pointing in the distance. Following Xia Mengmeng's pointing, Chen Fan looked over and saw that this jump machine was quite high.
Senior Chen, I dare to play it, you won't be afraid, will you?
Xia Mengmeng looked at Chen Fan provocatively. Just then, the voice of the system came.
Ding! Task issued, experience the jump machine.
Task reward, 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group.
Task reward, 47 experience points. Chapter 73, Severing Ties on the 16th day, the reward is a forced takeover card. Another mission?
Chen Fan felt a little surprised at this mission. But when he read the content of the mission carefully, he felt that it was reasonable. Usually, there are missions for things that are not difficult, and it is normal to have a mission for something difficult, such as riding the bungee jump machine. And this mission even rewards 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group. The market value of Yongtai Real Estate Group is about 30 billion yuan. 4% of the shares is 1.2 billion yuan, and he will become the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Just by riding the drop tower once and experiencing it, he can get 1.2 billion yuan at once. This reward is not bad at all. If there were no restrictions on this task, Chen Fan could bankrupt the system within a few days by milking it. Of course I dare to ride the drop tower, do you dare? Chen Fan looked at Xia Mengmeng. Me? Of course I dare. Xia Mengmeng patted her small breasts and answered with great arrogance. A small project like the jump machine is nothing for me. It's just like sitting normally. After I'm done, I won't blush or feel my heart racing. It's just that you're afraid, aren't you, Chen? Really? Then let's go try it. Chen Fan expressed doubt at Xia Mengmeng's words. Ruoshui, what about you? Chen Fan looked at Xia Ruoshui. I should be able to too. Xia Ruoshui nodded. In that case, the three of them headed straight for the faraway drop tower. A few minutes later, they arrived at their destination. From afar, they had just felt that the drop tower was a bit high, but after arriving at the bottom of the drop tower, they discovered that, actually, it was even higher. From a distance, it seemed that the jump machine was only 40 to 50 meters high, but when you get up close, it's not even 40 to 50 meters high, it's pretty good at 60 meters or less. Chen Fan and the others went over to the side and read the description of the jump machine. This jump machine is about 78 meters high, and it is currently the jump machine with the largest drop in Zhonghai province, without a doubt. Xia Mengmeng raised her head and looked at the incredibly high jump machine, unable to help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Guliulu, Guliulu. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were just a little moved, but not afraid. Chen Fan looked at Xia Mengmeng. Do you still dare to ride it now? Yes, of course I do. I'm fearless and naturally gutsy. Xia Mengmeng hesitated for a moment, but still stuck to her guns and asked provocatively. Senior Chen, are you scared? Me? Chen Fan did not answer, but went straight to the queue, showing his action. This jump machine is a bit too high, and there are not many tourists here. It is estimated that once the tourists on this round of the jump machine come down, it will be Chen Fan's turn. Xia Ruoshui followed closely behind, standing behind Chen Fan. Xia Mengmeng hesitated for a moment and followed. A few minutes later, the tourists on the jump machine came down, and it was Chen Fan's turn. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui got on, and Xia Mengmeng hesitated for a moment before getting on as well. However, as soon as she got on, Xia Mengmeng's legs went weak, her face turned pale, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. I'm not going to ride it, I'm not going to ride it. The next second, Xia Mengmeng, who had just said proudly that she was fearless and could ride the jump machine without blushing or breaking a sweat, and had defiantly provoked Chen Fan, instantly chickened out. Xia Mengmeng ran directly to the side. Senior Chen, you're awesome, I'll pass, I'm not going to ride it anymore. Xia Mengmeng leaned against the railing and refused to ride it no matter how the staff tried to comfort her. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui sat together and there was no change in their expressions. To be honest, Xia Ruoshui was still a little excited. She still liked these exciting activities, but she just didn't have the time and no one to do them with. Soon, the drop tower started up and slowly rose, reaching the highest point and stopping for a moment before rapidly descending. In the moment of falling, Xia Ruoshui suddenly grabbed Chen Fan's hand, not sure if it was because of fear or something else. Not far away, Xia Mengmeng was a little shivering, the drop tower was falling too fast. Her sister and Chen Shuayuan were not ordinary brave. She had said that they were a good match, and look, it was just as she had said.
A few minutes later, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui finished the bungee jump. When the two got off the bungee jump, they just felt a little emotional, but they weren't afraid at all. After the bungee jump experience was over, the system's voice came through. Ding!
Experience the bungee jump, mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. The share purchase contract has been placed in your study, please check it carefully.
Congratulations on gaining 47 experience points.
The task is complete, and Chen Fan has successfully obtained 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group and become the second largest shareholder. In just a few minutes, he has obtained 1.2 billion yuan.
This money is easy to make. System, do you want to challenge the bungee jump machine a few more times?
It's okay, I'm not tired. I can handle these difficult challenges, and I can do them more than a few times, no, dozens of times. Chen Fan said to himself, hoping that the system could hear him. However, this time, the user-friendly system did not fulfill Chen Fan's wish.
The system did not make a sound, as if to say, do you think I care? You're not very good. Chen Fan looked at Xia Mengmeng.
I was just a little uncomfortable just now, but I'm still very good at other things. After leaving the bungee jump machine, Xia Mengmeng regained her previous arrogance and said confidently. The three of them continued to wander around the amusement park, looking for the next interesting activity. Afterwards, Chen Fan accompanied Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng as they rode the Ferris wheel. Time passed slowly, and it was almost noon when the system's voice suddenly came through.
Today's system reward is here. Ding!
On the 16th day of severing ties, you will receive a beginner's compulsory takeover card as a reward.
Chen Fan was very puzzled when he looked at today's reward. A beginner's compulsory takeover card? What kind of reward is this? It sounds a bit powerful.
This was the first time Chen Fan had received this special card from the system. Suddenly, he noticed a note below the system reward, which seemed to explain what the beginner's compulsory takeover card was for.
Chen Fan couldn't wait to open the note.
As a result, after just taking a glance, Chen Fan was instantly shocked by the powerful might of this junior coercive acquisition card.
The third chapter is now available. Kneeling to beg for 5-star reviews and rewards to increase the popularity. Thank you for your support. Chapter 74, The Horror of the Forced Acquisition Card. The number one family in Zhonghai province is not worthy of holding Xia Xia's shoes.
Elementary forced acquisition card, you can arbitrarily acquire 4% of the shares of a company with a market value of about 50 billion, or a total asset of less than 50 billion. Doesn't this mean that the entire Zhonghai province?
No, the entire country, and even the entire world, any industry with a market value or total assets equal to or less than 50 billion, Chen Fan can just pick it?
Chen Fan can get the shares of any company he wants, as long as the company's market value or total assets are equal to or less than 50 billion yuan, and he can do whatever he wants. This is definitely the best, top level, and of course the most valuable reward Chen Fan has received from the system recently. If Chen Fan wants, he can also acquire the 4% stake in Wing Tai Properties Group again and become the largest shareholder of Wing Tai Properties Group. Of course, he can also directly acquire 4% ownership of the Zhouxiao Security Group to further his control over the Zhouxiao Security Group. However, Chen Fan does not want to use the Junior Coercive Acquisition Card to acquire shares or ownership in these two companies for the time being.
It would be a bit of a waste to do so.
The market value of Yongtai Real Estate Group is only 30 billion yuan, and the total assets of Zhouxiao Security Group are less than 50 billion yuan. Since he has finally obtained this Junior Coercive Acquisition Card, why can't he set his sights a little further ahead and directly target those famous companies with a market value of around 50 billion yuan, either nationally or globally? In this way, the value of the Junior Coercive Takeover Card can be maximized.
And one's own gains can also be higher. Well, that's it.
Chen Fan made the decision to not use it for the time being. As for which company's shares to use this Junior Coercive Takeover Card to acquire, he still needs to do some research and carefully investigate which company is suitable.
If this Junior Coercive Takeover Card is used properly, it can definitely help Chen Fan surpass the Chen family and bring down the Su family in Jinling.
The effect of the Junior Coercive Takeover Card is so powerful, so after the Intermediate Coercive Takeover or the Advanced Coercive Takeover Card, how powerful will it be? Will it be possible to directly forcibly acquire the shares of a super large company with a market value of hundreds of billions or even hundreds of trillions of dollars? The more Chen Fan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Right now, he was a level 1 system, so he only had the Junior Coercive Takeover Card. If he could upgrade to level 2 or level 3, then the intermediate coercive takeover card or advanced coercive takeover card would definitely appear. If he could get the intermediate or advanced compulsory acquisition card, that would be so cool. Chen Fan was so excited just thinking about it. For a while, Chen Fan was full of fighting spirit and even more eager to upgrade.
System, give me more missions.
Chen Fan prayed to the system in his heart. At present, he has almost gathered half of the experience points required to upgrade the system to level 2, and is not far from upgrading to level 2.
At noon, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui and the others ate a little at random in the restaurant at the amusement park and took a break.
Taking advantage of this free time, Chen Fan started to search the internet to find out which famous and large companies had a market value of around 50 billion.
Gradually, Chen Fan had a few targets in mind.
Coming out of the restaurant, there happened to be a milk tea shop next to it, so Chen Fan went in to get some milk tea. The sisters Xiao Ruoshui and Xiao Mengmeng waited outside for a while. Xiao Ruoshui was elegant and intellectual, with a cold temperament and stunning beauty, while Xiao Mengmeng was quirky and charming. It was hard for the two Xia sisters to go unnoticed when they stood there.
Ha!
Not far away, 3 or 4 young men also noticed the two Xiao Ruoshui sisters, and in particular, the handsome young man who led the group. His eyes lit up. The next second, the handsome young man directly left his companions behind and, in a most gentlemanly manner, came to the two Xiao Ruoshui sisters.
Hello, young ladies. I see you standing here. I wonder if there is anything I can help you with.
The handsome young man said enthusiastically. Facing the handsome young man's boring conversation, Xiao Ruoshui turned directly and looked away, ignoring him completely. Seeing Xiao Ruoshui like this, the handsome young man looked at Xiao Mengmeng, who responded to him, but the response made the handsome young man extremely embarrassed.
Yes, please go away.
For a moment, the handsome young man didn't know how to respond. At this time, a few of the handsome young man's companions hurried over to help.
Han Xiao, this beauty is our Jiangzhou's #1 beauty, President Xia.
These companions of the handsome young man were obviously natives of Jiangzhou and recognized Xiao Ruoshui's identity. President Xia, this Han Zhenyu, Han Xiao, comes from a big group in our Zhonghai province, and his identity and background are very impressive. A few companions introduced the identity of the handsome young man, Han Zhenyu.
A big group in Zhonghai province, is that impressive?
Xia Mengmeng spoke dismissively. It's just that they're low-key. Even if they're the #1 family in Zhonghai province, they're not worthy of holding the Xia family's shoes. Beauty, you don't know, the big group that Mr. Han's father is in is quite special in our Zhonghai province. The companion bragged about Han Zhenyu's status. Upon hearing this, Han Zhenyu also proudly raised his chin, a look of complacency on his face.
Low-key, low-key.
Han Zhenyu waved his hand, and although he said low-key, the proud look on his face did not diminish at all. President Xia, our young master Han's father is the boss of the Jiushao Security Group, the #1 security group in Zhonghai province, and his status is quite prominent.
His companion continued to brag. No, no.
Not the boss, my father is only the 4th largest boss of the Jiushao Security Group. Han Zhenyu answered with incomparable arrogance. However, before Han Zhenyu's words had finished falling, behind him, a voice of doubt suddenly came.
Since when did you become my son?
The next second, in the astonished gazes of the several people, Chen Fan slowly walked over. Chapter 75. After learning about the Yam Group's plans, Chen Fan completely took over Yongtai Real Estate Group.
I don't have a son like you.
Chen Fan glanced at Han Zhenyu and shook his head. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Han Zhenyu was so angry that he could hardly catch his breath, and several of Han Zhenyu's companions also changed their expressions.
Who are you to dare speak to Han like that? How dare you speak to Han like that? Han Zhenyu's companions angrily rebuked Chen Fan one after the other.
Han Zhenyu looked at Chen Fan, his gaze even more frigid than ever, as if he was about to take action.
How dare this guy take advantage of me and try to be my father?
What do you mean, take advantage of me?
Han Zhenyu was furious. Taking advantage of you?
It's obvious that you're the one taking advantage of me, insisting on treating me as your son.
Chen Fan answered helplessly. He currently owns 15% of the shares in the Jiushao Security Group and is the 4th largest owner of the Jiushao Security Group.
As a result, this kid said that his father is the 4th largest owner of the Jiushao Security Group, which is none other than himself.
This guy insists on being his son. Isn't this taking advantage of himself? Taking advantage of you?
Where have I taken advantage of you?
Han Zhenyu retorted. No, no, are you the 4th largest owner of the Jiushao Security Group?
Han Zhenyu suddenly came to his senses and said with a slightly trembling voice. He had just lied. His father was indeed the boss of the Zhouxiao security group, but he was only ranked 7th, not 4th. He had bragged that his father was the 4th largest boss in order to show off in front of a few new acquaintances. As for why he bragged about being the 4th largest boss, not the 1st or 2nd, the reason was also very simple. The 1st and 2nd largest bosses of the Zhouxiao security group could be found with a little investigation, but the 4th largest boss was not so easy to find, and it was not easy for him to be exposed for bragging. But who could have imagined this situation now? I am Chen Fan, the 4th largest boss of the Zhouxiao security group.
Chen Fan nodded.
You are the 4th largest boss, how is that possible? Just keep bragging.
Han Zhenyu said doubtfully. Bluff? Your surname is Han, so you should be Handa's son, or should I give Handa a call? Chen Fan asked. In an instant, Han Zhenyu was scared.
This guy in front of him actually shouted his father's name directly, and he was definitely someone from within the Zhouxiao security group. Moreover, he had his father's phone number and even dared to call his father. There was no doubt that this guy was the real 4th largest shareholder of the Zhouxiao security group.
Chen Xiao. Chen Gu. Chen Shu. I was wrong.
Han Zhenyu immediately admitted his mistake. To express his apology, he even put Chen Fan on the same generation as his father, and directly called Chen Fan uncle.
Pat. Pat. Pat.
After saying that, Han Zhenyu slapped himself hard, and in no time his face turned red. I deserve to die, I'm worthless. Next to him, seeing this scene, Han Zhenyu's companions were dumbfounded for a moment.
What was going on? Could it be that the guy in front of them was actually the 4th largest boss of the Zhouxiao security group, and Han Zhenyu had lied to them? Otherwise, why was Han Zhenyu so scared? Big brother. Big brother, we were blind and should be damned. Big brother, we were wrong.
Seeing how Han Zhenyu was, several of his companions also slapped themselves.
In an instant, many tourists around them looked over curiously.
Get lost, don't delay us from playing. Chen Fan didn't want to be noticed by so many people, and even less wanted to continue seeing these annoying guys.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Chen Xiao, thank you, Chen Xiao. Han Zhenyu and the others quickly left, crawling out of the amusement park.
With Chen Xiao in our group, we are not afraid of these annoying flies pestering us.
Xia Meng Meng sighed.
Chen Fan divided the milk tea between the two and continued to wander around the amusement park.
Halfway there, Chen Fan received a call from Wei Jingxiong. President Chen, I've found out everything about the Yum Group.
Wei Jingxiong said, his breath reeking of alcohol.
Oh? What's going on? Chen Fan asked. You were right, Mr. Chen. The boss of Yum Brands, Mr. Kong, is indeed a crafty old fox. He said publicly that he was going after the Fading Group, and even deliberately leaked the news to confuse you. Wei Jingxiong explained. He had obtained this information from a friend of a good friend, the vice president of Yum Brands, after much drinking and conversation. Kong's real aim is in fact the Yongtai Real Estate Group, where you work. Sure enough. Chen Fan muttered, his guess was correct. How could the top secret news from the Yum Group be leaked so easily? It was indeed a smoke bomb to deal with the Fading Group. This time, the Yum Group also played a diversionary tactic on him, hee. I understand now. Thanks to you, Boss Wei, and I'll treat you to dinner next time. Chen Fan said politely, it was only right to treat someone to a meal when they helped you find out what you wanted to know. You're too polite, Mr. Chen, next time if there's anything, feel free to contact me. Wei Jingxiong said. Wei Jingxiong knew that Chen Fan was a big shot, and his future prospects were even more limitless. Now that he had the opportunity to curry favor with Mr. Chen, he definitely wouldn't lose out. Yum Group. Chen Fan muttered. Kong Baisheng wanted to deal with Yongtai Real Estate Group, but it was not that easy. Thinking about it, Chen Fan also sent out a few messages, asking the people of Yongtai Real Estate Group to make some preparations. Unfortunately, I am not the largest shareholder or the president of Yongtai Real Estate Group, otherwise it would be more convenient to make arrangements. Chen Fan spoke with a bit of regret. He was currently only the second largest shareholder and vice president, and giving orders within Yongtai Real Estate Group was not as easy as it would be with the president or chairman. After the arrangement, Chen Fan and the other two continued to wander around the amusement park. Soon, their attention was caught by an even more exciting project ahead. Sister, Chen Shui, let's go play on this project. Xia Mengmeng was eager to try it. The project in front of them was none other than the famous vertical roller coaster. The vertical roller coaster in front of them has a maximum drop of more than 50 meters, which is equivalent to the height of a 20-story building. What's more, it has a near 90-degree vertical dive, which is pretty exciting. Meng, are you sure you're okay? Xia Ruoshui couldn't help but ask after what had just happened. Of course I'm fine. It was just an accident. I ride roller coasters all the time, it's a piece of cake. Xia Mengmeng bragged proudly. Let's go, sister, Chen Shui, this time I will definitely be the calmest and most composed one on the roller coaster. You and Chen Shui will definitely not be as good as me. Just then, the voice of the system came. Ding! Mission issued, experience the vertical roller coaster. Mission reward, 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the largest shareholder and chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Mission reward, 51 experience points. Chapter 76, acquire the shares of the world's top luxury brand, the king of watches, Patek Philippe. The system's voice came again. Ha! Chen Fan's eyes lit up. The system is really user-friendly, giving him a mission so soon. Before lunch, he was praying for the system to give him more missions so that he could level up to level 2 faster, and now he was being challenged again. And just now, I even complained that I was not the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and that it would be a bit of a problem dealing with Yum Group. But now, the system has directly made me the chairman and largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. This is really great. What do you say, sister, Chen Shui, do you dare? Xia Mengmeng asked. What's there to be afraid of? Just don't be a coward later. Chen Fan said. That was an accident. This time I definitely won't be scared, I'll definitely be the most calm one. Xia Mengmeng retorted, cross-arm, fuming. The three of them had no problem with it, so they came directly to start playing this vertical roller coaster. This project is even more exciting than the jump machine just now. The three of them quickly got on the roller coaster. Compared to last time, Xia Mengmeng was even more excited this time, and she even dared to brag in front of Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui. Chen Shui, let's see who is the calmest in a while, it will definitely be me. After a while, the vertical roller coaster started and slowly reached the highest point, the almost vertical place. After pausing for a moment, the roller coaster plunged down vertically. Ah! I don't want to play anymore, mommy. Xia Mengmeng was terrified at the moment of the drop, and tears came out of her eyes. After the roller coaster ride, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were just a little emotional, but Xia Mengmeng's legs and body just gave out. She was helped out by Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui and came to the side to rest for a while. At this time, the voice of the system came. Ding! Experience the vertical roller coaster, mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the largest shareholder and chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. The share purchase contract has been placed in the study of your villa, please check it carefully. Congratulations on obtaining 51 experience points. The mission is complete. From now on, Chen Fan will completely take over Yongtai Real Estate Group and become the chairman and largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. With this status, Chen Fan is more comfortable dealing with the Yum Group. Chen Fan took out his phone again and, as the chairman, gave direct orders. After arranging all this, Chen Fan went online and continued researching the target of his own, junior compulsory acquisition card. This time, Chen Fan was planning to go big. It turns out that the total assets of top supercar brands like Bugatti and Pagani are not that high. Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter after checking some information. It turns out that the total assets of these world's top supercar brands are only tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. For example, the owner of Pagani is only worth a few tens of billions. Acquiring a stake in Bugatti, Pagani, or one of these companies is not cost-effective. Chen Fan gave up and continued browsing. In the end, Chen Fan set his sights on a few other top luxury brands in the world. For example, well-known luxury brands such as Rolex and Tiffany, most of which have a market value of tens of billions of dollars. Unfortunately, his beginner forced acquisition card can only be used to acquire groups with total assets or market value of about 50 billion. The total assets of these companies are a bit high and do not meet the regulations. Chen Fan continued to look for it. Just when Chen Fan was very disappointed and there was nothing suitable, a more famous brand came into Chen Fan's view. After seeing this brand, Chen Fan instantly made a decision and forcibly acquired it. And the company that made Chen Fan make an immediate decision without hesitation is called Patek Philippe.
Patek Philippe, the world's top watch brand, without a doubt, is recognized as the king of watches. Patek Philippe was founded in the 19th century and has a history of more than 200 years. It is also a symbol of top status and position, and is loved by royal families, various big shots, and wealthy people from all over the world. In the 16th edition of the world's 500 most influential brands, Patek Philippe ranked 238th. In the 17th edition of the world's 500 most influential brands, Patek Philippe ranked 208th. Recently, for 2 consecutive years, in the Harouan Research Institute's Harouan Dasha report on brand preferences of the world's billionaires, Patek Philippe ranked first as the most favored watch brand among high-net-worth individuals in Dasha.
Among all watch brands, there is no doubt that Patek Philippe is the number one in terms of influence and status. Even among all the top luxury brands in the world, Patek Philippe is still at the top. More importantly, Patek Philippe's market value has always fluctuated between 50 and 60 billion, and is currently around 50 billion, which just happens to meet Chen Fan's conditions. Moreover, compared to the few brands he looked at before, such as Tiffany and so on, Chen Fan likes Patek Philippe even more and wants to get its shares even more. Compared to taking 4% of Patek Philippe, other companies are nothing. Using the beginner compulsory acquisition card to acquire Patek Philippe shares is definitely the most cost-effective and best choice, without a doubt. Patek Philippe shareholder is definitely Chen Fan's most powerful and most awesome identity. What's there to hesitate about? Just do it. Thinking about it, Chen Fan couldn't wait to click into his system backpack and find the beginner compulsory acquisition card. After finding it, Chen Fan immediately clicked to use it. Ding! Please enter the name of the company to be compulsorily acquired. Prompted by the system. Patek Philippe Company. Chen Fan meticulously entered it, his heart pounding with excitement. After entering, Chen Fan quickly clicked OK. Forcibly acquiring 4% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company. Immediately afterwards, the Junior Coercive Acquisition card activated. I hope there aren't any problems. In Chen Fan's expectant gaze, time passed by little by little. After a few tens of seconds, the system prompted again. Chapter 77, Severing Ties on the 17th day, you will be rewarded with a bankruptcy card. Ding! The acquisition of 4% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company has been successful. Congratulations on becoming a shareholder of Patek Philippe Company within 5 days. Patek Philippe Company will send someone to sign the contract, so please arrange your schedule. Chen Fan has successfully acquired shares in Patek Philippe Company. From now on, Chen Fan is a shareholder of the prestigious Patek Philippe Company, which is quite an impressive status. He just hasn't received the contract yet, but he only needs to wait a few days for the Patek Philippe Company to come over and he can sign it. Chen Fan's face is full of smiles at the moment, he is overjoyed. Patek Philippe shareholder, this is definitely the most powerful identity he has right now. Primary coercion card is really useful. System, if there's a chance, can I have a few more primary coercion cards? Chen Fan said to himself. He wanted to upgrade the system to level 2 or 3, but it would take some time. However, it wouldn't take long to get another junior coercion card. If he could get a few more junior coercion cards, he could become the number 1 shareholder of Patek Philippe. No, it didn't have to be that high. Even if he became the 3rd largest shareholder of Patek Philippe, Chen Fan would be very happy. After Chen Fan finished speaking, the system didn't respond. System, if you don't respond, I'll take that as a yes. Let's just decide on this happily. Chen Fan unilaterally declared that the system agreed. Having obtained shares in Patek Philippe, Chen Fan was in an absurdly good mood, and the few people continued to play in the playground. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan and the others left. Chen Shushue, tonight, why don't we not eat out, and you work a little harder? Xia Mengmeng looked at Chen Fan with big, watery eyes, in a pleading manner. Yeah, can we have another barbecue tonight? Xia Ruoxue also asked eagerly. Last time, they had a barbecue at Chen Fan's place, and Xia Ruoxue had been a bit obsessed with it. Barbecue, no problem. Chen Fan readily agreed. After that, the 3 of them went straight to the supermarket and bought a lot of ingredients. In the evening, the 3 of them had a barbecue. During the barbecue, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue chatted about the Yum Group. Chen Fan learned a lot about the Yum Group from Xia Ruoxue. In particular, Xia Ruoxue knew that Yum Inc. was even going to take action against Chen Fan, and Xia Ruoxue's pretty face immediately turned cold. Yum Incorporated. Xia Ruoxue said coldly. Chen Fan, I have an idea. an idea suddenly popped into Xia Ruoshui's head. Since Inc. has played a diversionary tactic, why can't we play a trick on them?
Xia Ruoshui said mysteriously to Chen Fan.
Ambush from the rear?
Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, a little confused by Xia Ruoshui's words.
Isn't Yum Cha Group going after your Yongtai real estate group?
You just play along with Yum Cha Group and deliberately hold out against them for a while, so that Yum Cha Group has no time to worry about anything else and can focus all their energy and attention on your Yongtai real estate group. Xia Ruoshui suggested. Then, our Xia Group suddenly launches an attack on the Yum Group. At that time, the Yum Group's full energy will be on the Wingtai Properties Group. I suddenly strike, and I can definitely catch the Yum Group off guard. Finally, we join forces to completely destroy the Yum Group.
Ha!
Upon hearing Xia Ruoshui's suggestion, Chen Fan's eyes lit up.
What a good idea!
Chen Fan said, Ruoshui is indeed a strong woman, she is really amazing. What do you think, Chen Shu? My sister is smart and virtuous. If you marry my sister, she will definitely be a good helpmate. I just don't know if she will be good for that man. Next to them, Xia Mengmeng said pointedly. Hearing her sister's praise, Xia Ruoshui felt a little embarrassed. After a day of fun tonight, she was a little tired, so after eating the barbecue, she went back to rest. On the following day, not long after Chen Fan had woken up, he received a message from the president of the Zhouxiao Security Group. The retired top special forces soldiers he had arranged, who were good at tracking, would soon arrive in Jiangzhou, and they asked where to meet Chen Fan.
Tell them to go to my manor. The address is. Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied.
Many people knew that Chen Fan lived in Yujing Villa, but few people knew about his manor. Chen Fan was not sure if there was any hidden truth behind the mysterious disappearance of his parents, so he arranged for these top-level retired special forces to find his parents' news, which must be kept secret.
It would be better to meet them at his manor.
After saying that, Chen Fan drove alone first, heading straight for his manor. 40 minutes later, Chen Fan met the 3 retired special forces at the manor.
Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. The 3 said.
These 3 people stood there, as if each contained infinite power within them, and it was clear that they were not ordinary people.
Hello,
Chen Fan said, and then briefed them on the task at hand. After listening to Chen Fan, the 3 were not too surprised.
Finding people was their best ability.
Mr. Chen, it's been more than a year, so it's going to be difficult to investigate, so it's going to take some time. The man with the broad shoulders, who was leading the 3, said to Chen Fan seriously. Well, I can wait, as long as you can find it, even if you find the slightest clue.
Chen Fan nodded.
During the process, if you have any difficulties, you can contact me at any time. I will use all my resources and contacts to help you.
All you have to do is find the person or find clues. Don't be afraid of offending anyone or anything. I'll back you up. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Chen Fan reassured them, so that they would not feel burdened.
Okay, Mr. Chen, please rest assured, we will take care of it.
The 3 of them nodded.
Chen Fan took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the burly man.
Mr. Chen, this.
The 3 men were a little surprised. There is 15 million in this card, of which 10 million is your hard work fee for this period of time, and 5 million is for your expenses in finding people.
Chen Fan explained. Chen Fan knew the importance of benefits. Without some benefits, why would people go all out and spare no effort for you? 10 million, that's too much. Mr. Chen, you're too kind, you should take it back.
The 3 of them hurriedly refused. Mr. Chen had offered 15 million in one go, and 10 million of that was their hard fee.
That was too generous.
The 10 million was more than their annual salary.
You can rest assured and accept it. This is just the beginning.
If you can find someone, I will give you 10 times the bonus, and everyone will get 10 times the bonus.
Chen Fan spoke again, setting a reward for them. A bonus 10 times as much? Isn't that 100 million? Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow.
As long as they can find someone, each of them will get a bonus of 100 million. With this money, they can become rich and free.
President Chen is so generous. Several people were instantly full of motivation.
President Chen, please rest assured, even if we have to go through the mountains of swords and the sea of flames, we will definitely find someone.
Yes, please rest assured, President Chen.
Several people spoke up, expressing their loyalty to Chen Fan, and that in the future they would obey Chen Fan's orders in the company. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and added the contact information of the three of them.
Okay, go ahead. If you have any news, contact me immediately. Chen Fan ordered. Yes. The three of them left immediately. After dividing the money, they quickly split up and got to work. I hope you won't let me down. Chen Fan said. There is still a special mission that has not been completed. After it is completed, Chen Fan will be able to successfully become the #1 boss of the Joshio Security Group. At that time, his power within the Joshio Security Group will be even greater, and he will select more people to search for. He just doesn't believe that the top retired special forces in the entire Zhonghai province will not be able to find any clues. Mom and Dad, I will definitely find you. Chen Fan made up his mind. Suddenly, the voice of the system came. Ding! On the 17th day of severing ties, you will be rewarded with a junior bankruptcy card. Chapter 78. Having obtained a killer move against the Chen family began to take action against Chen Fan. Junior bankruptcy card, what is this? Chen Fan was surprised when he looked at today's new reward. However, the effect of the junior forced acquisition card obtained yesterday was huge, and this junior bankruptcy card should not be simple either. Chen Fan found the annotation and looked at it. When Chen Fan understood the effect of this junior bankruptcy card, he was suddenly pleasantly surprised. The junior bankruptcy card can cause any company with a market value or total assets of 50 billion or less to suffer a sudden loss of 3 billion. If used properly, this junior bankruptcy card is a killer move in Chen Fan's hands, and it is also a killer move against the Chen family. At first glance, the junior bankruptcy card seems to have only this effect. After all, for an industry with a market value of tens of billions of dollars, a loss of 3 billion is not insignificant, but it will never reach the point of bankruptcy. The problem is when to use this junior bankruptcy card. If it is used during an ordinary period of time, the effect will be mediocre at best, and it will only slightly injure the company. However, if it is used at the most dangerous and turbulent time for the enterprise, the effect will be different. At a time when an enterprise is most turbulent and dangerous, an additional loss of 3 billion yuan will be absolutely fatal. It is equivalent to dealing a fatal blow to the enemy at the most critical moment, and giving the enemy the final blow. Let's not talk about the distant past, just the Yum Group. Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui are going to join forces to take on the Yum Group. When that happens, the Yum Group will be under attack from both sides. At the most difficult and dangerous time for the Yum Group, Chen Fan will suddenly use the beginner bankruptcy card to deal a fatal blow to the Yum Group, and the Yum Group will definitely go straight to ruin. Of course, this is just an analogy. This time, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui are joining forces, and the Yum Group has no chance of winning, so there is no need for Chen Fan to use the beginner bankruptcy card. As a top-level family, the Su family of Jinling has terrifying assets. The junior bankruptcy card definitely cannot deal a fatal blow to the Su family of Jinling. At the very least, it would take the intermediate bankruptcy card or the advanced bankruptcy card to directly cause the Su family of Jinling to lose tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, of money. And this junior bankruptcy card is perfect for dealing with the Chen family. In particular, if it is used against the Chen family's pillar industry, the Chen Capital Group, it will definitely have an unexpected effect. After taking care of the Yum Group, Chen Fan will immediately turn his attention to the Chen Capital Group. Chen Fan had previously studied the Chen family's asset structure, and he felt that instead of going after the Chen family's unimportant industries, he might as well go for the jugular. Chen's Capital Group is one of the Chen family's most important industries and is extremely important to the Chen family. If Chen's Capital Group goes bankrupt, it will definitely be a huge loss for the Chen family, a real bloodbath that will definitely really make the Chen family members spit blood in anger. This junior bankruptcy card will definitely give the Chen family and Chen's grandfather a huge surprise and make them happy. Not bad, not bad. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, as if the system had heard his prayers. Although the primary forced acquisition card did not appear again today, the primary bankruptcy card, a killer move that could help Chen Fan deal with the Chen family, appeared, which was also very good. Now Chen Fan's greatest expectation is to complete more missions, upgrade the system to level 2 as soon as possible, and obtain more advanced special cards. Once the matter was settled, Chen Fan returned to Royal Scenic Villa. At that moment, Xia Mengmeng and Xia Ruoshui had already packed. The special task of the system has not yet been completed. As long as it is completed, Chen Fan will become the #1 boss of Joshio Security Group. Chen Fan must hurry. Chen Shui, you went out? Xia Mengmeng asked.
Chen Fan casually found an excuse. I went to buy some ingredients.
After we finish eating, we'll go out again. But where are we going in the afternoon?
Where? Xia Ruoshui shook her head. When it came to business and company development, Xia Ruoshui had a lot to say, but she wasn't so good at having fun.
Xia Mengmeng fell into thought. Right, sister, didn't you say you wanted to teach me how to play golf last time? Let's find a golf course this afternoon. Xia Mengmeng suggested. Yesterday was so exciting, how about we play a gentler game later today? Okay. Xia Ruoshui nodded. Then let's go to the Guanshan International Golf Course.
Chen Fan finally decided that it would be more convenient to go to his own place.
Just as Chen Fan and the Xia sisters were discussing it, the doorbell of a luxurious villa in Jiangzhou rang.
Yang Shengping, the former largest shareholder and current second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, opened the door. At this moment, he saw that in front of his villa, there were densely packed black-clad thugs, and at the front were two middle-aged men with playful smiles on their faces. One of them was Chen Jinping, the fourth son of Chen Lasher of the Chen family, while the other bald-tattooed man had a fierce appearance and was clearly not someone to mess with.
Boss Yang, let me introduce myself.
I am Chen Jinping, a key figure in the Chen family of Jiangzhou. After saying this, Chen Jinping solemnly introduced the bald man next to him.
And this is Yan Jiobin, Boss Yan. Yan Jiobin, the famous Yan Yi? Knowing the identity of the bald man, Yang Shengping was shocked.
Yan Jiobin, one of the top gangsters in Jiangzhou, is known for his short temper. It is said that he has countless professional thugs under his command, and his strength is much stronger than Wei Jingxiong.
In the Jiangzhou underworld, almost no one dares to provoke him. Boss Yang, Mr. Chen and I came to visit you, and you just let us stand here? Yan Jiobin said discontentedly. Well, come in.
Although he was very reluctant, Yang Shengping did not dare offend the famous Yan Yi, and could only invite him and Chen Jinping in. I heard that son of a bitch Chen Fan has taken away Boss Yang's identity as the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group.
As soon as they entered, Chen Jinping got straight to the point. Chen Jinping's actions this time were to execute the vicious plan of Chen's grandfather. Grandpa Chen felt that Chen Fan's greatest support now was Yongtai Real Estate Group. The reason Chen Fan dared to go against the Chen family was because of the power of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yongtai Real Estate Group was Chen Fan's foundation and most important industry. So if you want to bring Chen Fan down all at once and leave him with nothing, you have to solve the problem from the root, that is, from Yongtai Real Estate Group. Once the support of the Yongtai Real Estate Group is gone, Chen Fan will become more and more desperate, until he comes back on his knees and begs for forgiveness. And when he thought of Chen Fan knowing Jiangzhou's big boss Wei Jingxiong, the old master Yang then asked his fourth son Chen Jinping to implement his plan. After all, his fourth son knew Yan Jiobin, an underground big boss who was even more powerful than Wei Jingxiong. To have control of the Yongtai Real Estate Group snatched away like that, Boss Yang, I definitely wouldn't be able to bear it if I were you. What do you say, how about cooperating with our Chen family to deal with Chen Fan together? Chen Jinping invited. Chapter 79, the Chen family's plot has succeeded, and they want to catch Chen Fan off guard. Sure enough, the Chen family came because of President Chen. Yang Shengping sneered inwardly. When he saw the Chen family arrive, he guessed their purpose. I'm sorry, I will not participate in the struggle between your Chen family and President Chen. Yang Shengping spoke. Although President Chen had taken away his position as the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Yang Shengping did not resent Chen Fan at all, but was actually a little happy. Although he had previously been the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, his abilities were limited and he was unable to lead Yongtai Real Estate Group further. However, after President Chen signed a contract with Wanheng Software Group and even became friends with the owner of Wanheng Software Group, the senior management of these companies became aware of President Chen's abilities. Now, Mr. Chen has become the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group and can definitely help the group to go further. In the future, the market value of the company is likely to rise to 40 billion or even 50 billion. Mr. Chen has unlimited potential. As one of the company's major shareholders, his wealth will rise along with the company's market value. The better Mr. Chen leads the company's development, the more he will earn. Naturally, he will support Mr. Chen with both hands and will not go against him. With the title of the largest shareholder and the real benefits of billions of dollars, or even more, which would you choose? President Yang is very generous. Chen Jinping said. However, if President Yang can cooperate with our Chen family, we can directly remove Chen Fan and even directly remove Chen Fanyong from the position of chairman of the board of directors of the Yongtai Real Estate Group.
At that time, we can also help President Yang regain his position as the largest shareholder.
Are you really not tempted, President Yang?
No. Yang Shengping shook his head. Seeing this, Chen Jinping quietly revealed a secret to the other party. In the past 2 days, our Chen family has persuaded several shareholders of your Yongtai Real Estate Group.
As long as you agree, it will be easy to sideline Chen Fan and even remove him from office. Chen Jinping incited again. No need. I have something else to do, please. Yang Shengping got up and gave the order to dismiss the guests. You ungrateful bastard. Yan Zhoubin suddenly spoke up.
Old Chen, since this guy won't take the drink, let's not be polite with him.
Yan Zhoubin's patience was exhausted. Boss Yang, I've already used diplomacy and then military force. If you won't agree, don't blame me. Come in.
The next second, one of Yan Zhoubin's subordinates came in, holding a stack of photos in his hands.
Take a look for yourself.
Yan Zhoubin told his subordinate to hand the photos to Yang Shengping.
Yang Shengping was stunned when he took the photos. What do you mean by this? Yang Shengping panicked.
In this photo was his daughter, who was studying in another city in Zhonghai province. Our people have already investigated the whereabouts of your daughter and her residence in another city, and I have also sent a dozen subordinates to ambush the area. If you agree to join forces with Chen Lao and deal with that little bastard Chen Fan, I guarantee the safety of your daughter. But if you don't agree to cooperate with Chen Lao, then I'm sorry, I can't guarantee the safety of your daughter. Yan Zhoubin tore off his mask and directly threatened Yang Shengping.
Bang! In broad daylight, do you still dare to kidnap my daughter?
Yang Shengping slammed the table and angrily rebuked Yan Zhoubin.
You dare to say that?
Yan Zhoubin gave a mysterious smile. Yang Shengping suddenly realized that, while he could not say anything about others, Yan Zhoubin did dare to do so. He had a lot of dark history, but had only been cleared in recent years.
I'll give you one last chance. Do you agree to cooperate with Chen Laoren?
Yan Zhoubin threatened sternly.
Think about your daughter's safety.
After a long while, Yang Shengping let out a sigh and gave in.
Hey!
I promise to cooperate with the Chen family and deal with Chen Fan within the company, sidelining him.
I'm sorry, President Chen.
Yang Shengping apologized to Chen Fan in his heart.
Ha, that's right. Yan Zhoubin laughed.
Next to him, Chen Jinping also revealed a satisfied smile on his face.
Lao Yan's methods are just so effective. We'll take action tomorrow. We'll do it like this. Chen Jinping began making arrangements.
They would take action directly tomorrow, without waiting for Chen Fan to react, completely sidelining him and removing him from his position as chairman of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. By the time Chen Fan found out, everything would be set in stone. Betrayed by his own people, and then losing the Yongtai Real Estate Group to rely on, Chen Fan would absolutely be inconsolable.
Ha 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 ha. Cut off ties with them, Chen family, you little brat, you're in this situation because you asked for it. In the afternoon, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui also arrived at the Guanshan International Golf Course.
Today was the weekend, and there were an unusually large number of people here. Those who arrived a little later didn't even have a golf course to use. However, as the owner of the place, as soon as Chen Fan arrived, he directly took the best golf course and used it with Xiao Ruoshui and her sister. However, after they had been playing for a while, not far away, a sudden argument broke out. You have the best court here for just 3 people, and I have a dozen people over there, and you've given me such a bad court. A slightly overweight man in his 30s scolded a staff member of the Guanshan International Golf Course next to him in dissatisfaction.
I'm still a top member here, and you're treating me like this?
After being told off by the slightly overweight man, the staff member looked at the leisurely Chen Fan again and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Chen Fan had only been to the Guanshan International Golf Course once after acquiring it, and the vast majority of the staff here did not know Chen Fan.
Maybe they came a little earlier.
The staff member explained.
Humph.
The slightly overweight man didn't believe it at all, and quickly came up to Chen Fan and the others.
Today, I will pay for everything you spend at the Guanshan International Golf Course. How about you give me this course and you go play at our regular course? The slightly overweight man said to Chen Fan in an overbearing manner. His social engagements today are very important, so he definitely has to choose the best golf course. Not really. Chen Fan shook his head. Then I'll give you another 100,000. No. 500,000, and you can give me your spot, okay? The slightly overweight man looked like a wealthy person, trying to bribe Chen Fan with money. Go away, don't bother us. Chen Fan waved his hand impatiently.
They were having fun, and this inconsiderate guy suddenly came over and started throwing money around.
It was annoying. 1 million? The slightly overweight man continued to throw money around.
Seeing that Chen Fan was still reacting, the slightly overweight man proudly pulled out his trump card. I know the owner of Guangshan International Golf Course, and we are good friends.
Don't make me call him. The slightly overweight man threatened Chen Fan with a veiled threat. Oh? You know the owner of the Guangshan International Golf Course? Chen Fan was amused.
He had no idea that he had such a good friend.
You don't believe me? Do you want me to call him right now? The slightly overweight man took out his mobile phone and shouted.
Sir, don't, how can you trouble the boss with such a trivial matter? The staff member who had followed him over hurriedly stopped the slightly overweight man, fearing that he would really call the boss. But the more the staff tried to stop him, the more arrogant the slightly overweight man became.
What do you say? Will you pay 1 million and give me the place? The slightly overweight man questioned Chen Fan. If you don't agree, you'll call right away. Once I contact the owner of Guangshan International Golf Club, he won't let you off so easily on my account. He will definitely put you on the blacklist of Guangshan International Golf Club and you will never be able to come here again. The slightly overweight man said arrogantly. Really? Then go ahead and call. Don't be afraid to call.
Chen Fan responded nonchalantly.
You.
Seeing that Chen Fan was not budging, the slightly overweight man became a little agitated.
Fine, you asked for it.
He told it like it was, and indeed he did know the owner of the Guangshan International Golf Course, but strictly speaking, he was the former owner. Not long ago, the Guangshan International Golf Course changed hands, and he only got the current owner's phone number through the former owner, but he never took the initiative to contact the other party. Just now, he was trying to scare Chen Fan, make him afraid, and back down, so that he would sell the golf course to him. But now, after being provoked by Chen Fan, he is in a difficult position, and he has no choice but to call. He felt that, given his status, the former owner of Guangshan International Golf Course had given him face, and the current owner would have to give him face as well. Kid, once the call connects, you just wait and see how obediently you'll hand over the golf course and get kicked out, said the slightly overweight man recklessly to Chen Fan, while dialing the phone number of the current owner of Guangshan International Golf Course. However, before the slightly overweight man's words had finished, the next second, Chen Fan's phone rang. Chapter 80, Chen Fan's Expectations, the Importance of a Powerful Intelligence Network. Hearing Chen Fan's phone ring, the slightly overweight man remained calm, not feeling anything, thinking it was just a coincidence. Under his watchful gaze, Chen Fan answered the phone and said with a smile, "Hello." Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan's voice came out of the slightly overweight man's phone. Chen Fan's words sounded like a thunderclap, exploding in the slightly overweight man's ear. Chen Fan's bright smile was terrifying in the eyes of the slightly overweight man. You. The slightly overweight man was so scared that he couldn't find the words to speak. Next to him, the staff member was also looking surprised. What was going on? Aren't you looking for the owner of Guangshan International Golf Course? He's already standing here. What do you want with him? Chen Fan looked at the slightly overweight man. You really are the owner of Guangshan International Golf Course? The slightly overweight man asked with a trembling voice, his face full of disbelief. Why, do I need to prove it? Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan's voice came through the phone again. The slightly overweight man cautiously glanced at the phone. He had indeed labeled it Chen Fan, the new owner of Guangshan International Golf Course, and indeed there was no mistake. After all that boasting, he was now face to face with the man himself. For a moment, the slightly overweight man felt utterly ashamed. He clenched his toes, wishing he could burrow into the ground. This was so embarrassing. That Chen boss. The slightly overweight man tried hard to force a smile that was even uglier than crying, trying to defend himself. Didn't you say that as soon as the phone was connected, I would be blacklisted by the owner of Guangshan International Golf Club and kicked out? What? Come on. Chen Fan looked at the slightly overweight man. Mr. Chen, I didn't mean it that way. The slightly overweight man nervously explained for himself. Put him, and everyone related to him, on the blacklist of our Guangshan International Golf Course, and kick him out now. Chen Fan looked at the staff member and treated him the same way he had been treated.
The staff member was taken aback and immediately nodded. Yes, boss. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the slightly overweight man instantly became afraid.
It didn't matter if he was put on the blacklist, but if other people related to him were also put on the blacklist, then he was finished. Without waiting for the slightly overweight man to say anything, the staff member already drove him away. Not only him, but also the dozen or so guests who had come with the slightly overweight man were also blacklisted and driven out of the Guanshan International Golf Course. These people and guests questioned the staff members one after the other in dissatisfaction, and when they learned that it was because the slightly overweight man had brought it on himself, they were all infuriated.
Our cooperation ends here. Don't contact me again in the future. Meeting you was truly the worst thing that ever happened to me.
These guests vented their anger on the slightly overweight man, who was their client and was very important to him. He had offended so many people at once, and his business was completely ruined.
No. The slightly overweight man collapsed directly to the ground. His heart was ashen. It was over. He was really over. Inside the Guanshan International Golf Course, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui continued playing golf.
Xia Ruoshui taught her younger sister how to play golf while Chen Fan watched.
Suddenly, his phone rang.
It was Wei Jingxiong calling.
Chen Fan just picked up the phone when Wei Jingxiong's hurried voice suddenly came through. Chen Xiao, something's happened at your place. I just got the news. Huh? What's the situation? Chen Fan asked cautiously. It's like this, Chen Xiao.
My people just reported that Chen's fourth son, together with Yan Zhoubin, the top underground boss in Jiangzhou, went to Yang Jinping, the majority shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Wei Jingxiong said to Chen Fan. So I sent someone to investigate a bit more, and found that in the past 2 days, Chen's fourth son and Yan Zhoubin have also gone to several other shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group together. I suspect that the Chen family is going to deal with you, Chen Xiao, by going after Yongtai Real Estate Group.
Wei Jingxiong judged. Over the years, Wei Jingxiong has run an incredibly vast intelligence network in Jiangzhou, with people in many important places in Jiangzhou. Wei Jingxiong got this information from his intelligence network. Go after Yongtai Real Estate Group? Chen Fan muttered.
Since he successfully sniped the Chen family and stole the project from Chen Lasher's Wanheng Software Group, the Chen family has been very quiet these past 2 days.
This is very unusual.
Given Chen Lasher's personality, he definitely won't be able to swallow this humiliation. Chen Fan also guessed what the Chen family was up to, so last night he also contacted Chen Wenjing.
Unfortunately, Chen Lasher's actions were kept extremely secret this time, and not only did Chen Wenjing not know, even Chen Lasher's children didn't know. Unexpectedly, today, he got confirmation from Wei Jingxiong. Big Brother Wei's intelligence network is really good. Chen Fan exclaimed. Wei Jingxiong's intelligence network is quite good.
Several times, important news was learned by Wei Jingxiong through his intelligence network, and then told to Chen Fan. Wei Jingxiong has been running this intelligence network for more than 10 years, and it is really useful.
If only I could have a huge intelligence network too.
Wei Jingxiong smiled when Chen Fan praised him, for this intelligence network was his proudest achievement of the past 10 years.
You're too kind, Chen Xiao. My intelligence network is now also Chen Xiao's. Wei Jingxiong responded seriously.
He had completely decided to ride on Chen Fan's coattails and stand on the same side as Chen Fan, even if it meant breaking with the Chen family. Wei Jingxiong felt that whether he could go further and achieve great success depended on Chen Fan. However, despite what Wei Jingxiong said, after all, this intelligence network was not Chen Fan's own, which was very inconvenient.
Wei Jingxiong continued.
Young Master Chen, I have already continued to send people to see if I can find out what the Chen family and those Yongtai Real Estate Group shareholders are plotting.
I think there is a big problem, and I believe in my intelligence network.
Chapter 81, Severing Ties. On the 18th day, the top private detective agency was rewarded. Xin Xiaoi, don't worry, as soon as I have any news, I will let you know immediately.
Okay, thanks to you, Boss Wei.
Chen Fan thanked him. In that case, when this matter is over, I will treat you to dinner, Boss Wei.
Chen Fan really wanted to thank Wei Jingxiong properly.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan also sent a few messages, especially to Chen Wenjing, trying to find out about the Chen family's secret operation. I need to find a way to get a huge intelligence network or something. Chen Fan muttered to himself, planning.
Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding!
Promise Xia Mengmeng to hang out with the Xia sisters and have a good time together for the weekend.
Mission accomplished.
Congratulations on obtaining 12% ownership of the Joshua Security Group, becoming the number one person in the Joshua Security Group, and becoming the new president of the Joshua Security Group.
Congratulations on obtaining 67 experience points.
With 12% ownership of the Joshua Security Group in his hands, plus the previous 15% that Chen Fan had obtained, Chen Fan now owned 27% of the Joshua Security Group. Only 23% remains until Chen Fan's small goal of taking over 50% of the ownership of the Joshua Security Group is achieved. As long as the system rewards him a few more times, or gives him a few more missions, Chen Fan will be able to completely take over the Joshua Security Group. However, now that Chen Fan has become the largest shareholder and president of the Joshua Security Group, his power and influence within the company will also increase greatly. In the future, Chen Fan can freely deploy all the ordinary bodyguards of the Joshua Security Group. As for the three top-level special teams, the largest shareholder of the Joshua Security Group has the right to deploy one of them at his own discretion.
This is a written rule within the company.
As for wanting to deploy all three special teams, it still requires the consent of the company's senior management, and Chen Fan alone is not yet allowed to do so. Unless Chen Fan completely takes over more than 50% of the ownership of the Joshua Security Group, then Chen Fan will be able to completely control the Joshua Security Group and be able to completely and freely deploy the three top special task forces on his own. The special mission was completed, and Chen Fan felt much better. It was still early, so while playing golf, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui talked about how to join forces and attack the Yam group from the front and back. As time passed, suddenly, Chen Wenjing's message came. Chen Wenjing had found out that the operation was planned by Chen's grandfather and carried out by Chen Jinping alone. As for the rest, Chen Wenjing didn't know anything. She couldn't ask Chen's grandfather and Chen Jinping directly, and even if she did, Chen's grandfather would never tell her. He hadn't even told the other sons, let alone Chen Wenjing, the granddaughter. Chen Wenjing didn't make much progress here, but Wei Jingxiong had important news to report. The Chen family's secrecy measures were taken to the extreme, but there was bound to be a slip-up in the midst of all that thoroughness. The Chen family controlled itself well, but it forgot about Yan Jiobin's side. Yan Jiobin's side had very poor secrecy measures, and Wei Jingxiong just had to spend a little money to get specific information from Yan Jiobin's subordinates. Wei Jingxiong then told Chen Fan everything that Chen Jiao and Yan Jiobin had done in the past few days, as well as the matter of sending someone to Yang Shangping's daughter's place to threaten Yang Shangping with her safety. Not only Yang Shangping, but also the other two shareholders, had no choice but to cooperate with the other party because of Yan Jiobin's threats.
Thank you, Boss Wei. Chen Fan replied.
At this moment, he felt even more how important a powerful intelligence network was.
It's really useful to have a huge intelligence network of your own. Chen Xiao, what are you going to do? Wei Jingxiong asked. Although his intelligence network is very strong, if he has to fight Yan Jiobin head-on, he can't do it. He and Yan Jiobin are not on the same level, they are too different. Don't forget my relationship with the Joshua Security Group. Chen Fan replied.
Now he is the number one boss and president of the Joshua Security Group, and he is not afraid of the underground boss Yan Jiobin. In terms of thugs and manpower, Chen Fan's Joshua Security Group can crush Yan Jiobin.
Yes, President Chen is still awesome. Wei Jingxiong sighed in admiration.
Chen Fan thought about it for a moment and suddenly had a way to foil the Chen family's plan. Thinking about it, Chen Fan, in his capacity as the number one boss of the Joshua Security Group, directly recruited two ordinary bodyguard teams from the Joshua Security Group and went directly to Yang Shangping's side to deal with Yan Jiobin's man and protect Yang Shangping's daughter. According to what Wei Jingxiong said, Yang Shangping was forced to join forces with the fourth Chen family member because of his daughter's safety. If his daughter's safety was fine, Yang Shangping would definitely not cooperate with the fourth Chen family member, and he would even resent the fourth Chen family member and Yan Jiobin very much. On Chen Fan's side, on the day of signing the contract with Wanhong Software Group, many small and medium shareholders also expressed their loyalty to Chen Fan and stood on Chen Fan's side. At that time, if he and Yang Shangping join forces, and if they can get just one or two of these shareholders on their side, they can solve this problem. As for dealing with Yan Jiobin's subordinates, Chen Fan's Joshua Security Group's ordinary bodyguards can sweep them away, and there is no need to deploy a special task force at all. In addition to Yang Shangping, Chen Fan also sent the remaining bodyguards from Joshua Security Group to solve the problems of the remaining two shareholders who were forced to cooperate with the Chen family. Afterwards, Chen Fan arranged another backup plan, just in case, to prevent a bad situation from arising. Chen Fan had made so many arrangements that, at this point, no matter what the Chen family's plan was, Chen Fan was already in an invincible position. Chen Fan was already looking forward to watching Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin's performance tomorrow.
After playing golf, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui left.
The next morning, the voice of the system came.
Ding!
On the 18th day of severing ties, you are rewarded with 30% ownership of Guanyu Private Investigation Agency, the strongest and top private investigation agency in Zhonghai Province.
Chapter 82, Chen Fan gains access to a powerful intelligence network, and the real traitor appears. Ha! Chen Fan was quite happy when he saw today's reward. The system is really considerate. He only complained yesterday that he didn't have a complete intelligence network and wasn't that sensitive in getting information. As a result, today, the system rewarded him with 30% of the shares of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, almost giving him 1/3 of the agency. This is so timely. Guanyu Private Detective Agency is the strongest and largest private detective agency in Zhonghai Province, without equal.
Of course, because of the special nature of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, its total assets are not very large, just a few billion. The problem is that Guanyu Private Detective Agency has one powerful advantage. Guanyu Private Detective Agency not only has a strong intelligence network in Jiangzhou, but also in the entire Zhonghai Province.
Wei Jingxian's intelligence network is nothing compared to the intelligence of Guanyu Private Detective Agency.
Now that Chen Fan has obtained 1/3 of the ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, to a certain extent, he has also obtained 1/3 of Guanyu Private Detective Agency's powerful intelligence network.
This is exactly what Chen Fan needs. And because Guanyu Private Detective Office's total assets are not very large, it is even easier for Chen Fan to completely acquire it.
With a couple of random rewards or missions from the system, Chen Fan can directly take Guanyu Private Detective Office 100%. By then, Guanyu Private Detective Office's powerful network of contacts will all belong to Chen Fan alone.
And with Guanyu Private Detective Office, Chen Fan will also be greatly helped in his search for his parents. Today's reward is really good. Just as Chen Fan was feeling emotional, the system's voice came again. Ding!
Mission issued: eliminate the Chen family's actions and slap Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin in the face.
Mission reward: 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency.
Mission reward: 53 experience points. After I just finished talking, the system casually gave a few more rewards, and I was able to completely take over Guanyu Private Detective Agency. As it turned out, the system immediately came up with another task. Chen Fan was going to take action to solve the problem created by Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin anyway, so now the system had come up with a task, which was the icing on the cake. As long as he completed the task, Chen Fan could gain an additional 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Together with the ownership he had just gained, Chen Fan would be able to completely control Guanyu Private Detective Agency in no time. With just one more step, Chen Fan will be able to gain 100% control of Guanyu Private Detective Agency and bring the powerful intelligence network of Guanyu Private Detective Agency under his complete control. Chen Fan is full of energy and is just waiting for Chen Jinping and the others to make their move in the afternoon.
Time flies.
In the afternoon, Yan Jiobin arrived at Yongtai Real Estate Group with a dozen of his henchmen and Chen Jinping, strutting around. An old man was already waiting there excitedly. This old man was none other than Feng Ziyuan, the former second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group and now the third largest shareholder. Yang Shengping and the other shareholders were forced by Yan Jiobin's coercion to cooperate with the Chen family. However, Feng Ziyuan was the only major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group who was willing to cooperate with the Chen family and Yan Jiobin.
When Chen Fan refused to cooperate with the Chen family, Feng Ziyuan was very opposed to it. Now that he has the opportunity to stand together with the Chen family, Feng Ziyuan can't wait to defect.
Feng Ziyuan feels that with Chen Fan, a young boy with no hair yet, he can't possibly compete with the mighty Chen family, let alone the shrewd Chen grandfather.
Feng Ziyuan did not hesitate to become a traitor, betraying the company and Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, Big Boss Yan, you've come," Feng Ziyuan said, flattering, as he went over to say hello.
Chen Jinping liked people like this who betrayed their own family.
"Have all the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group arrived?" Chen Jinping asked.
"They're all here, except for Chen Fan, everyone else is here,"
Feng Ziyuan replied with certainty.
This shareholders' meeting was deliberately not notified to Chen Fan, in order to completely remove him from power without his knowledge and remove him from his position as chairman.
Very good.
Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin exchanged glances, both of them beaming with excitement. Things were unfolding exactly as they had planned, step by step. It was as if they could already see victory beckoning to them.
"Chen Fan, aren't you feeling cocky?
You're about to be sidelined, and your position as chairman will be revoked,"
See how you can fight against our Chen family.
Without Yongtai Real Estate Group as your backer, bah.
Let's go.
With Chen Jinping giving the signal, the crowd stormed angrily towards the meeting room. A few minutes later, the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group were extremely surprised to see a dozen people barging in.
President Yang, President Fong, isn't this our internal shareholders meeting? Why are there outsiders here? Exactly, what's the meaning of this? What are they doing here?
Among the shareholders, some recognized the identities of Chen Jinping and Yan Zhobin and asked questions. Oh, this Mr. Chen and Big Boss Yan were specially invited by President Yang and me.
Fong Ziyuan was particularly arrogant, relying on the power of the Chen family.
Everyone looked at Yang Shangping, who nodded, as if to give tacit approval. At the scene, some shareholders loyal to Chen Fan realized that things were not good. They knew that Chen Fan and the Chen family were on opposing sides, so they wanted to quietly contact Chen Fan and tell him about the company's changes.
Don't move.
Anticipating this problem, Yan Zhobin suddenly stood up and shouted,
Hand over your mobile phones. No contact with the outside world is allowed. Yan Zhobin ordered loudly. Why should we listen to you?
Exactly, the phones are ours, why should we hand them over to you? The shareholders retorted one after the other.
Why should you listen to me?
Just because of this. Yan Zhobin gave a look, and a dozen black-clad thugs rushed in, staring menacingly at the shareholders present. Those fierce eyes seemed to say that if you dare not hand over your phone, they will have to take action. Immediately afterwards, at the sign of Yan Zhobin, his thugs began to collect the phones. Faced with this, even those shareholders who wanted to tip off Chen Fan were helpless. It's over, this time President Chen is in danger.
Chapter 83, You want to remove me? You're not qualified. Chen Fan is here.
After their phones were forcibly taken away, these shareholders were dejected one after the other. At this moment, they all understood what was about to happen. Today, apart from President Chen, all the other shareholders had come, and Chen Jinping, a member of the wealthy Chen family, had also been invited to come, along with the underworld boss Yan Zhobin.
What these people want to do is definitely against President Chen. Now that they have been deprived of their mobile phones, there is no way to notify President Chen.
Since Chen Fan signed the contract with Wanhong Software Group, many of the shareholders have realized the strength of President Chen's abilities and that he may be able to lead their Yongtai Real Estate Group even further. The company is developing very well, and as shareholders, their value will also increase, so naturally they are unconditionally loyal to Chen Fan.
But now,
facing the aggressive Yan Zhobin, they really have no choice but to hope for a miracle to happen, otherwise President Chen is really in danger.
Okay, next, President Yang, please announce the group's new appointments. Fong Ziyuan looked at Yang Shangping.
Yang Shangping was holding a document that Yan Zhobin had given him, feeling depressed and a little reluctant to announce it.
President Yang, think about your daughter. Your daughter is in her prime, and if something were to happen to her, that would be bad.
Yan Zhobin stepped forward and whispered in Yang Shangping's ear.
You. Yang Shangping gave Yan Zhobin a resentful look and had to step forward and announce.
From now on, the position of Vice President Zhao Hong is removed, and Sun Yizhuo will take over. The position of Human Resources Manager Yuan Enying is removed, and Ma Yiping will take over.
Removal. Yang Shangping announced a series of personnel changes.
All the shareholders and senior management in the company who had stood by Chen Fan were removed from their positions, and they were replaced by Fong Ziyuan's henchmen or people carefully selected by Chen Jinping and Yan Zhobin, who could be easily controlled by them.
As long as this personnel order takes effect, Chen Fan will be completely sidelined, and of course, so will Yang Shangping.
By then, the Chen family would have a strong grip on Yongtai Real Estate Group.
I don't accept it. Why am I being removed?
I don't accept it either. What makes that scoundrel Sun Yizhuo qualify to take my place? I have worked so hard for the company for so long, and now I've been fired. What are you doing? These removed company executives suddenly refused to accept it. This was a matter of their interests, and they could not possibly agree to it. Oh, anyone who has an opinion, come and tell me. Yan Zhobin stepped forward and then gave a sharp kick, directly turning a nearby wooden chair into several pieces.
As an underground boss, Yan Zhobin's skills were naturally terrifying. Guliulu, Guliulu.
Seeing this scene, those who stood on Chen Fan's side swallowed their saliva one after another, all of them being scared.
Those who were neutral didn't dare say anything. The new personnel appointments were complete. Chen Jinping scanned the room.
Things had developed even more smoothly than he had expected. In that case, let's go one step further and directly remove Chen Fan from his position as chairman.
Chen Jinping's plan was to first see how things developed today.
If these shareholders reacted strongly, then Chen Fan would be removed from power first, and people who had defected to them would be put in important positions. As for removing Chen Fan from the position of chairman of the Yongtai Real Estate Group, we can wait a while and talk about it in a few days. But now, things are developing more smoothly than he expected. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's just remove Chen Fan from the position of chairman of the board. Chen Jinping looked at Yan Zhobin. Yan Zhobin understood instantly and then gave Fang Ziyuan a hint, and Fang Ziyuan nodded. Ahem, let me say a few words.
Fang Ziyuan coughed dryly and stepped forward.
Since Chen Fan joined our Yongtai Real Estate Group, he has caused our company too much trouble and made enemies for us everywhere.
Fang Ziyuan looked righteous and all for the good of the company.
Especially not long ago, Chen Fan even became the chairman of our Yongtai Real Estate Group, allowing a lunatic to be our leader. This is simply pushing us into the abyss and dooming our Yongtai Real Estate Group to eternal damnation. Taking this opportunity today, I suggest that all shareholders, let's remove Chen Fan from his position as group chairman.
Fang Ziyuan said a lot to set the stage for the end.
Hearing this, the shareholders on the scene were extremely surprised. Damn, these people are going to the extreme, they even want to remove Chairman Chen from his position.
I agree. I agree too. Fang Ziyuan's several henchmen spoke one after the other. What about you? Chen Jinping and Yan Zhobin looked at the other shareholders they had threatened.
They had to speak up for various reasons.
Okay, I agree too. Sorry, Chen, I support you too.
The situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous for Chen Fan. As a veteran of the company, I really can't bear to see Yongtai Real Estate Group, which we have worked so hard to establish, being driven into bankruptcy by this young upstart Chen Fan. For the sake of the company, we must remove Chen Fan as chairman.
Fang Ziyuan spoke again, trying to persuade the neutral people. But just as Fang Ziyuan was halfway through his speech, a domineering voice came from somewhere. You want to remove me? You're not worthy. The next second, in the shocked gaze of the crowd, Chen Fan walked in calmly.
Seeing the sudden appearance of Chen Fan, the scene immediately fell into absolute silence.
President Chen, you've come.
That's right, President Chen, they want to stir up trouble, and you've come just in time.
Chen Fan's people were overjoyed.
Chen Fan had arrived, and their hearts were set. On the contrary, Chen Jinping and Yan Zhobin were extremely puzzled.
Chen Fan's sudden appearance was not part of their plan. Even if you come, what's the point? The outcome is already set. Chen Jinping sneered.
It was already too late for Chen Fan to come now. Chen Jinping had full confidence in the old man's plan.
The winners today would definitely be them. The outcome is already set, and you think it's still set with these useless people you've bought? Chen Fan retorted. Of course they can't do it alone.
Chen Jinping sneered, their trump card was naturally not these people.
Mr. Yang, do you agree to remove Chen Fan from his position as chairman?
Yan Zhobin looked at Yang Shengping, his voice full of a threatening tone.
Yang Shengping's decision would determine whether they could successfully remove Chen Fan from his position as chairman. Yang Shengping was torn inside, hesitating. What are you still doing here? Think about your daughter.
Yan Zhobin directly tore off his face and sternly threatened Yang Shengping. Yang Shengping made a decision.
Hey! President Chen, I'm sorry, I have no choice. Yang Shengping bowed to Chen Fan to express his apology.
As a father, he could not ignore the safety of his daughter. Seeing this, Chen Jinping's mouth curled up, as if he saw the dawn of victory.
Chen Fan, you will lose soon.
Yang Shengping was about to speak up when, at this critical moment, Chen Fan spoke up. Chapter 84, a remorseful Chen Jinping, wishing that Chen Fan had not severed ties with them.
Don't worry about apologizing yet, let's look at some photos first.
With that, Chen Fan took out an envelope from the bag he had brought with him and handed it to Yang Shengping. Yang Shengping took it with surprise, opened the envelope and took out the photos. In the photos, he saw a team of professional bodyguards tying up a dozen black-clad men.
Another photo shows the black-clad men being taken to the police station. Mr. Chen, what is this?
Yang Shengping asked, puzzled.
You ask him, he knows. Chen Fan looked over at Yan Zhobin next to him. Yang Shengping walked over to Yan Zhobin and handed him the photos. What the hell?
Yan Zhoubin took the photos with great distaste and glanced at them. In an instant, Yan Zhoubin's expression changed.
How did my men turn out like this?
Yan Zhoubin said in shock. These 10 or so men were the ones Yan Zhoubin sent to kidnap your daughter. Now, they have all been taken care of by my bodyguards.
Chen Fan spoke slowly.
My bodyguards are still with your daughter at the moment, and I can absolutely guarantee that your daughter's safety will not be threatened in the slightest.
Seeing Chen Fan say this, a light suddenly appeared in Yang Shengping's eyes. President Chen, is that true? Yang Shengping couldn't believe it.
If you don't believe me, you can call your daughter, or you can ask my bodyguards to escort your daughter back safely.
Chen Fan nodded.
Thinking about it, Yang Shengping immediately called his daughter. Father, just now a group of people tried to kidnap me, but they were dealt with by a group of professional bodyguards. These professional bodyguards said they were under the employ of your friends.
Yang Shengping's daughter exclaimed on the phone. Who?
Yang Shengping let out a long sigh of relief that his daughter was safe.
You really tried to kidnap my daughter. Yang Shengping angrily glared at Yan Zhoubin and the others. Yan Zhoubin ignored Yang Shengping and looked at the photo in his hands, a little dazed.
The men he had sent to kidnap Yang Shengping's daughter had all been carefully selected, and each was quite skilled.
They should have no problem fighting one-on-one or even two-on-one. But now, his men were even taken care of by Chen Fan's bodyguards. How could this be? He couldn't figure it out.
Next to him, Chen Jinping's smile also froze. I disagree with the removal of Chairman Chen from his position.
Chairman Chen Fan is the most suitable leader of our group.
Yang Shengping announced directly that his daughter's safety was no longer an issue, and naturally, he would not be afraid of Yan Zhoubin and the others.
Moreover, my initial personnel appointments are also declared null and void. Yang Shengping added. There are a few more things here.
With that, Chen Fan threw a few more envelopes at the other shareholders who had been threatened by Chen Jinping and Yan Zhoubin.
Their troubles were also easily resolved by Chen Fan.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. I also do not agree with the removal of Mr. Chen.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. These people also changed their minds. For a moment, the situation reversed, and Chen Jinping and Fang Ziyuan were instantly in a disadvantaged position.
I propose that Fang Ziyuan, Sun Yizhua, and Ma Yiping be removed from all positions within the company.
What do you think? Yang Shengping spoke up, naming Fang Ziyuan and his few henchmen.
Together, these people only had a little over 20% of the shares.
I agree. I agree too.
Chen Fan's people, as well as the shareholders who had just been threatened by Yan Zhoubin and the others, all expressed their approval.
I agree too. Chen Fan spoke.
At this point, more than 70% of the shareholders of the company agreed.
Fang Ziyuan, Sun Yizhua, and Ma Yiping, you few, go back and pack your things and prepare to hand over your work. Chen Fan looked at Fang Ziyuan and the others and ordered. Fang Ziyuan and the others suddenly looked ashen, they had become losers.
It was over, they were completely finished.
Fang Ziyuan in particular was so remorseful that he felt his intestines turning blue.
He had joined the Chen family, thinking that things would be better, but in the end he had become a loser.
Chen Fan, you.
Chen Jinping spoke. Things had turned around so quickly that he had not yet reacted.
What about me? Chen Fan questioned Chen Jinping. Your Chen family's plan is rubbish. You want to remove me from my position just like that?
Ridiculous. Chen Fan said with disgust.
You've been planning this for so long, and this is the result. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Chen Jinping's face turned red, and he couldn't save face. Why are you wasting time talking to him?
Yan Zhoubin punched Chen Fan hard, as he was better at reasoning with his fists.
A fight of strength?
Chen Fan sneered, and struck out at the same time. Before Yan Zhoubin's fist could touch Chen Fan had already kicked hard, sending Yan Zhoubin flying and accidentally hitting Chen Jinping. The two men fell heavily to the ground, having been badly hurt and in a terrible state.
Chen Fan walked over to Chen Jinping, looking down at him. Go back and tell Chen the old man that your revenge has failed. Chen Fan spoke coldly.
Now, prepare to accept my revenge. At that moment, looking at Chen Fan, who looked like a war god, Chen Jinping felt a trace of fear and trepidation in his heart. The once unremarkable Chen Fan at home, the extremely ordinary Chen Fan, seemed to have become a different person, a powerful being they could no longer afford to provoke. It was hard to say about others, but Chen Jinping really regretted going against Chen Fan. If only Chen Fan hadn't cut ties with them. Chen Jinping sighed in his heart. And the reason Chen Fan said those menacing words was not because he had gone crazy, but because he had another ulterior motive. Chen Fan said that he wanted to take revenge, and Chen Jinping would definitely report back to Chen's grandfather after he returned, and the Chen family would definitely take action. He is now the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and Chen's grandfather will definitely think that his next target after the Chen family will be Chen's Real Estate Group. At that time, all the Chen family's attention will be on Chen's Real Estate Group. Thus, they will ignore Chen Fan's real target, Chen's Capital Group. At that time, a surprise attack will cause the Chen family to suffer even greater losses. At this time, Yan Zhoubin's subordinates still wanted to make a move, but they were all controlled by dozens of Yongtai Real Estate Group security guards arranged in advance by Chen Fan.
Throw them all out, Chen Fan ordered. The next second, Chen Jinping, Yan Zhoubin and the others were carried out. A few minutes later, Chen Jinping and the others were thrown out of the Yongtai Real Estate Group gate. Instantly, some passers-by and employees of Yongtai Real Estate Group came forward to watch. Chen Jinping and Yan Zhoubin had lost face, and the two of them, like dogs with their tails between their legs, quickly fled the scene. Fang Ziyuan and the others were also forcibly taken to hand over work. Yang Shengping and the other shareholders who had previously been threatened by Yan Zhoubin seemed to have made some major decision and came over together to speak to Chen Fan. Chapter 85, Did Chen Fan win by a fluke? The distinguished guests have arrived at the Chen family. President Chen, it's all our fault that you were almost removed from office because of us. Yang Shengping and the others stood up and bowed to Chen Fan to express their deep apologies. From today onwards, we voluntarily give up our decision-making power. We sign an agreement to grant all our decision-making power to President Chen. In the future, we will only follow President Chen's lead. Yang Shengping spoke on behalf of these people. Together, they own 30% of the shares in Yongtai Real Estate Group. Now, they have voluntarily granted their decision-making power to Chen Fan, and together with Chen Fan's own, Chen Fan alone has more than 50% of the decision-making power in Yongtai Real Estate Group. In this way, Yongtai Real Estate Group will be completely under Chen Fan's control in the future, and this will never happen again. President Chen, this is our apology and our way of saying thank you. If you hadn't intervened, our family would still be in Yan Zhoubin's hands, said Yang Shengping. Chen Fan didn't demur, either. Taking full control of Yongtai Real Estate Group was also important to Chen Fan. Soon, their power of attorney was printed out, and they signed it of their own accord, giving Chen Fan all the decision-making power. Chen Fan signed, and the power of attorney officially came into effect. From today onwards, Chen Fan of Yongtai Real Estate Group will be the one making all the decisions. At the same time, the system's voice came through. Ding! The operation to eliminate the Chen family has been completed, and Chen Jinping and Yan Zhoubin have been dealt a severe blow. Congratulations on obtaining 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. The task is complete, and Chen Fan has obtained 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Currently, Chen Fan has obtained 65% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, and can be considered to have complete control over it. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, Chen Fan gathered a few trusted company executives and went to the chairman's office. Chen Fan wanted to make some arrangements for dealing with Yum Group afterwards. Chen Fan wanted to delay Yum Group for a while, so that Xia Ruoshui could make adequate preparations. Then, they would strike together, attacking from both sides. In order to make Yum Group focus all its energy on Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen Fan planned to give them a little incentive first. As for how to do it, it was simple: naturally, pretend not to know about Yum Group's attack and deliberately lose a few $100 million. Let Yum Group see the results, and then go crazy. It's cost-effective to use a loss of several $100 million to make Yum Group fall into the trap he has set. After all, if Yum Group is brought down in the future, the benefits that Chen Fan will obtain at that time will not be a small sum of several $100 million. Chen Fan began to make arrangements. On the other side, in front of the Xia Group, a charming and graceful noblewoman got out of a luxury car. In her hands at the moment was a secretly taken photo of Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui. And this charming and graceful noblewoman was no one else but Xia Ruoshui's aunt, Xia Menglan. She had come to Jiangzhou on a mission from her brother, Xia Ruoshui's father, to investigate the man with Xia Ruoshui and their relationship. As the princess of the sky of their Xia family, Xia Ruoshui's marriage, not to mention her love affairs, is of the utmost importance in the Xia family. After taking a look at the photo, Xia Menglan entered the Xia Group. After a while, the door to the president's office of the Xia Group opened.
Xia Ruoshui immediately looked up, revealing an expression of surprise.
Auntie, why are you here?
Xia Ruoshui said in surprise. I happened to be nearby on a trip, and when I thought about Ruoshui you being in Zhengzhou, I made a special trip to see my precious niece. Xia Menglan said with a smile. Naturally, she would not tell Ruoshui the real reason for her visit.
That's right, that's great.
Xia Ruoshui was very happy, and her relationship with her aunt Xia Menglan was still very good.
The two chatted, and Xia Menglan asked seemingly casually. Ruoshui, have you been seeing anyone recently?
Upon hearing her aunt's words, Xia Ruoshui couldn't help but think of Chen Fan's figure.
No.
Xia Ruoshui shook her head. Not to mention that she and Chen Fan had not really gotten together yet. Even if they did get together in the future, Xia Ruoshui would easily not reveal her relationship with Chen Fan. Xia Ruoshui also knew that her family would take her relationship very seriously, and if the family members found out, they would never sit idly by. In that case, Chen Fan would be under too much pressure.
The Xia family is a real giant. Ruoshui, you need to hurry up. It's good to find a boyfriend. Xia Menglan didn't pursue the matter, as she didn't want to rush things.
If she continued to ask, Ruoshui might become suspicious. There was no rush, as she was going to stay in Jiangzhou for a few days, and she would definitely find out about the guy Ruoshui was with. Chen Jiping returned to the Chen family in a state of extreme humiliation.
What, did you fail? Chen's grandfather asked in great surprise. Father, I didn't expect this either.
Chen Jinping told Chen's grandfather what had happened in the Yongtai real estate group.
Boom!
After hearing this, Chen's grandfather was furious and smashed the purple clay teapot he held in his hands to smithereens.
Chen Fan, that damned little brat.
Chen's grandfather cursed angrily. His plan was so meticulous, but it was ruined by this little brat Chen Fan.
Father, I don't know if I should say something.
Chen Jinping hesitated for a moment before speaking.
What? Father, Chen Fan is no longer the same person he was when he first joined the family. He has grown up and is not easy to deal with. Pop.
Before Chen Jinping could finish, Chen's father slapped him directly. At this moment, Chen's grandfather was already furious and would not listen to any persuasion.
What, are you afraid? This is just the beginning. That little brat only won by chance.
I still have more ways to fix him.
Chen's grandfather was still incredibly confident.
He was old and cunning, and he didn't believe that he couldn't deal with that little brat Chen Fan.
Just then, the servant came to report that Chen's family had a VIP visitor. Chapter 86 Jiangzhou's Underground Big Boss's Revenge. Is Chen Fan finished tonight?
The guest who came to visit the Chen family was no one else but Chen's old acquaintance, Kong Baishang, the current chairman of the Yum Group.
Kong, why have you suddenly come? Chen's grandfather asked curiously after seeing Kong Baishang. Kong Baishang glanced around and noticed that there were no outsiders, so he spoke honestly. I'm going to strike tomorrow, so I came to ask you.
Huh?
Chen's grandfather looked confused.
He didn't understand Kong's words.
It's like this.
Tomorrow, I'm going to suddenly attack Yongtai Real Estate Group.
Even if I can't bankrupt Yongtai Real Estate Group, I'll make it half dead.
I heard that Chen Fan, who severed ties with your family, is currently the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group.
What do you think, Chen, if I go after him? Kong Bison explained. Opinion? Why would I have an opinion? I'm happy to do it. I'm in no hurry.
Chen's grandfather replied with a smile.
If someone is going to deal with that little bastard Chen Fan, would he have an opinion? That's good. Tomorrow, I'll really mess Chen Fan up. Kong Bison looked at Chen's grandfather again. No problem. Just go as hard as you can. The harder the better.
It'd be best to make that kid so indebted that he ends up on the streets.
The more miserable Chen Fan is, the happier Chen's grandfather will be. Kong, do you need any help? Chen's grandfather asked. No, I've already made plans for tomorrow.
I'll create a diversion and focus Chen Fan's attention on the fading group.
Kong Bison said proudly.
He thought his plan was perfect and that Chen Fan would never discover it. Tomorrow, I will suddenly strike, and I will definitely catch Chen Fan off guard. I estimate that it will take no more than a few days to completely take over Yongtai Real Estate Group.
Kong Bison was quite confident, and he didn't need Chen's help at all. Very well, if there are any problems, my Chen family will definitely do whatever it takes to deal with that little bastard Chen Fan. Chen's father promised.
Next to him, for some reason, after what had happened during the day, Chen Jinping deeply doubted Kong Bison's confidence.
By the way, Father, Chen Fan also asked me to give you a message.
Chen Jinping spoke suddenly after Kong Bison had left.
What is it?
Chen Fan said that our revenge failed, and that we should prepare to accept his revenge.
Chen Jinping replied. Hearing this, Chen's father was even more furious. That little brat actually wants to take revenge on him. What a misbehaved thing. How dare he take revenge on our Chen family? Does he think he is very strong? A grasshopper shaking a tree, a mantis blocking a car.
The old master Chen sneered, still not taking Chen Fan seriously. Chen Fan wants to take revenge on our Chen family. Well, I'll wait and see what this kid can come up with.
Chen Jinping sincerely persuaded. Father, we'd better make some arrangements and preparations to deal with Chen Fan's retaliation. Once Lao Kong takes action tomorrow, that little bastard will still have time and strength to retaliate against us? Chen's father looked down on him. Father, it's better to be cautious.
Hearing his son's insistence, Chen's father thought about it for a moment and said perfunctorily.
Okay, you go to Chen's real estate group in the next few days and make some arrangements.
If that kid wants to retaliate against us, with his limited power, he will probably only target our Chen's real estate group. On the other side, after Chen Fan left Yongtai Real Estate Group, he began to take over all aspects of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. After all, he currently owns 65% of Guanyu Private Detective Agency alone.
Chen Fan first took control of Guanyu Private Detective Agency's intelligence network in Zhonghai Province, especially in Jiangzhou.
Chen Fan ordered that once there was any news about himself, the Chen family, or the Su family in Jiling, he should be informed immediately. With such a huge intelligence network in his hands, it would be much easier to find out any news in the future without having to do anything himself. At the same time, Chen Fan ordered Guanyu Private Detective Agency to also investigate the disappearance of his parents in Jiangzhou to see if there was any news or clues. After all, Guanyu Private Detective Agency was also a professional. On the way home, Chen Fan called Wei Jingxiong and invited him to dinner at his manor tonight, as he had said before. When he got home, Chen Fan took out a stack of information, which was exactly the information on Chen's important industry, Chen's Capital Group. Chen Fan wanted to take Chen's Capital Group, so he had to fully understand the other party first. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. While Chen Fan was doing his research, Yan Zhoubin was raging inside his villa.
As the undisputed underground boss of Jiangzhou, when had he ever been treated so unfairly? When had he ever been so humiliated?
To be thrown out of Yongtai Real Estate Group by that Chen Fan was like having his face stepped on the ground.
Boom!
Yan Zhoubin smashed another antique vase worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. No, he really couldn't hold his temper.
If he just let it go, how could he continue to survive in Jiangzhou? He would become a laughingstock to everyone else.
He had to take revenge on Chen Fan, and he had to do it right away.
He couldn't wait a moment longer. Today,
you go and investigate Chen Fan's whereabouts.
Most importantly, find out where Chen Fan is tonight. Yan Zhoubin ordered.
It was not a good time to act during the day, so Yan Zhoubin planned to go after Chen Fan at night and teach him a lesson.
Yes. The subordinate immediately took action. You, go gather people. Remember, you must get the elite fighters. The more people, the better. You, go prepare the cars. At least prepare 20 cars. You. After that, Yan Zhoubin gave a series of orders to the other subordinates. Chen Fan, just wait. Tonight is the end for you. Yan Zhoubin said with clenched teeth.
This time, he was going to use his best method and go straight for Chen Fan.
Like Chen Jinping, what was the point of all the detours? It was better to use his fists directly and be more decisive. Truth comes from the fist.
More than an hour later, Chen Fan received the call he had been waiting for.
A call from the Zhouxiao Security Group. Boss, we will soon be in Jiangzhou. Chapter 87, in a time of crisis, Chen Fan remains calm.
Since becoming the #1 boss of the Zhouxiao Security Group yesterday, Chen Fan has been taking action. Chen Fan feels that as the conflict between himself and the Chen family becomes more and more intense, so do his other enemies.
Chen Fan has deliberately transferred 2 ordinary teams of bodyguards from the Zhouxiao Security Group to Jiangzhou just in case. Of course, even the ordinary security teams from the Zhouxiao Security Group can easily beat those professional thugs and other bodyguards. In the end, Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, and then used his special rights as the #1 boss of the Zhouxiao Security Group to deploy one of the 3 special teams from the bottom of the Zhouxiao Security Group to Jiangzhou. At present, he doesn't have many people under him.
By transferring this special squad, as well as 2 ordinary bodyguard squads, to Jiangzhou, not only can he be prepared for any eventuality, but he also has sufficient manpower at his disposal, and it will be convenient for him to let them handle things if anything happens to him. However, because these squads are a bit far from Jiangzhou, it will take time for them to get here.
After you arrive, come directly to my manor.
After the call was connected, Chen Fan arranged it. Chen Fan arranged for them to stay at his manor, not because of any particular reason, but simply because his manor was large enough and had enough rooms for nearly 100 people from the 3 teams of bodyguards to stay.
After that, Chen Fan told them the exact location of his manor.
Yes, boss. The person who made the call was the leader of an ordinary bodyguard team. Within the next hour or two, the leaders of the second bodyguard team and the most important special team all called or messaged Chen Fan.
They would arrive in Jiangzhou before evening, sooner or later.
On the other side, Yan Jiubin's men finally got the answers they were looking for. Master Yan, we have found out that Chen Fan is currently staying at his manor outside Jiangzhou, and it seems that he is not planning to go out.
Oh? In the manor outside the suburbs of Jiangzhou?
Yan Jiubin's eyes lit up when he heard what his subordinate said.
This is even better, it will be even more convenient for us to get started.
Yan Jiubin couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence, outside the suburbs of Jiangzhou, in a place with few people, it will be even more convenient for him to get started. Chen Fan is really a good guy for knowing that he is going to get his hands dirty and living in this remote place.
When he disciplines Chen Fan tonight, he will definitely hit him less.
As the sky gradually darkened, around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, Yan Jiubin's nearly 100 hired thugs and more than 20 vehicles were all ready. Yan Jiubin came out of the villa with a cigar in his mouth, strutting around. Looking at his well-armed men, Yan Jiubin nodded with satisfaction.
Let's go.
With Yan Jiubin's order, the convoy, with Yan Jiubin's thugs, set off in a mighty procession towards Chen Fan's manor.
Chen Fan received the news the moment Yan Jiubin set off.
At that moment, Chen Fan was inside the manor, having dinner with Wei Jingxiong. Chen Fan glanced at his phone and then looked mysteriously at Wei Jingxiong.
Big brother Wei, do you want to expand the scope of your underground influence? Chen Fan suddenly asked.
Huh?
Expand the scope of your underground influence?
Of course I want to, I'd do it in my dreams.
Wei Jingxiong nodded.
Unfortunately, the other underground bosses in Jiangzhou are not to be trifled with, and I'm not strong enough to expand.
Well, tonight, I'll make Wei boss's sphere of influence at least double in size.
Chen Fan continued mysteriously. Chen Fan had been aware of Yan Jiubin's actions from the very beginning, which was the terror of Guanyu Private Detective Agency's intelligence network.
Even Wei Jingxiong, who was extremely well informed, did not know this news. Upon hearing Chen Fan say this, Wei Jingxiong's eyes widened.
He had known Chen Fan for some time and knew that Chen Fan was not someone who would boast or tell big lies.
Since Chen Fan had said this, it must be true.
President Chen, if you can double the size of my underground sphere of influence, then I will follow you around from now on.
From now on, I, Wei Jingxiong, will do whatever you say.
Wei Jingxiong immediately made his position clear.
Doubling the sphere of influence was a fatal temptation for him. President Chen, what are you going to do? Chen Fan smiled slightly and did not say anything.
The two continued to eat, and after half an hour, Yan Jiubin's huge convoy appeared in front of Chen Fan's manor. Everyone got out of the car, and Yan Jiubin stood in front, smoking a cigar and looking at the open manor gate. Behind Yan Jiubin, there were nearly 100 professional thugs standing closely together. Charge! Brothers, charge for me and take down that Chen Fan. At Yan Jiubin's command, he and his henchmen rushed into Chen Fan's manor.
Big brother Wei, it's time to watch the show. Let's go to the terrace.
Chen Fan put down his wine glass and led Wei Jingxiong to the terrace on the 3rd floor of the manor. As soon as they came out, they saw Yan Jiubin leading nearly 100 henchmen charging in with great momentum, and Wei Jingxiong panicked instantly.
Mr. Chen, let's go. Wei Jingxiong grabbed Chen Fan and tried to escape quickly.
He had only brought a driver with him to dinner at Chen's today, and had not brought any subordinates at all. There seemed to be only servants in Chen's manor, and no bodyguards in sight. Facing Yan Jiubin's nearly 100 professional thugs, they were in an absolutely disadvantaged position. If they continued to stay here, they would be in danger. Yan Jiubin was even more ruthless than him.
There's no need to go, Boss Wei, just watch the show. Chen Fan remained calm and collected, stopping Wei Jingxiong.
Wei Jingxiong was puzzled by this scene.
How could Chen remain so calm when disaster was imminent? Did Chen have a plan already?
He rushed over with his men, and Yan Jiobin also saw Chen Fan standing on the balcony at that moment.
Kid, you threw me out during the day, and you're feeling pleased with yourself, aren't you? Now, look at my brothers, are you still pleased with yourself?
Yan Jiobin looked up at Chen Fan on the third floor and asked mockingly.
You've only brought so few people, why are you so confident? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. So few people?
I have nearly 100 brothers here, all of them first-class experts, more than enough to deal with you.
Yan Jiobin answered smugly.
He had prepared so thoroughly that Yan Jiobin really couldn't think of any possibility of him failing.
Kid, I'll give you one last chance. If you know what's good for you, get the hell down here right now, and then get the hell out of here. I might go easy on you.
Yan Jiobin said with supreme arrogance. If you don't, when we start fighting, don't blame us for being ruthless.
Chen Fan said condescendingly. Bah! You won't give up until you're dead set on it.
In that case, brothers, do it, charge in and take this kid down for me. Yan Jiobin couldn't hold back any longer, and shouted out a command to his thugs to do it.
Charge! Charge and take this kid! Charge!
Yan Jiobin's thugs moved into action, charging towards the building where Chen Fan was located. Nearly 100 thugs charging together was an extraordinarily terrifying sight. On the terrace, Wei Jingxiang was a little panicked, but Chen Fan remained calm and collected. Clap, clap, clap. The time was almost right, and Chen Fan clapped his hands.
The next second, a scene that made Yan Jiobin dumbstruck appeared.
Chapter 88, Severing Ties on the 19th Day, a world-class private yacht as a reward. Before Yan Jiobin's thugs could rush into the building, more than 30 men with broad shoulders and fierce faces rushed out of it. Not only were there men in front of Yan Jiobin and their group, but there were also 20 to 30 men on each side and even behind them, all of whom looked like trouble.
In an instant, they were surrounded. Bang!
A loud noise came, and the door to Chen Fan's manor was also locked from the outside at that moment. Before the evening, 2 ordinary bodyguard teams and a special team from the Zhoxiao security group had arrived. Chen Fan had arranged for the door to be closed and the dog to be beaten. Seeing this, both Yan Jiobin and his henchmen panicked a little. How could this be?
Yan Jiobin, in particular, was shocked.
He had thought that he would catch Chen Fan off guard, but he had never expected Chen Fan to be prepared. Yan Jiobin suddenly remembered that when he first arrived, Chen Fan's manor gate was wide open, as if welcoming him. It turned out that Chen Fan had ambushed him. Upstairs, Wei Jingxiang was even more shocked.
President Chen is so mighty.
No wonder President Chen is so composed, it turns out that he had long since made arrangements.
What does it mean to plan a strategy from the battlements and win 1,000 miles away? President Chen is exactly that. In an instant, Wei Jingxiang was extremely impressed by Chen Fan.
Yan Jiobin had experienced many big scenes and after a slight pause, he regained his composure. Yan Jiobin took a quick look around and roughly estimated that there were about 110-200 people surrounding them at the moment, only slightly more than his side. The thugs on his side had all been carefully selected, and Yan Jiobin had great confidence in them. At the moment, Yan Jiobin still felt that he had a good chance of winning. Don't panic, everyone, their numbers are about the same as ours, we still have the advantage. Yan Jiobin yelled, to calm the troops.
Hearing the boss say this, Yan Jiobin's subordinates let out a small sigh of relief. Since they are about the same in number, they are not afraid.
Haha, Chen Fan, how can you be so stupid?
Yan Jiobin loudly mocked Chen Fan on the terrace.
Since you are all preparing to ambush me, why have you only prepared so few people? With so few people, what advantage do you have? If I were you, I would at least find 200 or 300 thugs to feel confident of victory.
Now, we'll see who wins. Who will be the final winner? It's not yet certain. Seeing Yan Jiobin's inexplicable confidence, Chen Fan couldn't help but speak up. Who will be the final winner? It's not yet certain?
Yan Jiobin, I have a saying for you, it's not the quantity of people that matters, but their quality.
Get rid of them. Chen Fan didn't bother to waste time talking nonsense with Yan Jiobin. With a single order, the bodyguards from the Zhoxiao security group charged forward.
Brothers, do it, teach them a lesson.
Yan Jiobin also ordered to do it.
This time, he wanted to fight Chen Fan head-on. Even though he was outnumbered, his skills were impressive. The thugs rushed over and fought with Chen Fan's 9 Heavens security group bodyguards. However, as soon as the fight started, Yan Jiobin, who was still full of confidence, could no longer sit still.
Why were his carefully selected professional thugs like paper after they encountered Chen Fan's subordinates? Within a few moves, Chen Fan's subordinates were able to knock his professional thugs to the ground. In particular, the first 30 or so people were like a god of war, able to take out one of his thugs with a single move. It was like a one-sided massacre. While Yan Zhoubin was in a daze, a third of his thugs had already fallen to the ground, writhing in pain. In no time at all of the nearly 100 thugs that Yan Zhoubin had brought with him were on the ground, having lost their fighting spirit. Looking at his men on the ground, Yan Zhoubin's face was pale, as if he had just crawled out of a grave. How could this be? How could this be? Yan Zhoubin was a little shocked. Chen Fan's bodyguards took Yan Zhoubin directly, tied him up in 5 different ways, and pressed him in front of Chen Fan. What, do you still think I'm underprepared? Chen Fan looked at Yan Zhoubin. I lost, but can you let me know why I lost? Who are these people under you, and why are they so skilled? Yan Zhoubin couldn't help but ask. My men are the bodyguards of the Zhouxiao security group. Chen Fan said slowly. What? They're from the Zhouxiao security group? Yan Zhoubin was dumbfounded. As the #1 security group in Zhonghai province, the Zhouxiao security group was terrifyingly powerful. Losing to them, he had not lost unfairly. What are you going to do with me? Yan Zhoubin asked. Not to mention anything else, first you get the hell off the first floor and roll to the front of the manor gate. Chen Fan said in a kind tone. Yan Zhoubin wanted to make himself roll, so he would first watch him roll to see what it looked like. Absolutely not. Yan Zhoubin was still stubborn. Since you don't like to take the initiative, you like to be passive. Help him. Chen Fan intimately ordered the bodyguard. Yes. Chen Fan's bodyguard escorted Yan Zhoubin downstairs. After arriving on the first floor, he punched Yan Zhoubin directly, knocking him to the ground. Then, as if pushing a tire, he forcibly made Yan Zhoubin roll on the ground. It was only after a long time that Yan Zhoubin, with his clothes in tatters and a swollen face, rolled to the front gate of the manor. Big brother way, Yan Zhoubin is finished. His territory will be yours from now on. Chen Fan looked at Wei Jingxiong. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Wei Jingxiong knelt half on the ground to show his loyalty to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, from now on, I, Wei Jingxiong, will be your subordinate and do whatever you say. Having gained Yan Zhoubin's sphere of influence, Wei Jingxiong immediately honored his promise and was willing to work for Chen Fan. Also, Chen Zone, in the future, you can just call me Xiao Wei, you must not call me Wei Boss, I can't bear it. Wei Jingxiong added. Xiao Wei? Forget it, in the future I'll call you Lao Wei. It always felt awkward to call a middle-aged man in his 40s Xiao Wei. Whatever you say. Wei Jingxiong nodded. As an underground boss in Jiangzhou, it was more convenient for Yan Zhoubin and his henchmen to be handed over to Wei Jingxiong. After Yan Zhoubin and the others were taken away by Wei Jingxiong, the quiet finally returned to Chen Fan's manor. The next morning, under the command of Kong Bison, the Bison Group suddenly launched an attack on the Yongtai Real Estate Group. From Chen Fan's side, the voice of the system also came. Ding! On the 19th day of severing ties, you are rewarded with a world-class private yacht. Chapter 89, ranked among the top 15 in the world, the #1 private yacht owner in China. World-class private yacht? Chen Fan was a little puzzled. He didn't expect that the reward from the system today would be a world-class private yacht. As a coastal city, Jiangzhou is not uncommon for private yachts. Many of Jiangzhou's wealthy families and tycoons have one, or even several, private yachts. The price of a normal private yacht ranges from a few million to tens of millions of yuan. The world-class private yacht that the system has rewarded me with should not be simple. Chen Fan noticed that there was a detailed note at the end of the system and opened it. The yacht rewarded by the system is the Solange private yacht. Among all the private yachts in the world, the Solange private yacht ranks among the top 15 in the world and was produced by the world-famous Lursen International Shipyard. The Solange private yacht, with a total value of about 1.2 billion, is one of the largest yachts in the world. It is 85.1 meters long, and the interior decoration of the yacht is made with the world's top materials, making the interior extremely luxurious. The Solange private yacht has a total of 8 VIP suites, a swimming pool, a helipad, a diving center, an open-air cinema, a sauna, a Chen Fan was a little stunned as he watched the system's introduction to the Solange private yacht. It was worthy of being ranked among the top 15 in the world, with a value of 1.2 billion. This private yacht could easily beat all the other private yachts in Jiangzhou, no, Zhonghai province, and even the whole country.
not to mention in Zhanghai province. Even if you look at the whole country, it is estimated that it is unlikely to find a private yacht that is better than Chen Fan's, or even one that is on par with Chen Fan's. Therefore, Chen Fan should be the first person in China to own a world-class private yacht. After all, the owners of these world-famous private yachts can be found. Looking at the information, Chen Fan can't wait to board his Solange private yacht to find out more. Unfortunately, according to the system's prompt, the yacht will be delivered to the dock in Jiangzhou within 12 hours, and Chen Fan will only be able to see it then. Today's system reward is quite interesting. This is still the first private yacht Chen Fan has owned, and it is a world-class private yacht ranked in the top 15 in the world. The system is really considerate. Chen Fan leaves the morning class satisfied. After eating, Chen Fan planned to return to his villa at Royal Scenic Villa. On the way, Chen Fan received a notification from Yongtai Real Estate Group that Young Group had already made a move against them. Well, you can just follow the plan I previously planned. Chen Fan nodded, which was within his expectations. Chairman, we have already pretended to be panicked. Currently, we have already lost 3 to 400 million. The person from Yongtai Real Estate Group replied, and they were exactly doing what Chen Fan had asked them to do. Good, the fish has taken the bait. Chen Fan said. Using a loss of several hundred million to attract and entangle Young Group was definitely not a loss. Moreover, he had not lost anything yet. Previously, he had received 500 million from Young Group, so even if he lost 3 or 400 million, he would still have more than 100 million left. For the time being, Chen Fan will not fight back. He still needs to entangle Young Group for a few more days, so that Young Group's attention will be focused on his side. Once Water's Xia Group is fully prepared, they will join forces and deal a fatal blow to Young Group. Chen Fan estimates that within this week, no, even less than a week, they will be able to completely resolve Young Group. While Chen Fan was conferring, on Young Group's side, Kong Baisheng was listening to a report from his subordinate. When he learned that Yongtai Real Estate Group had already lost several hundred million yuan not long after they had started, he was overjoyed. Chen Fan, a kid with barely any hair on his head, knows nothing about business warfare. Kong Baisheng said triumphantly. That's right, how can Chen Fan, that kid, compare with the chairman? The chairman has tasted more salt than Chen Fan has walked on the road. The subordinate immediately agreed in a flattering manner. Dare to oppose our Baisheng Group and take our 500 million, Chen Fan's fate is already sealed. Old Chen didn't discipline this grandson well, so let me discipline him for him and let that bastard Chen Fan know what it means to respect his elders. This afternoon, launch an all-out attack on Yongtai Real Estate Group. I want Yongtai Real Estate Group to go bankrupt within 3 days. Kong Bison ordered with conviction. This time, he was going to go all out. Yes, Chairman. His subordinates immediately went into action. Chen Fan had just returned to his villa at Royal Scenic Villa when he suddenly noticed that in the courtyard next to his, in addition to Xia Mengmeng, there was also a middle-aged noblewoman with a charming presence. When Chen Fan noticed her, the middle-aged noblewoman also noticed Chen Fan. In an instant, the middle-aged noblewoman perked up. She had finally found the man in the photo who had an unusual relationship with Ruoshui. This middle-aged woman was none other than Xia Menglan, who had been quietly sent to Jiangzhou to investigate Chen Fan on the orders of Xia Ruoshui's father. Before, when she met her niece Xia Ruoshui, Xia Menglan had not told the truth and had not asked about Chen Fan in order not to alert the enemy. She felt that since this boy had an unusual relationship with Ruoshui, he would definitely appear again. She was right, the boy really appeared. Next, you should take the initiative and test this guy out. Xia Menglan was eager to try. Auntie, let me introduce you. This is my senior at Jiangzhou University and our neighbor, Chen Fan. Xia Mengmeng introduced Chen to Xia Menglan. Hello, Chen. Xia Menglan greeted Chen Fan. Hello, Auntie Xia. Chen Fan responded politely. Is Chen Xiaomeng a native of Jiangzhou? Xia Menglan asked tentatively. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. It turns out that he is a native of Jiangzhou, which is not very good. After all, Jiangzhou is a small place, and the people in this place are generally estimated to have average strength and financial resources. It is not that simple to want to be their illustrious Xia family's son-in-law. Ordinary people don't have the qualifications. And Ruoshui is even more the apple of their Xia family's eye, so the conditions for marrying Ruoshui will be even stricter. Chen Fan parked the car, and at that moment, Xia Menglan suddenly spoke up, wanting to come and visit Chen Fan at his villa. The place where someone lives can sometimes reflect a lot of details, and Xia Menglan wanted to use Chen Fan's home to continue learning more about Chen Fan. Of course, she could also learn more about Chen Fan's wealth and strength. After all, she is the aunt of Ruoshui and Xia Shui, so Chen Fan agreed and invited her and Xia Mengmeng in. After entering, Xia Menglan behaved very politely. After sitting down, she looked around curiously. It was just an ordinary villa, nothing special. As a member of the noble Xia family, Xia Menglan has seen so many luxurious mansions, and Chen Fan's can only be considered ordinary and mediocre. Chen Fan's financial resources are just so-so. Just when Xia Menglan felt bored, suddenly, an object in Chen Fan's house instantly captured Xia Menglan's attention. Chapter 90 Chen Fan's small yacht is exposed, and the Xia family members who were shocked drop their jaws. This object is none other than the top antique that Chen Fan obtained from the system before the Ru Kiln Azure glazed sunflower wash. Xia Menglan is not interested in antiques, but her father, the current head of the Xia family, Grandpa Xia, is exceptionally fond of them, to the extent of being obsessed. In order to please Grandpa Xia, Xia Menglan forces herself to study all kinds of antiques. When she saw this Ru-style celadon glazed sunflower-shaped wash in Chen Fan's living room, she could hardly believe her eyes. Last year, for her father's birthday, Xia Menglan went to great lengths to find a Ru-style celadon wash as a birthday gift for her father. She wanted to make him happy. Unfortunately, such treasures are hard to come by, and she spent a lot of money, but in the end she was unable to buy one. As a result, today, in this small place of Jiangzhou, in the home of this boy with a special relationship with Ruoshui, she saw a Ru-style celadon, and it was even a fine piece of Ru-style celadon. Xia Menglan could hardly control herself. She sprang up and went over to the piece of porcelain in the glass case. The closer she looked, the more convinced she became that it was genuine Ru ware. "What's wrong?" Chen Fan asked curiously. "Chen, is this Ru ware Tianqing glazed sunflower wash real?" Xia Menglan couldn't help asking. "Yes." Chen Fan nodded. The system has given him so many precious things, and he even managed to successfully buy the shares of the prestigious Patek Philippe company. How could a piece of porcelain given as a reward by the system be fake? Guliolu. Xia Menglan swallowed with some envy, and instantly changed her opinion of Chen Fan a little. At this moment, Xia Menglan began to take Chen Fan a little more seriously. This Chen Fan didn't seem so ordinary after all. If this Ru ware was in the hands of someone else, she might have already spent a fortune on it, but now, due to her status as an elder, Xia Menglan didn't have the nerve to speak up. "By the way, Chen, how did you and Ruoshui meet?" After resettling, Xia Menglan asked casually. "Oh, the financial building where Ruoshui is located is my property." Chen Fan replied. "Ruoshui?" Xia Menglan keenly noticed this key point. That's a bit of an intimate name. Usually, only their relatives call Ruoshui that, and if someone else, especially a man, calls Ruoshui that, Ruoshui would have been angry a long time ago. But now, Chen Fan called out Ruoshui so skillfully, obviously not for the first time, and Ruoshui must have approved of the name. This is very wrong. Xia Menglan is even more certain that Chen Fan and Ruoshui have an unusual relationship. Suddenly, Chen Fan's phone rang, and he answered it. It turned out that his Solange private yacht had already arrived at the dock in Jiangzhou, and he now needed to go there to sign for it. "Okay, I'll be right there," Chen Fan promised. "Chen Shui, what's wrong?" Xia Mengmeng asked curiously. "Oh, I bought a small yacht, and it just arrived, so I need to go to the dock now to sign for it," Chen Fan explained. "Xia Shui Mei, do you want to go to the dock together?" Chen Fan politely asked, which was considered another polite order to leave. "Yes." Xia Menglan immediately agreed, as she happened to want to go and have a look. Yachts can also verify a person's financial resources from the side. "Okay." Chen Fan was taken aback, and then nodded. He was actually just being polite, being courteous. After all, if someone in general heard him say that, they would understand that they should leave. Unexpectedly, Ruoshui's aunt directly agreed. Anyway, he was going to go there by himself, so it didn't matter if he brought Xia Mengmeng and this Aunt Xia along. Afterwards, Chen Fan drove, taking them straight to the marina. In the car, Xia Menglan was speculating about what Chen Fan's yacht would look like. At that time, based on this, she speculated about Chen Fan's financial resources, and after returning, she would report back to her brother. If it was just an ordinary yacht, worth a few million, 1 or 2 tens of millions, then it would mean that Chen Fan's financial resources were average, just a rich man from an ordinary small place. That would be completely unqualified to be their Xia family's son-in-law. To become their Xia family's son-in-law, it cannot be said that the strength is exactly the same, but it should be more or less the same. If Chen Fan's yacht is worth about 40 to 50 million yuan, it means that Chen Fan's financial resources are quite good, and he is barely qualified. If Chen Fan's yacht is worth tens of millions of yuan, it means that Chen Fan's financial resources are very strong, and Chen Fan is considered outstanding and qualified to compete for the position of son-in-law of the Xiao family. After half an hour or so, they arrived at their destination. As soon as they got off the car, Xiao Menglan and Xiao Mengmeng saw a huge object parked there. Ordinary yachts are only a few meters long, or 1 or 2 meters at most. Now, among these ordinary private yachts, there is a nearly 100-meter behemoth, which naturally stands out from the crowd.
It is hard for them not to pay attention.
You have to know that even their Xia family's private yacht is not as large as the one in front of them.
In this small place of Jiangzhou, is there actually a private yacht of this class? Which rich man does it belong to?
Suddenly, Xiao Menglan had a wild guess in her mind.
Holy cow, this behemoth can't be Chen Fan's yacht, can it? No way, no way. Didn't Chen Fan say he bought a small yacht? This behemoth in front of them is way too small.
No, I must have guessed wrong.
Xiao Menglan shook her head, not quite believing that such a behemoth could be Chen Fan's. Let's go and take a look at my little yacht.
Chen Fan led the way, and Xiao Menglan and Xiao Mengmeng followed curiously. In no time, Chen Fan brought them to the front of the behemoth. At this moment, in front of the yacht, several staff members were waiting.
Are you Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? Seeing Chen Fan stop in front of them, the staff member asked curiously.
That's right.
Chen Fan nodded. Hello, Mr. Chen, this is your Solange private yacht, please sign.
While saying this, the staff member handed Chen Fan the documents.
Hearing the staff member's words, Xiao Menglan's jaw dropped in shock. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow.
Chapter 91, Severing Ties on the 20th day, the reward was the top 10,000 shares of the Southern Auction Company.
Xiao Menglan was in a state of shock.
Her bold guess had actually come true. This behemoth was the small yacht that Chen Fan had just bought.
How is this small? And how much does such a behemoth cost? Xiao Menglan couldn't calculate it in a moment.
Chen Fan took the documents and signed his name.
Afterwards, the staff handed Chen Fan all the documents for the Solange private yacht and left.
At the moment, only Chen Fan and Xiao Mengmeng were left, with Xiao Mengmeng standing in front of the Solange private yacht.
Student Chen, this is really your private yacht? Until this moment, Xiao Mengmeng still couldn't believe it.
Even their Xiao family's most powerful private yacht is nothing in front of Chen Fan's private yacht.
Yes.
Chen Fan waved the documents in his hands and answered affirmatively.
Then how much did your small yacht cost? Xiao Mengmeng asked again. She had previously planned to speculate on Chen Fan's financial resources based on his yacht?
She had made all kinds of assumptions, but now it seemed that her assumptions were completely useless.
Who would have thought that Chen Fan would have such a behemoth? It must be very expensive, right? Xiao Mengmeng asked. Not expensive, just 1.2 billion. Chen Fan casually replied. Not expensive? Just 1.2 billion? Xiao Mengmeng and Xiao Menglan were shocked. 12 billion, for their Xiao family, was indeed nothing, just a small sum of money. But the problem is that even if you are a very wealthy tycoon, it is unlikely that you would spend 1.2 billion yuan on a private yacht. A private yacht is almost a means of transport, but no, a private yacht is a means of enjoyment. To spend 1.2 billion yuan just for enjoyment is a huge sum. And a private yacht is only for occasional enjoyment and relaxation. After all, it is not as easy to use as a luxury car. A private yacht of this class does not just cost the money to buy it, but also a large sum of money for various maintenance and so on. Just for the occasional enjoyment, Chen Fan directly bought a private yacht worth 1.2 billion yuan at one go. How rich he really is. Let's go up and have a look,
said Chen Fan, taking the lead in boarding his private yacht Solange. The shocked Xiao Mengmeng and Xiao Menglan followed closely behind. When they boarded the yacht, they saw even more of its luxury. At this moment, even Xiao Menglan, who had seen all kinds of extravagant occasions, was a little dazed. The life of those top-level tycoons was indeed a life of luxury and indulgence. Xiao Menglan was like an old woman visiting the Grand View Garden, curiously exploring Chen Fan's Solange private yacht. At this moment, she no longer dared to underestimate Chen Fan. Owning such a behemoth was enough to prove the terrifying wealth of Chen Fan. Not to mention her, when she went back, she told her brother, Xiao Ruoshui's father, her brother would be shocked.
It's really nice.
Xia Mengmeng said, lying on the sofa of the private yacht, feeling exceptionally comfortable. Unfortunately, the weather today is average, otherwise, changing into a swimsuit and sunbathing here would be perfect. Xia Mengmeng said with regret.
Chen Shuat, next time when the weather is good, I'll ask my sister to come sunbathe on your private yacht, you won't refuse, will you?
Xia Mengmeng stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, Xia Mengmeng got up and came to Chen Fan's side, whispering.
By then, my sister will also come in a swimsuit. Cough cough. Am I that kind of person? Chen Fan answered seriously. So, will you say yes? Xia Mengmeng asked again. Of course I will. He.
Xia Mengmeng smiled mysteriously. Xia Menglan, who had been browsing around, came back. When she looked at Chen Fan again at this moment, she looked very different. By the way, Auntie, Chen Shuachang's cooking is very good, so let's go to his house tonight for dinner.
Xia Mengmeng said. Is Chen student's cooking still very good? Xia Mengmeng's eyes lit up.
She had no resistance to good food. That's for sure, Chen student's cooking is the best I've ever seen, without a doubt. Even the cooking in many top 5-star hotels is not as good as Chen student's.
Xia Mengmeng replied seriously. Is it really that good? Xia Mengmeng was a little skeptical. Chen Fan is only so young, how could he have such amazing cooking skills?
Senior Chen, my aunt doesn't believe it, but tonight, I will convince her with delicious food. Xia Mengmeng looked at Chen Fan.
Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding!
Mission issued, show off your cooking skills.
Mission time, 3 hours.
Mission reward, 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, complete takeover of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Reward for the task, 54 experience points. This task rewards 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. As long as Chen Fan completes the task, he will be able to gather 100% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency and own it completely.
Chen Fan nodded.
It so happened that Yum Group had moved, and tonight he could discuss with Ruoshui how to deal with Yum Group together. In the evening, Xia Ruoshui returned, and Xia Mengmeng and Xia Menglan came to Chen Fan's villa. Chen Fan had prepared a large table of delicious food.
Xia Menglan took a suspicious bite. Instantly, Xia Menglan froze. My God, is this the best food she has ever tasted? Mengmeng was right.
Xia Menglan quickly tasted the other dishes that Chen Fan had prepared, and she was also amazed.
No wonder even Ruoshui was impressed.
Chen Fan is not only wealthy, but also has such amazing cooking skills.
He is simply outstanding. Xiao Fan, I approve of you.
Xia Menglan let slip after being conquered by the food.
At this moment, her address for Chen Fan also became the more intimate Xiao Fan.
After returning home, she would definitely praise Chen Fan in front of her brother.
Ha? What do you mean, Auntie? Xia Mengmeng was taken aback. Nothing.
Xia Menglan realized that she had said the wrong thing and tried to explain herself. Xia Mengmeng didn't care, but Xia Ruoshui noticed something.
The system's voice came again. Ding!
Show off your cooking skills, mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, complete takeover of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Congratulations, 54 experience points.
Chen Fan now owns 35% of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. That night, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui discussed how to deal with the Yum Group.
In 2 days at most, we can take care of the Xia Group.
Xia Ruoshui promised.
3 days from now, we'll take action together and solve the Yum Group problem once and for all.
Good.
He had long been unhappy with the Yum Group, and this time he would finally be able to completely solve his problem.
Afterwards, Xia Ruoshui and the others left.
Although Xia Ruoshui roughly guessed the reason for her aunt's visit, she did not reveal it. On the morning of the next day, the system's reward came again.
Ding!
20 days after severing ties, reward top 10 in the South, 5% ownership of Qianshang Auction Company.
Chapter 92, 2 phone calls cost the Chen family 2 billion yuan. Shares in the top 10 auction houses in the South?
Chen Fan was a little puzzled by today's system reward. He had never heard of this company before, but since the system had suddenly rewarded it, it must be something. Out of curiosity, Chen Fan went online to investigate the information on Qiansheng Auction Company. Qiansheng Auction Company, one of the top 10 auction companies in the South, has been established for nearly 10 years. It is mainly engaged in the auction industry of antiques and artworks, and has many auction houses across the country. In addition to auctions, Xiancheng Auction Company is also engaged in the collection, trading and other businesses of antiques and artworks.
Xiancheng Auction Company is very powerful. Eh?
Chen Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the industry that Xiancheng Auction Company was engaged in.
Chen Fan suddenly thought of something very important.
When he was researching the Chen Family Capital Group, one of the pillars of the Chen family's industry, he noticed that in recent months, the Chen Family Capital Group had made two very important investments. One of them was related to art.
The Chen Family Capital Group had secretly colluded with Chao Zhenxi, a famous painter from Shanghai.
The Chen Family Capital Group had begun to wildly speculate on Chao Zhenxi's paintings. Within a few months, the price of one of Chao Zhenxi's paintings, which originally cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars, has skyrocketed to tens of millions of dollars. It is not uncommon to see the works of modern painters being hyped up. Some modern painters' paintings have been hyped up to tens of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions of dollars, and are even more valuable than those treasures in the museum. Chen's Capital Group is still investing capital and hyping up the works of Chao Zhenxi, with the aim of driving the price of his paintings up to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan.
Chen's Capital Group has already spent a large sum of money to completely buy out all of Chao Zhenxi's paintings.
In the future, Chao Zhenxi can only paint for the Chen family. Now, the Chen family has already accumulated more than 10 of Chao Zhenxi's fine paintings. The Chen Capital Group plans to wait for the right opportunity, slowly and gradually release these paintings onto the market, and make a fortune. According to Chen Fan's investigation, in order to wildly hype Chao Zhenxi and completely buy out Chao Zhenxi's paintings, the Chen Capital Group has invested 1 to 2 billion yuan. Now that he has obtained a stake in Xiancheng Auction Company and become a shareholder, he can make a fuss about this. Auction companies speculating or suppressing the price of art is an unspoken rule. Thinking about this, Chen Fan immediately called the top management of Xiancheng Auction Company, which he had just obtained, and asked them to help suppress the market price of Chao Zhenxi's paintings.
No problem.
The senior management immediately agreed, saying that this was a trivial matter. With modern art, they could suppress or inflate prices at will. After taking care of this, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. If they just suppressed the price, Chen's Capital Group would only suffer some losses, but not a major loss. He heard that there seemed to be something wrong with this Chao Zhenxi's character. If he could find dirt on Chao Zhenxi and ruin Chao Zhenxi's reputation, then Chen's Capital Group's investment of 2 billion would be gone forever. Chen Fan suddenly remembered that he had already obtained 100% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, and this Chao Zhenxi was from Zhanghai Province. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately contacted Guanyu Private Detective Agency and asked them to investigate Chao Zhenxi. Once everything was settled, Chen Fan put away his phone contentedly. He had only made 2 phone calls and was about to make Chen's Capital Group lose its entire 2 billion yuan investment. Chen Fan smiled and went to eat. While eating, Chen Fan received an international call.
May I ask if you are Mr. Chen Fan? This is Patek Philippe representative Maliko Adelaide.
I will arrive in Jiangzhou City, Zhanghai Province, where you are, this afternoon. The phone connected, and fluent English came through. A representative of Patek Philippe? Chen Fan's eyes lit up when he learned the identity of the caller. He had been waiting for days for someone from Patek Philippe to finally arrive. Once the contract is signed, Chen Fan will officially own shares in Patek Philippe and become a shareholder of the company.
Can Chen Fan not be looking forward to this? After a few polite exchanges, the representative of Patek Philippe asked where in Jiangzhou Chen Fan would like to meet that afternoon.
Well, why don't you go to the Tingyilu? We can meet there and sign the contract. Chen Fan suggested after a moment's thought. When Mr. Adelaide arrives in Jiangzhou, I will send someone to pick you up. The two parties agreed. On the other side, in the Xia group, Xia Menglan once again found Xia Ruoshui.
Ruoshui, you should have guessed the reason for my sudden trip to Jiangzhou.
Xia Menglan said. Last night she let slip a secret, and with Ruoshui's intelligence, she guessed it already. After thinking about it all night, Xia Menglan decided to come clean with her niece. After all, she and Ruoshui had a very good relationship, and Ruoshui had grown up under her watch.
Well.
Xia Ruoshui nodded slightly.
To be honest, after yesterday's contact, I am very satisfied with Chen Fan.
I think he is qualified to become our Xia family's son-in-law.
Xia Menglan spoke.
You two are quite a good match. Seeing her aunt say this, Xia Ruoshui was a little surprised. She had thought that her aunt had come to stop her. But
I really like Chen Fan, but if I tell your father about Chen Fan, it's probably going to backfire.
Xia Menglan said worriedly. Yesterday afternoon, I saw Chen Fan's yacht, which is worth more than 1 billion yuan.
It was very impressive, and I really like it.
But if I tell your father about this, I don't think he will like it. On the contrary, he will think that Chen Fan is a spoilt brat who does whatever he wants. Xia Menglan said helplessly. Spending over 10 billion yuan on a private yacht for enjoyment, the more I hear about it, the more I feel that this is a prodigal son. Especially people who have never met Chen Fan and are not familiar with him will be prejudiced, which is very bad. So, I want to ask, if Shui, do you know of any powerful identities that Chen Fan can pull out, preferably ones that will make even your father feel surprised, or industries?
Xia Menglan asked.
Her mission was almost complete, and she expected to go back in a couple of days. But if she went back and introduced Chen Fan as someone with a private yacht worth over 1 billion yuan and excellent cooking skills, it wouldn't make a good impression on her brother. Therefore, she wanted to know an impressive identity for Chen Fan, so that her brother would at least take Chen Fan seriously and have a better first impression of him.
An impressive identity? Xia Ruoshui couldn't think of one for a while. If there isn't one, then there will be a big problem.
Xia Menglan said worriedly. How about this, I'll go to Chen Fan's house as a guest again tonight and see if I can get any results. If there isn't an impressive identity, Ruoshui, you're probably in trouble.
Chapter 93, Patek Philippe shares are officially in hand. Who is the frog at the bottom of the well?
In the afternoon, in the Tingyu building, Chen Fan sat on the first floor, sipping tea while waiting for the representative of Patek Philippe to arrive.
A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked into the Tingyu building. President Chen?
The middle-aged man obviously knew Chen Fan and immediately politely came over to say hello.
And you are? Chen Fan didn't recognize the other person. Mr. Chen, I'm Jiang Maochang, the owner of Ingrong Group.
We've met before, the middle-aged man politely replied.
Oh, it's Mr. Jiang, hello.
Chen Fan had some recollection of the meeting, as they seemed to have met at a social gathering.
Just then, a few more guests walked into the Tingyu building.
Among these guests, Chen Fan knew one, the first among the younger generation of the Qian family, a wealthy family in Jiangzhou, and the future heir of the family, Chen Bowen.
Chen Bowen is one of Xia Ruoshui's suitors.
At a dinner party, Chen Bowen volunteered to be Xia Ruoshui's date, but Xia Ruoshui rejected him outright and ended up taking Chen Fan's arm.
Apart from Chen Bowen, the other men are also wealthy Jiangzhou businessmen. It's you? Chen Bowen's expression is not natural when he sees Chen Fan.
Because of what happened last time, Chen Bowen still held a grudge against Chen Fan.
Chen, who is he?
A bald rich man who had entered with Chen Bowen asked curiously.
He is just a guy who lives off other people. Chen Bowen replied with a sneer. That, Mr. Chen is not someone who lives off other people.
He is the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group.
Jiang Maochang couldn't help but say next to him. This young man is actually the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group?
Several people at the scene were extremely surprised. Chen Bowen was even more stunned, and his face was a little embarrassed. He originally thought that this kid was just a freeloader, but he didn't expect him to actually have some strength. Even if he is the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, in my eyes, he is still not up to scratch. Chen Bowen said stubbornly. I am going to meet the big entrepreneur of Zhonghai Province, He Xinghuai, in a while.
Mr. He? Chen Bowen boasted.
Our business with Mr. He is not something that the Yongtai Real Estate Group can pry into. Hearing Chen Bowen say this, his companions quickly flattered him.
That's right, Chen Xiao is truly a young genius in Jiangzhou.
Xian Xiao can already talk business with Mr. He, and in the whole of Jiangzhou, who can compare?
Chen Xiao is the true first among the young in our Jiangzhou.
Before they could finish, a Rolls-Royce Ghost pulled up outside, and a refined man strode in. This man was He Xinghuai, a famous entrepreneur in Zhonghai Province.
Mr. He, you're here. Hello, Mr. He.
Chen Bowen immediately went over and greeted him fawningly.
Hello.
He Xinghuai nodded. The other men came up and greeted He Xinghuai, introducing themselves. While they were doing so, Chen Bowen took the opportunity to look smugly at Chen Fan, as if to say, see, you and I are not on the same level.
Even if you are the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, so what?
I am already doing business with the big entrepreneurs of Zhonghai Province.
What about you? Are you qualified?
Chen Bowen hesitated for a moment, then suddenly came up to Chen Fan and whispered. If I were you, I would know my place and know that I am not worthy of President Xia, and I would take the initiative to stay away from President Xia. The Chen family in Jiangzhou is very powerful, and Qian Bowen has heard a little about Xia Ruoshui. Therefore, he has pursued Xia Ruoshui like crazy. Facing Chen Fan, his rival in love, of course, he naturally wants to find every way to get rid of him. Only a young talent like me, a scion of such a wealthy family, is qualified to pursue President Xia.
You are nowhere near good enough. Ha ha. Chen Fan was amused by Qian Bowen's words, so he unceremoniously retorted.
If I were you, I would go to the bathroom and take a good look in the mirror to find out what it means to be a frog at the bottom of the well.
What did you say? Qian Bowen was furious.
Just as he was about to strike back at Chen Fan, the door to the listening room opened again. Several foreigners, led by 2 bodyguards from the Jiuxiu security group, entered. Boss, Mr. Adelaide, the representative of Patek Philippe, has arrived. Chen Fan's man entered and respectfully said something to Chen Fan.
Hearing this, everyone in the tea house instantly froze. Patek Philippe's people? These foreigners are from Patek Philippe?
For a moment, everyone in the room, including He Xinghuai, turned their attention to these Patek Philippe representatives. These were the people from the prestigious Patek Philippe company, who had traveled thousands of miles to Jiangzhou to do what?
This is our CEO, Mr. Chen.
The person from the Jiuxiu security group introduced the Patek Philippe people again.
Hello, Mr. Chen.
Adelaide took the initiative to come forward, shook Chen Fan's hand with utmost respect, and asked in a tone that carried a hint of flattery.
When faced with a company shareholder, how could he not try to please them?
Seeing this, Qian Bowen, He Xinghuai and the others were completely baffled.
What's going on? How come the people from the prestigious Patek Philippe company are trying to please Chen Fan? What's going on? How come the representatives of the prestigious Patek Philippe company are trying to please people?
Immediately afterwards, to the astonished gaze of the crowd, Chen Fan and a few people from Patek Philippe boarded the second floor to go to the private room to discuss things in detail.
Chen Bowen and He Xinghuai were stunned and couldn't figure it out.
Mr. He, let's go to the private room too. Qian Bowen suggested after a moment of silence. No, let's just wait here for a while. However, to Qian Bowen's surprise, He Xinghuai flatly refused. At this moment, He Xinghuai was obviously more interested in Chen Fan and was even more curious. He really wanted to know what this young man Chen Fan would talk about with the Patek Philippe representative and why the representative of Patek Philippe would be so eager to please Chen Fan. On the other side, Chen Fan and the Patek Philippe representative chatted for a while, and the representative then took out 2 contracts. The 2 sides exchanged signatures with each other. At this point, 4% of the shares of Patek Philippe were officially in Chen Fan's hands.
Chen Fan also successfully became a shareholder of Patek Philippe. Because Adelaide was still in a hurry to get back, after a while of chatting, he took his leave. Chen Fan saw them off and asked the 2 bodyguards from the Jiuxiu security group to continue to see them off. After the representative of Patek Philippe left, a move by He Xinghuai directly left Qian Bowen and the others speechless. Chapter 94, Chen Fan steps in, and Chen's capital group loses everything. Explosive gossip.
In the astonished gaze of Qian Bowen and the others, He Xinghuai walked straight up to Chen Fan and, with a hint of flattery, greeted him.
Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm He Xinghuai, it's a pleasure to meet you.
He Xinghuai felt that even the representative of the prestigious Patek Philippe company had treated Chen Fan that way, so it was only reasonable for him to ingratiate himself with Chen Fan as well. However, his actions, in the eyes of Qian Bowen and the other wealthy Jiangzhou people, were like an earthquake. In their eyes, He Xinghuai was already a big shot who was aloof and untouchable. As a result, is it reasonable for such a big shot to ingratiate himself with a young man? Oh, hello. He Xinghuai was so polite, and Chen Fan responded politely.
Here is my business card.
He Xinghuai politely handed Chen Fan his business card.
Chen Fan glanced at it.
Chairman of the He Group in Zhonghai Province, Vice President of the Sanfeng Chamber of Commerce. He Xinghuai's business card had a long list of titles. I'm sorry, I don't have a business card. Chen Fan said, a little embarrassed, as he took the card. It looked like it was time for him to print some business cards himself.
That's fine, but can Mr. Chen tell me a contact method?
He Xinghuai asked again.
Also, does Mr. Chen have a special relationship with Patek Philippe? Can I make a note of that for you?
This last sentence was He Xinghuai's true intention. He had laid so much groundwork just to inquire about Chen Fan's relationship with the prestigious Patek Philippe company.
There's no special relationship. I'm just a shareholder of Patek Philippe. Chen Fan casually responded.
A shareholder of Patek Philippe? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, He Xinghuai was dumbfounded.
Not far away, Chen Bowen and the others were shocked.
Chen Bowen in particular was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide in disbelief.
What did Chen Fan say? He is a shareholder of Patek Philippe?
He thought about how he had just bragged to Chen Fan in front of him, telling Chen Fan to stay away from Xiaoruoshui, but Chen Fan had retorted by calling him a frog in a well. At first, Chen Bowen thought Chen Fan was arrogant, but now it seems that what Chen Fan said was indeed correct. His sights had always been set on Jiangzhou or Zhonghai province, but Chen Fan was already a shareholder of the world-famous Patek Philippe company. They were simply not on the same level. In an instant, Chen Bowen lowered his head, ashamed beyond words.
President Chen is truly young and accomplished.
He Xinghuai swallowed hard and couldn't help but praise. The Jiangzhou tycoons who had been surrounding Chen Bowen just now came over one after the other, trying to curry favor with Chen Fan in every way they could.
Chen Fan was too lazy to deal with them.
Once things were settled and the shares of Patek Philippe were in his hands, Chen Fan found an excuse and left. In the afternoon, after returning to the villa, Chen Fan casually placed the documents on the coffee table and was about to take a break.
Suddenly, Chen Fan's phone rang.
It was a message from the people at Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Boss, we have found some explosive news about the painter Chao Xinxi. Once this news gets out, Chao Xinxi will definitely become notorious and be remembered for thousands of years. The man from Guanyu Private Detective Agency said in a very gossipy manner.
Oh, what's the news? Chen Fan asked curiously.
Our people took pictures of Chao Xinxi, who was in his 60s, and a young woman in her 20s dating at a hotel. The man from Guanyu Private Detective Agency reported.
Pictures of a meeting with a woman in her 20s? Chen Fan was stunned.
At most, this proves that Chao Xinxi is not old in heart, but just a womanizer. At most, there will be a little scandal, but it shouldn't be enough to completely ruin his reputation and leave a bad aftertaste for eternity. If this is all that's revealed, it won't be enough of a blow to the Chen family. Boss, don't worry, we've investigated the young woman in her 20s a little more, and the result of this woman's identity has surprised us.
Oh, what identity? This young woman is the fiancée of Chao Xinxi's grandson.
Immediately afterwards, Guanyu Private Detective Agency shocked everyone.
What?
In an instant, Chen Fan was dumbfounded.
This.
For a moment, Chen Fan didn't know how to describe this Chao Xinxi. He was awesome.
He was ruthless. He was so ruthless that he even went after his grandson's fiancée. Chao Xinxi's idol, could it be Prime Minister Chao?
No, he is even more ruthless than Prime Minister Chao. After a long sigh, Chen Fan's eyes lit up.
The person from Guanyu Private Detective Agency was right.
Once the secret is exposed, Chao Xinxi will truly be disgraced and his name will be hated for thousands of years.
His paintings will be worthless.
At that time, Chen's Capital Group's investment of 1 to 2 billion yuan will be completely gone, and they will get nothing back.
This is a good thing for Chen Fan.
You immediately expose this news and publish the evidence.
Chen Fan immediately ordered.
He did this for the good of Chao Xinxi's grandson, so that he would not be in the dark.
After the announcement, you can fuel the fire and buy a wave of hot searches, understand?
Understood, boss. The people from Guanyu Private Detective Agency immediately went into action. On the other side, in the Chen Capital Group, President Chen Jiankai was listening to a report from his subordinates. Chen Jiankai, the third son of Chen's grandfather, is currently in charge of the Chen Capital Group.
Boss, our hype of Chao Xinxi's paintings has been very successful.
Currently, a high-quality painting by Chao Xinxi can sell for 30 to 40 million, and a little more can even reach 50 million. The staff member said excitedly.
He really admired the CEO for coming up with this idea. Not enough, this is still not enough.
My goal is to hype up Chao Xinxi's paintings to 70 to 80 million, or even 100 million each. Chen Jiankai corrected with confidence. He also admired himself for coming up with such a brilliant idea. We have already bought out all the paintings by Chao Xinxi behind him. Once we have hyped up Chao Xinxi's paintings to tens of millions each, we will sell one every 6 months, or a few. At that time, our profits will double, it's just that it will take a little longer.
Chen Kaikai's gaze is even farther. Immediately add another 300 million and continue hyping Chao Xinxi's paintings.
You go ahead and act now while the iron is hot.
Chen Kaikai ordered.
Yes, boss. His subordinate immediately went to take care of it. In the office, Chen Jiankai was imagining that after the hype was a success, he would easily double or even triple his profits. The more he thought about it, the more pleased Chen Jiankai became. If his father had given him the task of dealing with the little bastard Chen Fan instead of the fourth son before. With his wisdom, he would have long since made Chen Fan destitute and living on the streets. Perhaps Chen Fan is already kneeling before his father, begging for mercy. Unfortunately, his father never let him take action, which is why Chen Fan is still running rampant outside. It's such a pity that he can't show off his abilities. Chen Jiankai's heart was filled with regret. More than an hour later, the door to Chen Jiankai's office suddenly slammed open, and a company executive rushed in. "What's your hurry? Are you bankrupt?" Chen Jiankai asked impatiently. "No, President, you are the one who is bankrupt." The company executive replied in a low voice. "No, to be precise, you have lost money." "What the hell are you talking about?" Chen Kai angrily asked. He hated the words "lost money" the most. "President, you can see today's hot searches yourself," said the company executive, placing the tablet in his hand on Chen Kai's desk. Chen Jiankai glanced at it casually, and in an instant, his expression froze. Chapter 95, The First Major Hemorrhage, The Flesh-Painful Chen Laoi. Shocked, against human nature, the famous domestic painter Chao Zhenxi cheated on his grandson's fiancée. Looking at the words on the hot search, Chen Jiankai's heart seemed to stop beating at this moment. Chen Jiankai clicked into the hot search, and immediately afterwards, a video popped up. The video shows Chao Zhenxi taking his grandson's fiancée to a hotel room in the lobby and kissing. Attached to the photo are intimate photos of Chao Zhenxi's grandson and his girlfriend. This is obviously the real deal. Holy cow, Lao Chao is awesome. Such a person is worthy of being called a well-known domestic painter. Boycott. Such a scumbag, we must boycott him. Agree, an animal who doesn't even let his grandchildren's girlfriend off the hook, and who can get tens of millions for a painting. I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me for free. He must be banned. In the comments section of the video, countless netizens commented, and a large proportion of them suggested boycotting and banning Chao Zhenxi. Chen Jian's heart skipped a beat with joy, and he exclaimed, "This is bad." "What's going on?" Chen Jian hurriedly asked. "President, we don't know what's going on either." An hour ago, this news suddenly appeared on major websites and video platforms, and quickly shot up to the top of the search results. The company executives also helplessly replied. "Fortunately, it's just hit the top of the search results, it hasn't reached the top. If this gets out of hand, it will be a devastating blow to us," Chen Kai said anxiously. He had spent so much money hyping up Chao Zhenxi, and it had been hard work establishing Chao Zhenxi's high-flying image, only for this to happen. "What are you all standing around for? Go find a public relations person and suppress this hot search," Chen Jiankai anxiously ordered, trying to suppress the news and salvage the situation. Yes. The company executives hurriedly went into action. Chen Jiankai also quickly used his own resources and connections to find a way to suppress the hot search. At the same time, Chen Fan also saw the hot search. The people at Guanyu Private Investigation Agency are really professional, posting the news on all well-known domestic websites and video platforms. In that case, even if Chen's Capital Group and Chao Zhenxi suppress the hot search on a certain website or video platform, the news will still be on other websites and platforms. Since things have developed to this extent, Chen Fan wants to add fuel to the fire. Thinking about it, Chen Fan calls the senior management of Qiancheng Auction Company and asks them to help push the news, fuel the flames, to the top of the search rankings, and completely ruin Chao Zhenxi's reputation. "I understand, Mr. Chen." The senior management of Qiancheng Auction Company promised that it was just another form of hype, which they were very familiar with. Because they often have to hype up some works of art, etc., Qiancheng Auction Company has very strong connections in this area. After receiving Chen Fan's order, the senior executive of Qiancheng Auction Company immediately went into action. Even if the Chen Capital Group tried to remedy the situation, it would be useless. In terms of hype and control of hot searches, Qiancheng Auction Company could completely unilaterally beat the Chen Capital Group. Sure enough, with Chen Fan's arrangement, the ranking of this hot search quickly rose. In no time at all, it had already surged to the top of every major platform and became the subject of heated discussion among tens of millions of netizens. Chen's Capital Group gathered together, and their subordinates reported to Chen Jiankai that they had failed. Clang! Clang! Asshole! An angry Chen Jiankai directly pushed the things on his desk down.
Chao Xinqi's reputation was completely ruined, and he became a pariah on the internet.
As a result, the price of Chao Xinqi's paintings, which had already been hyped up by him to tens of millions of dollars, was now estimated to have fallen to the lowest. It was not even certain whether there were tens of thousands of dollars in a single painting.
Oh yes, you should quickly ask Manager Bai to come here, quickly.
Chen Jiankai suddenly thought of something and spoke quickly. A few minutes later, Manager Bai came over. I asked you 2 hours ago to continue investing 300 million in the hype around Chao Xinqi.
How is it going? Chen Jiankai asked anxiously.
President, don't worry, I've already made the arrangements. I've transferred most of the money to those professional hype agencies, and I expect it to have an effect soon. Manager Bai didn't know anything about the hype, and thought that the president was concerned about his work. So he said proudly, feeling satisfied with the results of his work.
What? Most of the money has been transferred. Asshole.
Chen Jiankai suddenly sat up, furious.
300 million yuan, gone again.
Chen Jiankai immediately contacted Chao Xinqi to hold him responsible.
However, Chen Jiankai's phone just wouldn't connect.
President, we just got news that Chao Xinqi has just boarded a flight to a foreign country with his grandson's girlfriend.
Another piece of bad news. Chao Xinqi had fled. Upon hearing this news, Chen Jiankai completely broke down. Plop.
Chen Jiankai slumped in his chair, his whole body as if he had lost his soul. Chao Xinqi didn't run away, and there was still a possibility that he could get back the 10 billion that he had completely bought out Chao Xinqi with, and make up for some of the losses. But now, Chao Xinqi has run away and fled abroad, so it will not be so easy to get back the 10 billion buyout fee. A total of more than 2 billion yuan is gone like that. Chen Jiankai's heart felt as if it was bleeding. With this investment, their Chen Capital Group has lost everything. Such news is definitely not going to be kept from the old man, and Chen Jiankai dares not go back, so he has no choice but to call and report to the old man.
What? A sudden loss of more than 2 billion yuan? You good for nothing, what are you good for? After hearing the news, Chen's father angrily cursed with immense pain. Last time, Chen Fan, that little brat, snatched the project he was determined to get, and Chen's father was indeed angry, but that time, the Chen family had at most wasted a little energy and time, and had hardly lost any money. But now, losing more than 2 billion in a single stroke was a real hemorrhage, and Chen's father was too distressed. You go investigate immediately and find out who is behind this incident involving Chao Xinqi. Find out the real culprit behind the scenes, I will never let him go. Chen's father roared. Yes, father, I will send someone to investigate now.
Chen Jiankai hurriedly got to work. In the villa of Royal Scenic Villa, seeing the hot search, he knew that Chao Xinqi was completely finished, and Chen's Capital Group's investment of 1 to 2 billion had gone down the drain.
Chen Fan's mood became very good.
In less than a day, Chen's Capital Group had lost a huge sum of money. He himself had to follow up on the victory and continue launching the next offensive against Chen's Capital Group.
Chen's Capital Group had so many projects, which one would he attack next? Just as Chen Fan was thinking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 96, the 21st day of severing ties rewards the world's top private jet.
Chen Fan opened the door and there at the door stood Xia Mengmeng and Xia Menglan. Xia Menglan was leaving in a couple of days and she wanted to know Chen Fan's identity so that she could say some good things about him to her brother when she got back. In that way, if Shu Wei's father could also have a good first impression of Chen Fan. Although her intentions were good, she couldn't say anything outright, so Xia Menglan took Xia Mengmeng by the hand and came over to chat with Chen Fan.
Xia Menglan wanted to see if she could get some useful information from Chen Fan.
After entering and sitting down, Xia Menglan took the initiative to chat with Chen Fan. After talking for a while, she still didn't get the answer she wanted.
Could it be that Chen Fan really didn't have any impressive status? That would be troublesome.
Xia Menglan was anxious inside. What should she do? She really thought highly of Chen Fan, and he and Ruoshui were a good match. Xia Menglan sat up slightly, picked up the glass on the coffee table, and planned to take a sip of water.
She had been talking a lot and was a little thirsty.
But as soon as she picked up the glass, her eyes inadvertently swept over the document that Chen Fan had casually placed on the coffee table earlier. Instantly, Xia Menglan's eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief.
What did she see?
Xia Menglan looked at the Chinese and English names on the document in shock. Patek Philippe Company Share Acquisition Agreement.
Xia Menglan was shocked inside and couldn't believe her eyes. The acquisition agreement for Patek Philippe, she didn't read it wrong, did she?
Xia Menglan quickly put down her water glass, then rubbed her eyes hard, and looked again at Chen Fan's special document. What she saw was still the same, the big words Patek Philippe Company Share Acquisition Agreement. Xia Menglan let out a gasp, and her whole body felt a little dazed. She just wanted to know about Chen Fan's slightly more powerful and more important identity or industry, so that she could speak well of Chen Fan in front of her brother and give him a good impression. But who would have thought that she would accidentally discover Chen Fan's amazing generosity? Acquiring shares in the Patek Philippe Company. My goodness, what an amazing generosity! That's Xiao Fan. This? Xia Menglan asked curiously. Oh, these are the documents I just got back, so I just put them on the table. Chen Fan replied after taking a look. You really bought shares in Patek Philippe? Xia Menglan asked in astonishment. Yes. Chen Fan nodded lightly. What, Chen Shuiyuan bought shares in Patek Philippe? At this moment, even Xia Mengmeng couldn't sit still. She doesn't really understand business or companies, but she does understand luxury goods, especially world-class watch brands like Patek Philippe. She even gave her father a Patek Philippe watch for his birthday last time. She never imagined that Chen Fan would have acquired shares in Patek Philippe and become a shareholder of the company. Xia Mengmeng was in a daze, not to mention Xia Menglan. Xia Menglan felt as if she were dreaming. What shocked Xia Menglan was not that Chen Fan was already a shareholder of Patek Philippe, but that Chen Fan had managed to successfully acquire Patek Philippe shares at this time. Incredible, just incredible. Xia Menglan had heard that because Patek Philippe was so expensive, the audience for its products was incredibly limited, so the market value of Patek Philippe seemed to have always been low, just tens of billions. But the problem is that you can't just buy Patek Philippe shares if you have the money. Currently, the shares of Patek Philippe are in the hands of those top rich and powerful people, and those powerful people don't lack money, and they won't sell the shares of Patek Philippe easily. Otherwise, countless rich people would have been tempted to do so long ago. But it is under these circumstances that Chen Fan was able to easily acquire the shares of Patek Philippe. Chen Fan's connections and financial resources are terrifying. Xia Menglan was shocked. If she told her brother about Chen Fan's acquisition of Patek Philippe's shares, he would also be extremely surprised. At that time, Chen Fan would definitely be able to leave a deep first impression on this future father-in-law. Knowing Chen Fan's identity, Xia Menglan's goal was achieved. After staying for a while, Xia Menglan and Xia Mengmeng left. On the other side of the world, in the Yum Group, Kong Baishang was celebrating their initial victory with his son over a glass of wine in home. Under their offensive, the Yongtai Real Estate Group was in a precarious position. Kong Baishang felt like victory was already beckoning to him. Accelerate the pace, and try to bring Yongtai Real Estate Group down in these few days. Kong Baishang instructed his son that this time, he would use the full strength of the company to completely resolve Yongtai Real Estate Group and completely resolve the problem of Chen Fan. After taking our 500 million, I want Chen Fan to double it back. Kong Baishang muttered with a gloomy face. Father, don't worry, this time we will attack with all our strength, even if Chen Fan grows wings, he will not be able to escape from your grasp. Kong Baishang's son was also overjoyed, feeling that victory was within reach. A new day, Xia Group, Xia Ruoshui was secretly preparing for a surprise attack on the Yum Group. Boss, by doing this, we can get rid of the Yum Group, but we also expect to suffer considerable losses, said a vice president of Xia Group with concern. As an old company, the Yum Group's strength should not be underestimated. If it really reaches a dangerous level, it is estimated that they will be desperate and attack them furiously. This desperate attack before death can be quite powerful. If there is a loss, so be it. In business, there is no such thing as no loss. Xia Ruoshui spoke very decisively. If it can help Chen Fan, the company doesn't mind the loss. At worst, she can work hard to make up for the loss later. What's more, the end of the Yum Group is also a good thing for their Xia Group. Seeing that the boss was adamant, the vice president couldn't say anything more and had to comply, getting ready. At noon, Chen Fan had just finished class when the voice of the system suddenly came through. Ding! 21st day of severing ties, reward the world's richest man with the same private jet, a Gulfstream G650ER private jet. All the necessary procedures for a private jet have been completed: airworthiness certificate, radio license, qualification to apply for flight routes, etc. Today's system reward is here. Today's reward is a private jet, which is quite interesting.
Chen Fan mused. To be honest, compared to a private yacht, this private jet rewarded by the system today is obviously more useful.
In the future, if Chen Fan needs to go somewhere in case of an emergency, having a private jet will be very convenient. A private yacht, on the other hand, has very limited uses and is almost purely for enjoyment. Driven by curiosity, Chen Fan searched for information on the Gulfstream G650 Air private jet. The Gulfstream G650 Air private jet is one of the top private jets, with the longest range of any commercial aircraft, flying 13,890 kilometers.
The Gulfstream G650ER private jet can accommodate 8 passengers and 4 crew members.
The interior decor, even the sofas, are all custom-made, and there is even a double bed inside for the convenience of passengers.
At the same time, the Gulfstream G650ER private jet has a perfect safety system and emergency rescue equipment.
Bill Gates, the former richest man in the world, owns an identical Gulfstream G650ER private jet. Being loved by the former richest man in the world shows how extraordinary the Gulfstream G650ER private jet is. After learning this news, Chen Fan was even more excited about his Gulfstream G650ER private jet. This is still Chen Fan's first private jet. Just as Chen Fan was learning about private jets, some basic information about Chen Fan appeared on the desk of a mysterious man in a large villa in Jiangzhou. Chapter 97, the Jiangzhou Chen family, a powerful family, has intervened.
How dare Chen Fan offend 2 powerful families? Is this the information on the new owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course?
The mysterious man asked curiously, looking at the sparse information on the sheet of paper in front of him.
The mysterious man was none other than Shen Qingran, the new head of the Jiangzhou Chen family, a powerful family.
Yes.
His subordinate nodded.
Shen Qingran curiously picked up Chen Fan's information and leafed through it.
Ha! This Chen Fan was previously a member of the Chen family, but has severed ties with the family?
Shen Qingran was extremely surprised. Shen Qingran continued to look back, but even this piece of paper was not filled with information. The information only stated that Chen Fan is currently the owner of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Wangjiang Pavilion, and Guanshan International Golf Course, and the rest is insignificant information.
Is that all? Shen Qingran asked discontentedly.
He had just taken over the Shen family and become its head, and Shen Qingran was eager to expand the territory for the Shen family and increase its assets.
So Shen Qingran, who often played golf, set his sights on Guanshan International Golf Course, the largest golf course in Jiangzhou.
Especially knowing that Guanshan International Golf Course had a new owner, Shen Qingran felt that this was a good opportunity.
So he sent someone to investigate the news about the new owner of Guanshan International Golf Course. The result was that after half a day of investigation, there was just a few short sentences. This Chen Fan's status in the Chen family was very low before. There is not much information, and a lot of the information is useless. I have summarized all the intelligence, and these are the only pieces of information that are useful. His subordinate replied helplessly. Okay. Shen Qingran helplessly said. This information is enough.
Try to contact this Chen Fan somehow. I want to meet him and talk to him about buying the Guanshan International Golf Course.
Shen Qingran ordered. Yes, master. The subordinate nodded. By the way, master, if you want to buy the Guanshan International Golf Course, do you want me to go to the finance department and ask them to prepare the funds for the purchase in advance? The subordinate asked next. That's fine. Shen Qingran nodded. The Guanshan International Golf Course is worth more than 1 billion yuan. Is it enough if I ask the finance department to prepare 1.5 billion yuan? Is it enough? It's too much. Shen Qingran replied with a big smile. It's enough to prepare only half of it. Shen Qingran replied. Naturally, he was not going to acquire the Guanshan International Golf Course normally. Otherwise, why would he go to all that trouble collecting information on Chen Fan? He planned to buy the Guanshan International Golf Course from that Chen Fan for a minimal price of just a few $100 million. Chen Fan had already broken with the Chen family and become an enemy of the Chen family. At this time, would Chen Fan dare offend the Shen family? Offending 2 powerful families is like seeking death.
Shen Qingran felt that when the time came, as long as he stated his purpose and announced his identity, Chen Fan would have no choice but to respectfully sell him the Guanshan International Golf Course at the lowest price and beg him to take it. Chen Fan, who had offended the Chen family, would definitely try to curry favor with him in every way.
Understood, family head. His subordinate immediately went into action.
On the other side, in the Chen family, Chen Jinping, the fourth son of the Chen family, failed in his actions, and Chen's grandfather planned to formulate a new plan to deal with Chen Fan. The deadline given by the Su family and Jinling was getting shorter and shorter. Last time, they directly targeted a large company like Yongtai Real Estate Group, but failed. Chen's grandfather had to admit that Chen Fan had grown up now. Since they could not start with the big ones, Chen's grandfather planned to start with the small ones and work their way up. In the end, Chen's grandfather set his sights on the property under Chen Fan's name, the Wankai International Hotel. This time, Chen's grandfather wanted to put the Wankai International Hotel out of business. He didn't believe that if he couldn't fix Yongtai Real Estate Group, he couldn't fix a mere hotel. It so happened that Chenny, Chen's grandfather's second daughter, who had been studying abroad for a few months, had returned and, knowing her grandfather's thoughts, took the matter upon herself.
"Father, you just wait and see, I don't think I'll let you down," Chenny said confidently. Chenny already had a general plan in mind for dealing with the Wankai International Hotel. "Good, in the shortest time possible, we must bring down Chen Fan's Wankai International Hotel and teach him a lesson, otherwise that little bastard will really get away with anything," Chen's father ordered. "Father, you just wait and see, the learning I've done in the past few months has been very fruitful. Dare to sever ties with our Chen family, I will make that unfilial bastard Chen Fan regret it for the rest of his life." Chenny gave her word again and then immediately went into action. During the afternoon course introduction, Chen Fan received a phone call from Chen Wenjing. "Be careful, the old man has sent Chen Yi to take action against your Wankai International Hotel." The call connected, and Chen Wenjing, the Chen family's undercover agent, whispered a reminder. "Chen Yi is going to take action against Wankai International Hotel." "Okay, I got it." Chen Fan nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan called the general manager of Wankai International Hotel and asked him to pay extra attention in the next 2 days. "When the water comes, we can dam it. When the enemy comes, we can fight him off." Moreover, since the Chen family is going after his own Wankai International Hotel, the attention on the Chen Capital Group will definitely drop again, which will make it easier for him to do it himself. You have to understand that Wankai International Hotel is just an unremarkable ordinary industry for Chen Fan at the moment. However, the Chen Capital Group is one of the pillar industries of the Chen family. The two are simply not comparable. After making the arrangements, Chen Fan drove straight to Jiangzhou Airport. His private jet, the Gulfstream G650ER, had already arrived at Jiangzhou Airport, and Chen Fan couldn't wait to see what his first private jet looked like. 40 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at Jiangzhou Airport. He was just about to enter the airport when a voice of doubt suddenly came from nowhere. Chapter 98, the Shu family father and son, who were shocked by Chen Fan's private jet, the Shu family's attempt to curry favor. "Boss." Hearing someone call out to him, Chen Fan looked over to the side. Not far away, he saw a chubby man waving at Chen Fan. It was none other than Chen Fan's former junior, Zhu Hongyi, a direct descendant of the Jiangzhou Zhu family. At the moment, Zhu Hongyi was following a serious middle-aged man. He was Zhu Hongyi's father, Zhu Guangxing, the core member of the Zhu family. The head of the Zhu family was already over 80 years old, which was too old, so currently, most of the power of the Zhu family was in the hands of Zhu Guangxing. Zhu Guangxing was already considered the blatant crown prince of the Zhu family. As soon as the head of the Zhu family passed away, Zhu Guangxing would immediately be promoted to head of the Zhu family. Hearing his son call the previous guy his big brother, Zhu Guangxing's brows furrowed slightly. How could the son of the future head of the Zhu family be someone's little brother? Zhu Hongyi walked over to his father, and Zhu Hongyi took the initiative to introduce the two of them. "Father, this is my idol and my acknowledged big brother, Chen Fan." "Big brother, this is my father." Hearing Chen Fan's name, Zhu Guangxing was even more surprised. "Chen Fan, are you related to the Chen family of the wealthy and powerful?" Zhu Guangxing asked in confusion. "Father, the boss was indeed a member of the Chen family, but he is no longer one now." Zhu Hongyi quickly gave his father a brief introduction. After hearing this, Zhu Guangxing felt even more displeased. Although Chen Fan had severed his ties with the Chen family, he was still a member of the Chen family. His son is a member of the Zhu family, and the Zhu and Chen families are about the same strength. As a result, his own son has chosen a former member of the Chen family as his leader. Doesn't this mean that the Chen family has surpassed the Zhu family? No, I have to go back and have a good chat with my son. It's fine for him to be friends with this Chen Fan, but it's absolutely not okay for him to be Chen Fan's lackey. Zhu Guangxing thought to himself. "Boss, are you going somewhere?" Zhu Hongyi asked curiously. He and his father had just returned from somewhere.
Not really, I just bought a private jet and parked it at Zhengzhou Airport, so I came to have a look.
Chen Fan casually replied.
Although it was a private jet, it was no different from an ordinary luxury car, and there was no way to start it directly. A private jet required a professional airport to take off, but even a wealthy person could not build an airport just for a single plane. So many wealthy people rent places from airports all over the world to store their private jets, and entrust the maintenance and inspection of their private jets to the airport. All they have to do is pay a large sum of money to the airport every year, which is simple and convenient.
Anything that can be solved with money is a trivial matter. Chen Fan's private jet will also be entrusted to Zhengzhou Airport. Private jet? Boss, you bought a private jet, that's awesome. Zhu Hongyi exclaimed repeatedly.
Even the wealthy families in Zhengzhou, most of whom do not have private jets, and the Zhu family included, do not have one. Next to him, Zhu Guangxing was also extremely surprised to hear Chen Fan's words. This little guy called Chen Fan is amazing, he can actually afford to buy a private jet.
Boss, can I go over and take a look at your private jet and broaden my horizons?
Zhu Hongyi asked with great anticipation.
HM.
Chen Fan nodded. Zhu Hongyi is a very capable little brother.
Thank you, boss.
Zhu Hongyi was thrilled. He had never been on a private jet before.
Chen Fan walked in front, followed by Zhu Hongyi.
Zhu Guangxing hesitated for a moment, then followed them. He was curious about the model of the private jet that Chen had bought. It shouldn't be anything impressive, probably just a small private jet worth a few tens of millions. After all, Chen was still very young.
Zhu Guangxing guessed inwardly.
Noticing his son's excited look of someone who has never seen the world, Zhu Guangxing couldn't help but give him a nudge, reminding him.
Behave yourself. It's just a private jet. In a few days, the Zhu family will buy one too.
As the son of the future head of the Zhu family, he has to act like a big shot. And since we're going to buy one, we'll definitely buy the kind that costs over 100 million, not the kind that costs tens of millions of cheap knockoffs. Zhu Guangxing said deliberately, naturally not wanting to lose face in front of Chen Fan, a junior. A few minutes later, led by the airport staff, they walked into the interior of the airport. From afar, the airport staff pointed to a huge private jet in the distance and introduced it. Sir, that is your Gulfstream G650 Air private jet. Looking in the direction the airport staff was pointing, the Zhu family father and son were suddenly shocked. Zhu Guangxing, in particular, was even more stunned. He had originally thought that Chen Fan's private jet would be a small one that could seat 2 or 4 people, and would be worth at most a few tens of millions of yuan. But from this distance, the private jet was much larger than he had expected.
Was Chen Fan that powerful? What are the features of this private jet? Zhu Guangxing asked the airport staff. He still didn't quite believe that Chen Fan's private jet was very powerful.
Sir, this private jet is a Gulfstream G650ER, one of the world's top private jets.
It is equipped with 2 BR725-0112 turbofan engines. The staff member introduced it with great professionalism.
The more he listened, the more shocked Zhu Guangxing felt. There are quite a few top billionaires and big shots in the world whose cars are Gulfstream G650ERs. One of the most famous is the former world's richest man, Bill Gates.
Finally, the staff member added. What? This Gulfstream G650ER is the same model as the one owned by the world's richest man?
Zhu Guangxing was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that Chen Fan's private jet was so amazing. To be able to afford such a private jet, Chen Fan's financial resources are truly terrifying.
Mr. Chen is amazing,
Zhu Guangxing said with emotion. At this moment, his address for Chen Fan also changed from Little Chen to the more respectful Mr. Chen. It seems that there is nothing unacceptable about his son working for Mr. Chen. Afterwards, Chen Fan was the first to board his Gulfstream G650 Air private jet, inspecting it and being very satisfied with the interior. It will be much more convenient for him to travel far away in the future. The Zhu family, father and son, also boarded the private jet for a look, and were blown away. It really is luxurious inside. After getting off the private jet, Zhu Guangxing took the initiative to add Chen Fan's contact information. If you have time, you are welcome to visit our family. Mr. Chen is a very important guest of our family. Zhu Guangxing's warm invitation had already made Chen Fan a key guest of their family. Zhu Guangxing was keen to befriend this powerful figure.
Sure.
Chen Fan responded politely. After that, Chen Fan left, as he had other things to do. As he watched Chen Fan's receding back, Zhu Guangxing patted his son on the shoulder.
Father, what do you think? Is there a problem with this boss I've recognized?
Your son's judgment is never wrong. Xu Hongyi was a little smug as he boasted in front of his father. When he first met the boss earlier, Zhu Hongyi noticed the displeasure in his father's eyes. But now that he had seen the boss's private jet, things were different. Not bad, worthy of my son, you have good taste. Xu Guangxing's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change, and he said proudly. When you have time, invite Mr. Chen to your home as a guest, and it would be best if the Xu family could become good friends with Mr. Chen.
Xu Guangxing instructed his son.
You must ingratiate yourself with your boss. At only around 20 years old, he can already afford a private jet of this class, and his future prospects are limitless. In the future, if your boss needs anything that the Zhu family can help with, you can let me know. A character with unlimited potential like Chen Fan is worth the Zhu family's fawning over.
No problem, father. Xu Hongyi agreed.
After leaving the airport, Chen Fan went home. More than an hour later, Chen Fan, who was at home, suddenly received a special invitation.
Chapter 99, a new mission, trying to forcefully buy Chen Fan's property for 1/3 of the price?
This invitation was sent by the Jiangzhou noble family, the Chen family, saying that they would like to invite Chen Fan to dinner at Wangjiang Pavilion to discuss something with him. Chen Fan was not very interested in this invitation. Suddenly, the system's voice came.
Ding!
Task issued, agree to the Chen family's invitation to dinner at Wangjiang Pavilion to see what the Chen family is up to. Task reward, 8% ownership of the Zhouxiu Security Group. Task reward, 51 experience points. Reward 8% ownership of the Zhouxiu Security Group?
Chen Fan's eyes lit up.
Currently, although he is the biggest boss of the Zhouxiu Security Group and his status within the group has improved a lot, this is far from Chen Fan's goal. Chen Fan's goal is to completely control the Zhouxiu Security Group, and in order to do this, Chen Fan needs to have at least 50% ownership of the group. He currently only has 27% ownership of the group, but if he completes this mission, Chen Fan's ownership of the group will reach 35%. He is not far from his goal. In that case, he agreed to the invitation. After all, he is on his own turf, so he is not worried about anything. At around 6:30 p.m., Chen Fan was the first to arrive at the Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant. A few minutes later, a handsome man arrived with a Chen family subordinate who had previously collected Chen Fan's information. The handsome man is Shen Hanhai, the son of Shen Qingran, the head of the Shen family.
Young master, why didn't the master come?
He said he would come in person, didn't he?
His subordinate asked in puzzlement.
The master clearly said he would come in person before, so why did he send the young master instead?
That Chen Fan kid is only about 20 years old, right? Do I need my father to come and talk to him? My father is also not someone that little Chen Fan can meet. Shen Hanhai retorted.
In fact, an hour ago, there was a problem with one of the Shen family's businesses, and Shen Qingran had to go there temporarily to take charge. He didn't have time to come here, so Shen Qingran sent his son to come instead.
By the way, where's the money to buy the Guangshan International Golf Course?
Shen Hanhai asked.
Young master, it's here. There are 700 million yuan in it.
His subordinate respectfully handed Shen Hanhai a bank card.
Well, in a moment, I will withdraw 400 million, and I will easily buy the Guangshan International Golf Course,
said Shen Hanhai with a smile after picking up the bank card. He was only greedy for 300 million out of the 700 million acquisition fee, which was not too much. Next to him, his subordinate felt a little emotional as he listened to his master's words. His master was even more ruthless than the old master.
The Guangshan International Golf Course was worth more than 1 billion yuan, and the old master planned to buy it for less than half the price.
But when it came to the young master, the price was less than a third of that. A few minutes later, Shen Hanhai led his subordinates to the private room and met Chen Fan.
Oh, you're here quite early, said Shen Hanhai condescendingly upon seeing Chen Fan.
Today is a treat from the Shen family, so you can order whatever you like, and the Shen family will pay tonight. Shen Hanhai looked like a man of great wealth. Chen Fan picked up the menu and said a few words to the waiter next to him. In particular, on the drinks page of the menu, Chen Fan pointed to the last few items in particular.
Yes. After listening to Chen Fan's instructions, the waiter went to take care of it.
Soon, the dishes and drinks were served. To cut a long story short, our Shen family has our eye on your Guangshan International Golf Course and would like to buy it from you. As soon as he came up, Shen Hanhai came right to the point.
Oh? Chen Fan's eyebrows rose, as it turned out that the Chen family had their eyes on the Guangshan International Golf Course. How much do you want? Name a price. Shen Hanhai asked haughtily. How much? 30 billion. Chen Fan replied after a moment's thought.
His Guangshan International Golf Course was worth 17 billion, and now the other party was begging him to buy it, not that he wanted to sell it. He was sure that the price would be marked up, and he had only doubled the normal price.
What did you say? 30 billion, why don't you go rob it?
Shen Hanhai said disdainfully.
I'll only pay 4 billion to buy the Guangshan International Golf Course. 4 billion? Chen Fan sneered. That's less than a third of the real value of the Guangshan International Golf Course. Who's robbing who?
4 billion is already a lot.
Shen Hanhai said with great pride, this is the Shen family buying from you. So what if the Shen family bought it from me? Shen Hanhai shouted. You've already offended the Chen family and are at war with them, do you still want to offend our Shen family too? Chen Fan, on the other hand, rudely retorted. Oh, so your Shen family is very powerful? He wasn't even afraid of the Su family, the top family in Jinling, so why would he be afraid of the Shen family in Jiangzhou? What did you say?
Shen Hanhai was furious when he saw Chen Fan dare to question the strength of their Shen family. He really didn't expect that he would have to bring up the family, but it didn't scare the kid. Kid, you'd better think clearly, you've offended the Chen family already, do you still want to offend our Shen family? I don't need to say what will happen if you offend two powerful families at once, do you? Shen Hanhai threatened. Ha, what if I offend the Shen family? Chen Fan responded nonchalantly. Good, very good, very good. Shen Hanhai gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Fan. Kid, just wait for our Shen family's revenge. After saying that, Shen Hanhai planned to leave. Wait. Chen Fan suddenly stopped him. There's no problem if you want to leave, but first pay the bill. If you want to pay, I, a Shen family member, will do as I say. What's this little amount of money? Shen Hanhai said with supreme arrogance. Go. Chen Fan gave the waiter a look. The waiter immediately took the bill over. Shen Hanhai casually took the bill and looked at it without caring. The next moment, Shen Hanhai looked at the large string of numbers on the bill and was dumbfounded. How much the hell is this? Chapter 100, Severing Ties. On the 22nd day, he completely took over the Zhouxiao Security Group. For 2,197,901.05 yuan. 1. 10. 100. 1,000. Million. Over 20 million for a meal, are you trying to rip me off? Shen Hanhai yelled. What kind of person can eat over 20 million for a meal? Do you believe I will sue you? Shen Hanhai yelled. If you want to sue, go ahead. We at Wangjiang Pavilion have clearly marked prices. Chen Fan calmly responded. Clearly marked prices? I don't believe it. Ha? No, what did you say? You're from Wangjiang Pavilion? Shen Hanhai suddenly reacted. Yes, we're from Wangjiang Pavilion. I'm the owner. Chen Fan nodded. You're the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion? That's even better. Shen Hanhai smiled sinisterly. A meal can cost more than 20 million, let me see how you people at Wangjiang Pavilion rip people off. Shen Hanhai was going to sue Chen Fan with this bill. Shen Hanhai began to look carefully. The dishes in front of him were quite normal, and together they only amounted to 100,000 or so. For these wealthy people, a meal costing 100,000 was the normal price. But the further back he looked, the wider Shen Hanhai's eyes grew. 5 bottles of top-notch Romane Conti, 3 bottles of Amarone. Looking at the 20 million yuan worth of alcohol, Shen Hanhai's eyes grew wide with anger. These types of red wine are the world's top and most expensive, with a bottle worth millions, or even tens of millions of yuan. Many wine parties will use 1 or 2 bottles of this top-notch red wine as the finale. But this time, there were more than 10 bottles, so it's no wonder it cost more than 20 million yuan. It was indeed clearly marked with a price, so even if he wanted to sue Wangjiang Pavilion, it would be useless. Pay up, Master Shen. Aren't you rich? How can you not be able to pay this little amount? Chen Fan urged. It's just 20 million, peanuts. Shen Hanhai said with gritted teeth. Not only had he not achieved his goal this time, but he had lost more than 20 million instead. Shen Hanhai's heart was bleeding. He could be brazen-faced and refuse to pay, but if the news got out, it would be a loss of face for the Chen family, the wealthy family. After all, he was the one who volunteered to pay for tonight's expenses. 20 million is small, but the face of their Chen family is the most important thing. What's even more infuriating is that the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion is Chen Fan, and these 20 million or so are considered a gift to Chen Fan.
Damn it!
In the end, Shen Hanhai handed over more than 20 million with great reluctance. With a dozen opened bottles of red wine in hand, Shen Hanhai gave Chen Fan a fierce look. "You just wait."
Shen Hanhai stormed off.
With over 20 million yuan, Chen Fan had made at least half of the profit. Inviting himself to dinner and giving away over 10 million yuan for free, this Shen Hanhai was really something. Chen Fan sighed with emotion.
Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding! Accept the Chen family's invitation to dinner at Wangjiang Pavilion to see what the Chen family is up to. Mission issued.
Congratulations on obtaining 8% ownership of Joshio Security Group. The share purchase contract has been placed in your villa. Please check your mailbox.
Congratulations on obtaining 51 experience points.
The mission is complete, and 8% of the shares of Joshio Security Group are in hand. In an instant, Chen Fan owned 35% of the shares of the Joshio Security Group.
With just the final 15.1%, Chen Fan would be able to completely take control of the Joshio Security Group.
I hope the system won't let me down. The sound of the system came early in the morning on a new day.
Ding! 22nd day of severing ties, reward 10% ownership of the Joshio Security Group.
Today's reward has arrived, and it happens to be the 10% ownership of the Joshio Security Group that Chen Fan has been waiting for. With this, the ownership of the Joshio Security Group in Chen Fan's hands amounts to 45%. Only 5.1% of the shares are missing, and with this final kick, Chen Fan can completely take control of the Joshio Security Group.
Chen Fan is exceptionally regretful. Just then, the voice of the system came again. Ding!
Mission issued: solve the trouble caused by Chen Yi and save the Wankai International Hotel.
Reward for mission: 10% ownership of the Joshio Security Group.
Reward for mission: 53 experience points.
Ha! Chen Fan was instantly overjoyed. It's possible.
If he completes this mission, Chen Fan will own 55% of the Joshio Security Group, which is a little higher than his goal. The system has sent this task at the right time. At the same time, Chen Yi, the second daughter of Chen Jia and Chen's father, also made several phone calls in quick succession.
How is it going? Chen Yi asked.
For this matter, Chen Yi had used her connections from her time studying in the Magic City.
It's fine. It's fake, we're professionals. You've paid, we'll definitely make you happy,
was the assured reply from the other side.
Good, you get moving right away.
Tonight, I want to see the Wankai International Hotel turned into the rubbish hotel everyone is shouting about,
Chen Yi ordered. Don't worry.
2 hours later, online, on major video platforms, and on major websites, suddenly at the same time, several bloggers who specialized in evaluating hotels posted new evaluation videos together. Shocked, 5-star hotel Wankai International Hotel is actually such rubbish. Wankai International Hotel is dirty, messy and poor, and can be called the most rubbish 5-star hotel.
There are many safety and hygiene risks. Why has Wankai International Hotel been able to stay open until now, and who is its protector?
These bloggers who specialize in reviewing hotels have a combined following of over 10 million.
As soon as these videos were released, they immediately caused a heated debate online.
For a time, Wankai International Hotel became the target of everyone's criticism and was in crisis.